kejayaan dapat dikecapi, sejarah baru telah tercipta. Namun, setakat itu sahajakah kemampuan kita? Setiap kali ke pentas dunia, pasti kecewa. Sampai bila kita nak kalah? Ditundukkan serendah-rendahnya. Sampai bila kita nak dihina? Tiap musim harapan peminat gugur.
Sampai bila nak kalah?
Sampai bila nak kecewa? Setiap rakyat pasti akan melaungkan semangat, ingin mempertahankan rumah mereka. Jika patah sayap Raja Wali, bertongkat jua kita kemari. Tahun ini pastinya kemenangan semakin dicita demi menjulang nama Malaysia di pesada dunia. Di mana bumi dipijak, disitulah langit dijunjung. Stadium MBSJ Serdang Jaya secara rasminya menjadi rumah MPL MY pada tahun ini. Seterusnya, melangkah ke arena besar di Timur Tengah, di Riyadh, Arab Saudi. Juara kita bangkit menghadapi cabaran, bersedia mencipta sejarah. Utara, Timur, Barat dan Selatan, kita semua MPL MY Playoff musim ke-14 akan berhijrah ke Johor, mendekatkan lagi silaturahim MPL MY bersama.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Hey.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win, win, win.
I'm the better
I'm a rock star. Yeah, yeah.
Rockstar?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala demi negara, kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay,
I'ma go hard for the win.
win, win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a
win.
rockstar.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
MPL Malaysia Season 13 is powered by Muntal. Enjoy a superior 5G network and lightning-fast gaming experience only with our official mobile internet hotlink. A big shout out to ROG Phone 8, the official gaming phone, for keeping our players at the top of their game. Grind on with Nescafe to keep your gaming spirit going. Thank you to all of our sponsors and partners for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 13.
Selamat datang ke Riang Raya MPL Malaysia musim ke-13. Anda bersama dengan saya Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini, dan kami bersiaran langsung dari Stadium MBSJ Serdang Jaya. Untuk semua orang yang tengah tengok MPL Malaysia, kami dari MPL Malaysia nak ucapkan selamat Hari Raya. Kalau korang dekat rumah tengah tengok ataupun dekat Stadium MBSJ dengan kita orang. Now, speaking pasal Raya, semalam bukan sahaja gameplay panas yang kita tengok, tapi semua orang yang hadir ke Stadium MBSJ, lagi pun orang yang pakai baju raya dapat duit raya dari kita dan juga diamonds. So jangan risau sebab hari ni hari terakhir untuk Riang Raya special kita. So kalau you guys tak singgah lagi ke MPL Arena, marilah datang ke MPL Arena pakai baju raya. Mana tahu ada peluang ataupun ada chance nak dapatkan duit raya ataupun diamonds dari MPL Malaysia. Alright, sebelum kita goreng ataupun borak lebih pasal Raya Diamonds giveaway. How about kita tengok jadual kita untuk hari ini, sebab hari ini kita ada 3 perlawanan juga. So mari kita tengok jadual. Untuk perlawanan pertama, perlawanan pembukaan, kita akan saksikan Barracuda Esports menentang RSG Malaysia. Nah, ini adalah dua pasukan yang masih mencari momentum mereka. Match kedua, Todak menentang Team Hawk. Now, ini adalah dua perlawanan bekas juara MPL Malaysia. Perlawanan yang akan jadi sangat sengit sebab of Gary yang sudah dalam Team Hawk. Dan juga Bounty Esports menentang Monster Vicious. Ini adalah perlawanan pasukan yang masuk MPL Malaysia daripada qualifiers. Semua match best juga hari ini. So, mesti semua orang dah tak sabar nak tengok perlawanan ini. Now, kita nampak daripada standings regular season memang banyak tim yang buat drastic changes, lagipun masa transfer window ini sebab slots ke playoff sekali lagi semua pasukan ada chance masuk playoff, tapi hanya 6 pasukan sahaja yang layak masuk. Tapi I will leave that to the casters untuk discuss further. Sekarang, marilah kita menjemput kedua-dua pasukan ke atas pentas MPL Malaysia, Barracuda dan juga RSG MY.
Barracuda Esports. After finally securing their first victory of the season, the Deep Sea Predators are poised to strike fiercely against their upcoming opponents. Can they sustain their momentum? Let's rally behind Barracuda Esports! After a humbling defeat by the Red Giants earlier this week, the MPL MY Season 7 champions are determined to find their rhythm again, especially with the spirited Repo rejoining the starting lineup. Will we witness prime form today? When you hear GG, you say RSGMY.
Sekarang, marilah kita menjemput jurulatih dan analis bersama Head of League Ops Cedric yang akan mengalas tugas untuk memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Mari kita teruskan dengan bersalaman di antara pasukan sebagai tanda profesionalism. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di Land of Dawn. Nampaknya semua dah ready untuk perlawanan pertama hari ketiga kita, minggu ketiga. So guys, untuk semua orang dekat rumah, jangan risau. Kita pun ada special code untuk korang. So sekarang, jom join the fight dengan Rose using the code kat bawah untuk mendapatkan in-game freebies. Alright, I tak nak cakap lebih sebab I'm pretty sure ramai orang dah tak sabar nak tengok perlawanan ini. And with that, mari let's show it to the casters. Teams, this is your moment. Game on.
Thank you very much, Rose, and welcome to the end of the week for MPL MY Season 13. Now, you guys are here with me, LaFell, as well as Stafa. One good change that I like is that during the Riot season, instead of the fist bumps, they're just like, oh, shake hands. It's like, oh. This is the Malaysian way of like showing respect.
Yeah, it's very gracious. It's very respectful, obviously. You gotta be respectful when you're on stage, and you have to be respectful in the Land of Dawn as well, because you never know what you're truly gonna be going up against. We've already seen some pretty incredible, with quotes, performance from our players throughout the weeks here of MPL MY Season 13, and now we've got 3 more matches lined up for all of you at home.
You know, here's the thing. You start off like very nice, very humbling. But then during the interview segment, something about MPL Malaysia, man, like we bring the spice. Because Malaysians, we like things spicy. We like things hot. And now we got to talk about the games for today. But before that, Stafa, do you know what you need to make sure that you're good at the game?
Ooh, I'm not too sure. What might that be, you think? Like, I think I need you to tell me.
Skills is important. But internet connection is more important. Secure and lightning fast 5G connection for your MLBB games with Hotlink. without a good internet connection, you're not going to do well, buddy. Especially listening to what's going to be happening during the next patch. You're going to need fast hands, and you're going to need fast internet connection. So get it with Hotlink.
Man, how could I forget? Of course it's Hotlink. They have superior 5G network latency, smoother gameplay, and you can even score amazing in-game MLBB items, all only with Hotlink. So obviously that's the answer. I can't believe I didn't think of it at first, but it's okay. We all make mistakes, right?
It's okay. I know you're just acting dumb for the bit. Thank you very much. But, dude, for real, my shoulders hurt a lot. Either ways, we're going to be watching Barracuda going up against RSG, where I kind of feel like Barracuda did, okay, starting a little bit better. RSG, a little bit, how do I say this? Previous seasons,
Yep.
dive-heavy composition, and they look very strong. They look very confident. This season, not as confident.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it's not even just an RSG MY problem. I think a lot of teams are having difficulty finding that foundation going into this season. That's why we see kind of a pretty big gulf in terms of skill and performance between some teams and others. RGMY obviously do have the potential to do so. We've already seen them do some pretty good things so far, and yet the consistency is not quite there. Barracuda Esports as well, still kind of a new face despite all the old veterans here. So both sides have a lot to prove.
Yeah, now we're going to look at the standings to really understand what's going on here. Barracuda is at number 8, even though they're 1 and 3, but so far they're looking good to have their slot here in MPL, because again, like our host Rose has said, only 6 teams will go to the playoffs. For now, RSGMY, they are number 6, but Monster Vicious as well as Barracuda wants to get their spot here. So if RSGMY lose more games, they're looking at not going to the playoffs.
Yeah, and that's something we definitely want to avoid here. I think a lot of teams have had this sort of fallback plan of that safety net where up until now MPL MY has always had those 8 slots for the playoffs. They think, oh, as long as we're not the worst, we can go through, we're still confirmed into next season, it's fine. But now that there's only 6 slots, it does really pile on the pressure, and I think it ups the competition as well. It almost feels like some of the teams are not ready.
Now we're going to look at AG as well as Izanami, where, fun fact, they entered the league the same time.
Ah, I do remember that.
Right?
They actually entered the same time as me.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that was my first season.
Oh my goodness, a lot of reunions here. AJ, Izanami. The KDA is very different here. 8.5 for AJ, 4.6 for Izanami. The only thing that this shows here is that AJ is very good at maintaining his position, maintaining a good enough range to deal out damage, but not take that much damage, because even look at the average damage per minute, almost 4,000 for Izanami, where AJ barely scrapes 3,000. And even though the kill participation is the same, so we see what was going on here. Izanami is more scrappy, he's more scrim heavy, whereas AJ is more controlled. He's more calculative to make sure that he can dish out damage a little bit safely, but sometimes it might be too safe.
I think that's one way of looking at it, just based on like historical performance. Izanami is the type of guy that will get down and dirty, like you mentioned. He'll do what is necessary to get the job done, even if it means that he's going to do it himself. AJ is more of your classic like artillery mage player. He's gonna stand at the back, he's gonna throw abilities at you. So that's the difference in style overall, right? It just depends on what you prefer.
And it definitely depends on what kind of heroes they will get. Because Izanami loves the Valentinas, loves using the Pheromones, where you have a lot of early control, especially with the Valentina. When you're a Pheromones, you're more about supporting your team. And we saw that AJ, one of his better heroes, is the Novaria. So definitely understanding why he will not take a lot of damage, and no wonder why he doesn't die all that much. We gotta look at the lineup here for Barracuda Esports. The one that we're playing today will be AJ, Jesus, Trap, Amal, as well as Eevee.
Obviously, these players still need to find that true potential, but you can tell that there are some very talented individuals here. AJ's been doing a pretty okay job as in-game leader. I think Jesus has had a lot of chances to shine. Amal still having some difficulty, but we know that he's the type that gets it done when it's necessary. As well as Eevee, transitioning into a roam position despite originally being an EXP laner.
Honestly, watching him play the other day, is actually very good, especially when he's using the Cho, where it is one of his signature heroes on the EXP lane. It transitions well into roam.
Yeah, it's not bad at all, and the heroes that he's played like Ruby and so on are also very effective overall. Barracuda just needs the time to be able to like really transition well into those mid-game elements. Because their early game is pretty strong, all things considered. But if we're talking about early game, RGMY always been that flashy early game team. We got Izanami, Lolil, Rippo, Stome, and Vinogo.
So it's going to be very interesting here because Rippo is playing again. This is what RGMY has been doing, subbing out their EXP laners because Rippo is preparing to get married and everything like that. So we understand that he won't always be here, but there's always the question, why is he playing for this game, right? Is there a specific reason why bringing in Rippo? Perhaps his laning phase is a bit stronger. Perhaps that's what they need to go up against Hesu.
It's interesting because I feel like Kaiser has really kind of improved in the recent weeks. Like, we always knew him as more of the utility tank EXP laner. Doesn't usually win his lane, but doesn't usually lose either. But he's been flashy, so I'm impressed overall. Let's have a look at what Coach Backdoor has to say.
All MOBA games are the same. There is nothing too unique about it. Maybe the difference will be more about game discipline. This is what he says because he is from a different game title before this, and I understand what he's trying to say, right? The core idea of a MOBA is the same. The differences might be where your priority lies. You know, certain games, they prioritize the team fight more. Certain games prioritize neutral objectives more. I would say the other difference is tempo, right?
Yeah.
MLBB is a very fast tempo game unless you go over 80 minutes. That's where the game slows down a little bit.
Yeah, it's very different in the style that it approaches the MOBA formula, but the thing is, whenever you've played a MOBA title, that macro knowledge is always going to be able to transition into other games of the same genre. So it's understandable. Here, we've got MPL MY Insider. We've got a chat with Eevee.
So our insider is asking Eevee, do you guys have confidence going up against RSG? And even though Eevee's like, RSG, they're a very tough opponent, but I believe in my team more. I believe that my team can take on RSG. So he's admitting that RSG is a very strong opponent. No trash talking here. He's just like, but I just believe in my team a little bit more than them.
I see. Yeah, he's basically saying that as long as he believes in his team, as long as his team believes in him, then they should be able to put up a fight. And I do agree with that. Trust and communication, very important when you are on that stage. I feel like some teams have been lacking that a little bit recently. So we'll see whether or not what Eevee's words will be correct once we jump on into the draft for game number 1.
We gotta see if the Nakama power here is strong with Barracuda. Because again, like you said, not other teams have that kind of same feeling. And I do have to say, Barracuda, watching how they play very well as a team. And I really feel like this is one of those teams that get better throughout the season. So this is a big threat for RSGMY, that Barracuda has a good shot to go to the playoffs and RSG doesn't.
Yeah, I agree as well. Because in past seasons, there have been many situations where it's clear when one team is stronger than another, and so even when they match up, you don't really expect any surprises. But in this season so far, some teams that you don't expect to really put up a fight have actually been taking victories against stronger opponents on paper. Therefore, RGMY, although they may seem to be the favorites going into this, cannot let their guard down, as we can see the Angela going to be the first pick for Barracuda.
This shows that they just want a very tanky front line. So I feel like for RSG, they got to prepare either two things, either tank killers or burst heroes. Because going up against an Angela, say you have a Barat on your team. Barat and Angela is very oppressive. And even if you have ways to kill the Barat, you can't kill Barat plus Angela because heroes like Carry, any heroes that uses Demon Hunter Sword or has any kind of true damage, it will not apply to your HP until the shield is gone. So I really feel like RSG, they need a good balance of burst damage and DPS. And for now, seeing Novaria as well as Guinevere, I'm not all that convinced. A lot of control here, but not a lot of damage just yet.
I do agree with you. This is not the typical response. We've seen a lot of teams actually bait out the Angela and just completely dominate it in the draft previously by basically stealing away heroes that would combo well with the Angela. We see common like Fredrin carry openings just to make sure that you can't combo them together. But Guinevere, Novaria not only do not fall into this niche, they're not exactly the best at dealing with it.
My own path.
And now, Barracuda, they picked up the Harith as well as the Arlet. The Arlet, I feel like, is it doesn't matter for the whole story as a whole, but Harif is very big because Harif is one of those heroes that has burst damage and he can consistently deal out that burst damage. And the thing is, Harif is pretty strong in lane. So I feel like RSGMY, in terms of the drafting of which heroes they're prioritizing, I kind of feel like Barracuda has a pretty solid opening here.
Yeah, I do like Barracuda's draft a lot more right now. Looking at this fun fact, RSGMY currently has only secured first blood 36% of the time and is ranked 9th in the league in terms of first blood percentage. But Barracuda is actually ranked 2nd with a 66% first blood rate.
Oh. That's actually very interesting.
Yeah.
So Barracuda is actually pretty good in the early game here, going up against RSG, where I kind of feel like for them to do well with this kind of composition, RSG has to be the aggressors.
I agree with you. Like I am not surprised about the rating. I think Barracuda Esports has actually been one of the most aggressive early game teams out of the entire league. Even though their game performance as a whole isn't that good, the first few minutes of the game, they have a lot of control over it. They do feel very confident as a team, a lineup. RSGMY, they do finally lock in that carry, as we see, so that's going to be pretty good to deal with the Angela at some point. And then the Fanny will be removed from the pool.
Minotaur.
Minotaur banned as well. You want to hear some crazy news about the patch?
Sure, why not?
Right, Joy has been banned here, right?
Who? Joy, yeah, okay.
Next time, maybe not. You know what? One of the changes?
What did they do to her?
So during the ult, it has crowd control immunity, right?
Yes.
After this, it's slow immunity.
Are you?
Yeah. Try to make your mono color hero then with Joy.
Dude.
No more CC immunity.
I used to love playing Joy so much, and it's been so difficult to pick her. No more CC immunity. Are you? Okay, I'm not gonna say anything because then I'll lose my job here.
I mean, like, to be fair, they buffed out the damage a bit, but come on, let's face it.
Come on, man.
Right,
It's not the damage. The damage is not the issue here. Like how?
So
can,
just fun tip for any of our viewers.
How can you be joyful if you're always worried about CC?
I feel like the Masha is a very good band here.
Yeah, I agree.
Because the Masha can actually destroy the shield coming in from Angela, and then the carry can do something about it. So because right now carry does do a lot of damage, but you need that initial burst. So if the Novaria keeps hitting the Star Shatter, then yeah, that's enough. That's definitely enough to destroy the shields. But it really is on Izanami to hit those kill shots.
Yeah, this is gonna be a difficult one because whenever you go Novaria, you are expecting the game to last a certain amount of time. And Barracuda Esports are gonna be pretty strong towards that early mid phase, not just as a team, but in terms of their draft as well. We do see the Paquito getting locked in here, most likely going to be a Rippo hero, but it can be flexed into the jungle as well.
I like the Paquito pick here just because he can destroy the shield very fast. I feel like he has a good time going up against the Arlet as well, especially because Rippo is piloting the Paquito, and it opens up options for RSG, whether they want to split the map or move in as a team.
Makes sense, yeah. Most likely this will be an EXP Arlet as well. There's a chance that they flex it into the roam position, but I do feel like Jesus is much more comfortable with it as compared to Eevee, and I'm pretty sure that AJ would prefer getting the Angela. We see the Tigreal getting locked in for Barracuda. Definitely a hero we haven't seen Eevee play. Oh! We got the Alpha!
I really like Barracuda's draft here, right?
I love it.
Because the Angela has options. It can go inside the Harif, or it can go inside Alpha. And the thing is, Amal is a damage-oriented jungler. He's not really all that about utility. So now, RSG, if they pick up a tanky jungler, it's not going to be good going up against the Alpha just because the Alpha deals a lot of true damage, especially if the first item is the War Axe. And then comboing with the Angela as well, the slows, the heal, the shield, this is going to be very tough unless RSG can slow down Amal in the early stages of the game.
Angela with basically any fighter style carry is always a terrifying combination. And we see RSG lock in.
Wait. Is this a roam Novaria?
It is. It's a roam Novaria in the hands of Stone. Like, we were so sure that Guinevere was Stone's hero from the start, but I guess that's what RSGMY was planning.
I mean, not gonna lie, parts of me did think that, am I sure this Novaria is going to the hands of Izanami? Something about Izanami, I feel like he would not agree to using this hero with this kind of lineup. because he is the type of guy that he's a mid laner with the philosophy of an EXP laner.
I get what you mean. Like, he does what needs to be done. He's gonna get dirty if he feels that his team needs it to secure that victory, and that's exactly what's happening here. I am loving this right now. I'm expecting to see a very exciting game. So ladies and gentlemen, get ready and keep your hands and legs in the vehicle at all times. We're in for a wild ride in Game 1 between Barracuda Esports and RSGMY.
And again, I still believe that Barracuda has a very strong draft, or I would say it's much easier to execute. For now, we see that both junglers are starting on opposite ends. It looks like Amal is starting on the EXP side of the map, where Benogo is starting at the gold side of the map. So this means that Amal will have... Oh, no, sorry. Amal is starting
opposite.
Yeah, Amal is starting at gold, and it looks like Benogo started on EXP. So this means that during the first Lord, Benogo should have a level advantage, but Barracuda, they will have the positioning advantage when it comes to the turtle.
It means that if Amal so decides, he can start by ganking Rippo, and we've already seen what happens if you're able to win out that EXP lane around the level 4 mark. You basically guarantee the turtle fight for yourself, because it means that your EXP laner is going to be able to join the fight, and theirs cannot.
Now the question is, for RGMY, they don't really have a very good front line here. So the moment they start losing in map control, it's not going to be looking good for them, just because even if the Guinevere builds tank, you're opening the map by jumping into a bush. You're not really face checking it that much.
The thing is, with a draft like this for RSG, I'm pretty sure they themselves know that it's going to be impossible for them to get like true map control for the first like few minutes of the game. It's almost always going to be in the hands of Barracuda, because they're going to mainly be relying on Astral Echo, and that's not going to happen for a little while. So I wouldn't be surprised if they just decided that they might not even contest the turtle at all.
I mean, having the Tigreal on Barracuda makes it quite a bit difficult.
Yes.
Yeah. The only way that they can do it is somehow Rippo gets a very strong laning phase going up against Hesu to the point where Hesu cannot do much. But even that, I have my doubts. But it looks like RGMY, they do want to start this turtle.
The rotations have been slow. I think Rippo actually managed to freeze the lane a little bit, which means that he and Izanami get level 4 before the enemy EXP laner. And it's RSG that secures the turtle instead. Rippo trying to take the fight. Hesu going to miss the final slash into the tower, gets sniped by the Star Shatter, and forced to back off.
We got to talk about how Rippo is managing the wave so well. Just like you said, he might have freezed it a little bit just so that it delays Barracuda for Hesu to really have vision around the turtle. And usually when you start the EXP side of the buff, you want to get level 5 first before you go for the turtle. But it looks like Benogo decided that he can finish the turtle fast enough before Amal goes in. So it was a very good call by RSG, knowing that he's not going to contest the turtle for a while. We might as well just secure it as fast as we can.
Honestly, I'm surprised that with their rotation, they did. Oh, hold on, EV with the implosion onto Benogo, but he's going to get crowded out by the Astral Echo, gets caught in the magical thump, but now he's going to flicker out. Benogo forced to escape as Amal chases him down with the Alpha Charge. That's going to be first blood for Amal, but he pays for his own life in return as AJ forces the flicker away from Rippo, and the Star Shatter just barely misses.
A jungler for a jungler, and based on how Rippo was able to go to the mid lane and deal a lot of damage to AJ, shows that in this matchup so far, Rippo has been winning the lane. So this is very good for RGMY because they have lane priority, at least for the EXP. So when they engage into the fight, they have map positioning a little bit better than Barracuda. So even though according to draft, Barracuda should have map control here, RGMY is doing well just because Rippo is doing well.
That's 100% correct. Again, I'm really surprised that considering Amal should have been the one pathing towards the EXP lane first, they didn't put some priority into making sure that Hesu actually won that, because this would be a very different game if they had just done that one simple thing.
Yeah, because I feel like Barracuda, they have the ability to start things off first, because of how Amal with the Alpha can engage by himself and he can deal the damage by himself, especially because AJ now with the Angela is already level 6, so he has the hard guard. So I'm not 100% sure why they're being this passive.
Lolil dropping real low the trap, but that means that the Zaman Force is gone in the top lane. We see the Heart Guard being hovered onto Amal. Izanami getting pushed back. Force the Black Shoes and Purify as Rippo with the knockout strike. Gonna cancel out the implosion. Alpha Charge gonna find 2 in the back line. Venogo is caught out. Violet Requiem though secures Amal in position long enough to get taken out in exchange for his own life. A 1-for-1 trade for the junglers.
Right now, the junglers for RGMY and Barracuda, they're really acting like they're the tank, and Lolio wins the 1v1 against Trap.
Lolil is very familiar with Harif. It's one of his signatures, so I guess he knows very well what Trap's limits are. And that's going to be a huge advantage in the gold lane for RSG.
I guess the question would be Trap is that we saw that he used the Zaman Force early on to get that poking advantage going up against Lolio, but Lolio just wait out for the Zaman Force to be done. But it looks like Trap just stayed there. Like he's just like, yeah, I don't need my Zaman Force to take you down, but apparently he did.
I guess he fell into the classic trap after all, living up to the name. Amal gonna be forced back, drop low by the Star Shatter, Implosion, and Final Slash. A little extreme, but they do pick off Rippo. Turtle dropping low, Venogo finds the Violet Requiem and secures the Turtle. Amal forced to back it off.
I mean, that's good for RGMY, but I kind of feel like if it's at all possible, maybe Rippo shouldn't have died there, because I kind of feel like he was very far away. I don't know. It was a good trade overall for RGMY. I just feel like they could have done it a little bit cleaner.
Yeah, I agree with you, but I think it's still not a bad situation there because Barracuda clearly invested way more resources, and I do feel like they didn't need to combo the Final Slash Implosion together. One or the other would have been enough, and then maybe they could have actually continued that fight.
Right now, we're looking at a goal difference here, and quite a lot of goal difference for Loliel, being 1.2k ahead of Trap, and this is very good because Carry is the one that skills just a little bit better, just because of the nature of being a marksman. The only thing that's great about Harif as a goal leader is that he can sustain for a very long time.
Yeah, but a 1.2k goal lead just on Lolil himself is actually pretty notable there, meaning that RGMY, their late game is already starting to be quite secured here, and we know how a team with Novaria in the late game can be. Rippo, he has eyes on Amal. He's gonna start the engage. Astral Echo gonna scout him out. Star Shatter dropping like half his HP at once. And RGMY, they're all collapsing in. Heart Guard is here, but it might not be enough. As Lolil dropping him down, tempting him low. Violet Requiem finds him, and AJ will be taken out as collateral.
Beautiful by RGMY. Ripple making sure that there's no more shield coming in from the Heart Guard, and Lolio can just deal out true damage there. Barracuda right now, it looks like they are not sure how to deal with the map pressure coming in from RGMY, and coming with the drive, even though we said that they don't have that great of a front line, they got a lot of damage, and so far they've been using the damage very well.
Yeah, they've been splitting up the map. Honestly, I'm not too sure why Amal was farming so far off. EV gonna find Rippo. A nice flicker right behind the Tigreal means that Keto totally fine.
Right now, Barracuda, they are moving closely together. Barracuda, I kind of feel like with the draft, they should be the one initiating. And I feel like that's the problem right now. RGMY has been the one initiating. So either EV or Amal has to make a good engage for the draft to make sense.
I agree with you. I feel like RGMY may be playing at a tempo that's a little bit too high for Barracuda Esports to respawn. They definitely drafted this with the intention that they would be the ones in control of most of the fights, but RSG is not giving that to them, and now they have a 4k net worth lead.
We gotta talk about how good Venogo has been doing, both engaging as well as disengaging for team, using the spatial migration offensively as well as defensively. So honestly, for RGMY, the fact that they're doing so well is on Ripple for managing his lane to make sure that Jesus is not a factor going up against RGMY, but also onto Venogo, where even though his KDA doesn't look like it, but he's actually impacting quite a lot of the fights here.
Yeah, him being able to catch out Amal, especially when he's got Heart Guard on him, effectively means that he is disabling two people from the fight at once at all times. And that's giving RGMY even more of an advantage. Eevee, way too far out, gets the push, gets the implosion onto Venogo. He dashes up and Final Flash pushes them back in. RGMY going to lose Lolil. Trap gonna be picked off in exchange by Rippo, but Amal, the damage is kicking in, the healing is kicking in. Barracuda Esports trade 1 for 3.
Okay, when we say nice things,
yep,
bad things happen. At this point, I should do a public apology for RGMY.
Emal actually in a lot of trouble here. He's healing well thanks to Alpha. Kind of ridiculous the healing on this hero sometimes. Star Shatter, not enough to pick him up. Izanami definitely scaling well, but still not quite enough to overcome the innate healing of this hero.
I feel like RGMY kind of forgot that Jesus was there.
I think.
I mean, like, to be fair, Rippo made it so that even I forgot that he had an Arlet, right? But the fact that the Final Slash was able to catch Roliel as well as Binogo off guard was the key factor of why they lost the fight there. So RGMY, they need to stabilize in the sense that they gotta be very, very disciplined with how they move, because the drive that they have is very much exploitable when you make a mistake, right? One mistake with no front line means that you're very vulnerable when mistakes do happen.
With Final Slash and Implosion, Barracuda just straight up have a lot more counter engaged than RGMY do. They're very much relying on the Astral Echo Violet Requiem combo to make sure that they are the ones in control of the team fights. And as we can see, if that doesn't work out, then Barracuda are able to take advantage of it for themselves. They've already reduced the net worth lead to only 1.5k.
Right now, Rippo is managing the wave on the long lane, while RSG having control of the Lord. Looking at the positioning coming in from Barracuda, they gotta be careful, because what Rippo is doing, he's slow pushing the lane, so someone has to take care of it. For now, they're sending Angela just because Angela can immediately pop back onto Emal. And Rippo is having a flank positioning here. He's making sure that Barracuda is boxed in. This is what RGMY is trying to do. They're trying to box in Barracuda in their own jungle.
As long as RG are able to maintain control over the angle of the fight, then they are in perfectly comfortable position. We already saw that Rippo has enough damage to just one-shot trap, so he's just always going to be keeping a lookout for that opportunity, and it's going to be up to Hesu and Eevee to make sure that the backline is safe, not to mention making sure that Emal doesn't meet an early demise.
For this game, RGMY, they can take it slow, because they can use this Lord Dance to push their own minions into the base of Barracuda, because RGMY, they just need one inhibitor, and then RGMY has full map control.
That's gonna be a missed Final Slash earlier. Astral Echo gonna zone out Barracuda as Rippo still pushing the mid-tier 2. Lord in full control of RSG as Eevee dropped to 10% HP by a Star Shatter. Hesu gonna engage onto Loliel, but that's a bad idea. Currently the carry 2 levels up on him. Lord dropping low. Star Shatter finds Eevee. Stone making his presence known as the superior roamer. And Izanami zoning things out. Hesu trying to flicker backwards, but he gets caught out. Violet Requiem means the end of it. As Emal secures the Lord for Barracuda Esports with the hard guard on the Alpha right now. He's surviving a long time. Izanami will finally finish off trap in the backline as Binogo will be traded out. A nice sidestep to avoid the Alpha charge means that RGMY will at least cut their losses.
I don't know how much they're paying Emal, but you gotta give this man a bonus, man. He's always making plays. He's always the centerpiece of making sure that they do not lose. Barracuda is back in this game. The only difference here is about 1,000 goal lead that RGMY has. Emal is starting to look good, but Jesus got to step up, man. His KD is looking good, but he's been missing those Final Slashes.
Yeah, we need those to land here. And unfortunately, because Eevee was not part of that fight, they also didn't have the value of the implosion either. So the fact that they were still able to get the Lord and come out somewhat even in that situation means that RGMY needs to watch out.
Yep. Damage dealt ranking Izanami is on the top still. 31,000 as a roamer. The roamer dealing more damage than the gold laner. You don't see that every day.
Well, when it's a mage roamer, you can somewhat understand it. And when it's Novaria, you can understand it even more. Those Star Shatters are a pain in the butt. Eevee going to be the one that can most clearly tell you about that. But Barracuda now extending their pressure across the map.
Right now, Emal getting caught just a little bit by the Astral Echo. But so far, Barracuda, they're making sure that they don't make the mistake of overextending. This game, Eevee has a pretty good KDA, 0-1 and 6, but I'm really looking for that big implosion. Honestly, not even that big of an implosion. If we can just catch up one, I think that's good enough. But so far, not many catches by Eevee.
Eevee hasn't had the most beneficial positioning in a lot of these team fights here. Barracuda trying to funnel down. Eevee coming from the flank with that conceal. He finds Tree with the implosion! Lolil will be the first to fall as Heartguard allows Amal to just dive the tower. Probably not the best idea. Barracuda gonna finally cut their losses and decide, okay, it's time to go. We got what we came for.
That's what I was talking about.
That's what we were talking
I mean, like, you asked for it, right? And we got it?
Oh, what? Storm! Found trap somehow!
What?
He sniped him from somewhere.
I wasn't looking at the map. What happened?
I didn't even see it myself. Hold on, Sacred Hammer. They found one more, but it's Rippo. He's punching him down. AJ gonna try and lock him down with Puppet on a string. Will successfully do so. RGMY not able to catch up.
Okay. We gotta calm down. RGMY reestablishes the map control here. For now, Barracuda, that was a very good engage. Unfortunately, not able to really capitalize it well. The Lord Dance is gonna happen again because RGMY, they're positioning themselves very, very well here. They're controlling the important bushes to make sure that Barracuda can't really establish a very good control here. Because again, RGMY, they're trying to box Barracuda inside their own jungle.
Yep. Oh, so far, Barracuda still able to control that top jungle at the very least. And that's an important one because they want to make sure they don't give RSG a free Lord. Note that Rippo still waiting on the bottom half of the map to see if he can come in from that flank as well. So this Lord Dance gonna be a dangerous one.
Well, RGMY, they need to know where everyone is. The moment Rippo knows where everyone is, he can come in, and we look at here.
Eevee's dropping too low. Hesu as well. Izanami doing a lot of damage. Black Shoes forced out. Rippo hiding around the purple brush, but they will find him as they decide to take it for Amal to try and regen some HP before re-engaging the Lord. Eevee not going to complete. That's going to be a conceal coming in. He's looking for the flank. He's looking for Vinogo. Rippo going to get targeted in backline. Forces the flicker from AJ and dashes away from the final slash. Eevee going to be able to escape himself as now the Heart Guard comes out on top of Amal to keep him topped up. But RGMY doing a lot of damage here. The Lord Dance going to continue, but RSG currently one man down.
No, this is very good for RSG because look at how the minions are looking. Barracuda, they had to stop because they got to clear the minion up top, the minion up middle, and on the bottom side, the minions themselves got a turret. So it was actually very good for RGMY because they were manipulating the wave to make sure it keeps on pushing. Look at the bottom wave. The minions are stacking. Angela's the only one that's trying to protect that, but you know Angela ain't gonna clear it that fast.
Yeah, it's gonna take him a while, which means Barracuda could actually be 4v4 here. Astral Echo going to come out. Magical Calm going his final slash, finds one in backline, forces out flashes from Izanami. Violet Requiem going to catch out one. Amal secures the Lord. Lolil kicks off the Arlet, but Vinogo will be traded as the Alpha is online. That's gonna be a 1-4-1, but Barracuda get the objective.
I can't blame Vinogo there, man. The amount of chain crowd control on him, it was ridiculous. He used the Violet Requiem to kind of save himself after getting final slash, but then Eevee just times his implosion to make sure that the crowd control just kept on going. So Amal, wonderful. He was able to get the Lord with the Retribution, but it's not on Vinogo, man. A lot of crowd control on him. And again, he is the singular frontline. No one else to back him up. I mean, they back him up with the damage, but they can't back him up by juggling the damage. So can't blame the guy, man.
It's difficult. Even when you play like tank junglers, you don't typically expect them to be the primary frontline for your team just so they have the freedom to secure objectives. But because of the way RSG has drafted this, Vinogo kind of has to, because even Rippo is kind of going for the gank play instead.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, Rippo is more bias source damage on the Paquito build here.
Yeah, I think most people do build damage on Paquito nowadays just because like it's just so much value overall. He has a pretty good survivability even without requiring tank items, so why not? Lord gonna crash down the bottom inhibitor. RSG should be able to clear this up, as unfortunately Barracuda don't have a minion wave to be able to push in and get a tower with that. So all things considered, not a lot of damage achieved with this Lord.
I mean, the Nakama power of Barracuda is strong here because they're playing very patiently, and the thing that I like is that no one is going for that individual play. As I said, Eevee is going to conceal. No,
he does have Flicker, but Conceal will expire, and Astral Echo will scout him out once again. Izanami being a pain in the butt. I know this feeling as a Take Real player. You want to go in, all of a sudden you get hit by the damage from Lilia, and it's just a pain to deal with. Trap still able to secure that purple buff despite the attempted snipe from Stone, but The Harif, unfortunately, not really getting a lot of chance to shine this game. 0, 4, and 6.
I mean, like, going back to the point of Eevee, it's hard to catch Izanami as well as Lulu because both of them do have that Purify, and they have dashes to save themselves once they Purify away, and at that point, they can punish the Tigreal pretty hard. So I would say Eevee, even though I did say I want to see more engage coming in from him, but I do understand how difficult that is. So his focus should only be Vinogo, especially with 0, 5, and 8. He's the one that really should be taken down most of the time because Vinogo is the only front line. Without Vinogo, there's no front line. Makes it much more difficult for you to establish any kind of map control.
As much as a Tigreal player, we want to see like these big implosion plays. The value of that catch here in this game is to secure a kill onto Vinogo. You could argue, hey, if Jesus starts first, Eevee staggers his entrance, then maybe you get a big catch. But he doesn't actually need to do that. Oh, hold on. Amal gonna be caught out at Violet Requiem. Heart Guard comes out. Final Slash going to be cancelled out by the CC. Implosion! That's gonna be 2 Purifies coming out, but Vinogo doesn't have one. So he's gonna get Immortality popped, and that's a double kill for Trap on the Hari.
Well, that's a moment there, man.
Yeah.
That was a play. They got Vinogo, but they got Izanami as well. Trap using the Salaman Force, taking down Izanami. Amazing.
I feel like our caster curse is working in reverse today.
You know what?
Like, we literally said we want Eevee to make a catch, we want Trap to do something, and then they did. Like, when does this ever happen?
No, we said we understand why Eevee could not catch a lot.
You know, you're right.
And then he catches a lot.
And we did say that Trap hasn't been getting a chance to shine. You know, the caster curse is still working
It's
as normal.
still working. It's just that we've been very negative.
Maybe this is how we should always be.
Don't be positive.
Yeah, be negative. Look at what happens. We can see again the instant replay. The implosion already caught out 3, forced out 2 Purifies, and despite that, Izanami still taken down, and then Vinogo, no Purify, meant that he followed quickly.
Doing this job makes it hard to have friends. Let me just say that.
I get you.
Yeah. When we're talking to the players, they're like, "Did you say good things about me?" It's like, "Yeah." It's like, "Yeah, that's not what we want."
Yeah, they definitely don't want any good things from us anymore after all this. But the Lord gonna be crashing in. Bottom inhibitor will finally fall. Conceal play coming out. Eevee looking for that implosion once again. He's just standing there menacingly. RGMY not able to approach. Lord going to slowly get taken out, but not before Barracuda takes out the final inhibitor from the base of RGMY. The crystal's open. Final Slash finds one. Implosion onto Rippo. They're engaging. Vinogo jumps in. Misses on the catches. Rippo gonna be forced to flicker out. A lot of damage coming out. Amal going to drop here. He's already lost immortality. Switches up for the Winter Trunkian. He's gonna dash out with the Alpha Charge. And Trap gets the killing spree. AJ going to eat the Violet Requiem, but he's still absolutely fine. Barracuda still 5-man strong.
RSG has been defending very well, but Amal, he has been able to survive all this engage coming in from RSGMY. He died 3 times, sure, but believe you me, he's been targeted so much and he's been surviving all this while. RSGMY right now, draft here is going to be very difficult. Vinogo has to do a good catch again. Without Repo, that burst is not there.
Zaman forcing Heart Guard onto Trap. He's focusing the crystal. They don't care about RSG. Barracuda Esports reversing the odds and securing victory in game number 1.
Barracuda Esports opening up with a 1-0 going up against RSG. This is definitely a good shot by Barracuda. RSG got to go back to the drawing board and readjust their draft. I feel like with the playstyle that they have, maybe a different jungler could be better because in my opinion, that draft was very high rolling. It's very, it wants to do a lot of different things. I can see how the Novaria making it very easy for Vinogo to use the spatial migration to knock up a lot of guys, but I kind of feel like that's asking for too much. That's hoping for the stars to align. I think they need an easier draft.
I do agree. Like, the draft can work on paper.
Yeah,
like, logically, if everything aligns, then yes, it can be a very strong draft, lots of damage, good late game scaling. Unfortunately, they didn't manage to do so. I don't feel like they followed up on things very well. Barracuda, while their early game wasn't the best, they really picked themselves back together.
the thing about RSGM1 is that they have too much of a good thing, which is damage, but not enough defense. And I kind of feel like in the meta right now, maybe in the future it will change, but in the meta right now, too much damage is not good unless everyone individually is an amazing player. Because we see Slang or Red Giants using this kind of strat, just overloading with damage, but they can do it well because individually everyone is doing great. But for now, we gotta look at the MVP coming in from Barracuda Esports, and the MVP is going over to Amal. He's sleepy and he wants that popcorn.
They're having a great time in there, and honestly, they deserve it. Smiles all around. Barracuda Esports has to feel very good about this performance. Alpha, the debut here in Season 13, and Amal's able to get that 6-3 and 7 KDA. Not being punished as well, because literally only one form of crowd control that he has to watch out for.
100% kill participation, man. They couldn't do it without him. Look at items here. Having the War Axe, Bloodless Axe, as well as the Oracle. No wonder he has a lot of heal, man.
Oh, along with the Brave Smite and that Festival of Blood as well, we could see just why he was regenning so often. I have to check how much anti-heal RSGMY bought this game, because it didn't feel like there was all that much. Either they didn't get the correct items, or Barracuda was just too far ahead at that point.
No, honestly, the Oracle kind of balances it out. So even if they do have enough anti-heal, just by having the Oracle, it's like, okay, anti-heal cut 50%. And then Oracle just adds a bit of percentage to the point where you still feel that there's a lot of healing. So without the Oracle here, he wouldn't be healing that much. So the Oracle is actually the counter for all of this anti-heal. So good on Amal. Very good itemization to make sure that the reason why his alpha is strong remains strong.
Being able to take advantage of that Heart Guard as well. So it's just a really good combination. We already highlighted how scary fighter carries are with Angela, and this really cements it here. We're gonna have a look at the itemization now, whether or not there is enough. There is a good amount. There's 2 necklaces and 2 sea halberds. So looks like you are correct. That Oracle and the Heart Guard being able to just cancel all that out.
Yeah, it's just that, yeah, you can cut in half, but half of what I'm doing is still a lot.
Yes.
So, I mean, I feel like the takeaway is that the Oracle really helps here. AJ having quite a lot of magic scaling on his build as well, having the Holy Crystal, making sure that the Heart Guard is big. And RSGMY, if we're looking at itemization here as well, it's mostly damage items, and that's really the big problem. Perhaps in the next patch, this could work when all of the tank items have been nerfed, but it's not the next patch yet. It's still this patch where defense is low-key very strong to the point where you see compositions having 3 tanky heroes.
It's always important to have balance in all things here, and in your lineup it's very important now because of how scrappy team fights tend to get. You gotta make sure you have all the tools that are necessary. Like, yes, RSGMY drafts this lineup. They have a plan. They know how they need to win team fights. But unexpected things are always going to pop up, and that's why having that balance, having that flexibility in your draft is so important to be able to adapt to whatever comes at you.
I mean, looking at the numbers here, it is justified because RSG did 364,000 damage compared to BRD 175,000 only, because Besu was building defense, Eevee of course is building defense, AJ even though he is building major items, but it's really to support everyone else, not to deal out damage himself. So he did only 26,000 damage compared to Izanami, 138,000 damage. Even Storm as the roamer did 93,000 damage, and that's the difference between a Novaria as well as a Angela mid, right? So the damage is good for RG, but balance.
This is some insane skewing actually, doing double the damage but having 1 less kill overall. All the regen coming in from Barracuda Esports side is just like saying, oh, you can hit me all you want, but I'm gonna come out stronger and it's gonna be fine. So it was too difficult here for RSGMY to overcome this. Yes, a lot of damage, but if they don't have enough survivability to follow up on it, then all that damage amounts to nothing.
I mean, look at the damage taken by Barracuda.
Oh my god.
Almost 700,000. And RSG only took 287,000 damage. So if we're looking at the numbers, people will be confused why RSG lost. They dealt the most damage. Barracuda accepted the most damage, and Barracuda won.
260,000 damage taken on what is at most a semi-tank. Not really even alpha here. shows that in the right combinations, any hero can be viable in this meta, and that is great. Looking at total turret damage done, obviously going to be very heavily skewed towards both the marksmen. I'm actually quite surprised that AJ did so much.
I mean, I feel like AJ is like, well, there's nothing else for me to do. I can't deal damage by myself. I might as well just stay here and attack the turret.
Yeah, they're just sending AJ. Hey, AJ, can you handle that wave on the other side of the map? And we'll call you when we need you. And AJ just never got called, you know? He just kept going.
So right now, honestly, looking at the numbers, it is RSG favored. But I feel like they got to go back to the drawing board because Vinogo tried very hard. You know, like, I applaud the guy, but I feel like if he was using something like a Barat, might be a little bit better because at least he can frontline a little bit longer.
Yeah, I think they tried to game the draft a little bit too much there by showing the Guinevere first and saying, hey, this is Storm's hero, but hey, we're actually going to flex it into Vinogo. And they're not really completing the draft in a balanced manner around it. Like, typically, whenever you go for, like, a mage roam, you got to make sure that either your jungler or EXP is really tanky so that they can stand in the front line. But neither the Guinevere nor the Paquito built in that way.
Okay, the Paquito, I still say is a very good pick here going up against BRD, but RSG really needed something like a Terizla for this composition. Having a secondary tank or a secondary frontline, especially one that has a lot of crowd control, can do a lot for the team because Izanami dealt so much damage in that game. It's just that once the frontliner is dead, he has to retreat, right? He's been trained to be disciplined. If you can't dish out damage without getting attacked, then you gotta go back. Right? I feel like dealing damage, there are conditions. Frontline is one of those conditions.
Yeah, and these conditions were not met, which meant that Barracuda had a much more comfortable time going into this. Like, it's actually kind of weird how this game ended up going, because we were literally talking about how Barracuda is a little weak, stronger early game and then weaker mid to late. But instead, they were messing up early game and then strong mid to late.
Maybe because we discussed it.
You're right. We need to stop talking.
Let's not do that. At this point, I'm waiting for our sponsor. Rich Guy in the sandbag is going to go to Aim on 782 gold per minute. And total damage taken, 263,000 damage. Izanami to carry, almost 140,000 damage dealt. And the best wingman, AJ, with 10 total assists. Izanami tried hard, man. Just not enough.
Izanami always tries hard. My heart always bleeds for Izanami because it's so clear that he's trying so hard every time for his team. And it's just not enough sometimes. I will say, though, that I don't think we've ever seen a combination of the Rich Guy and the Sandbag being the same guy. Like, Rich Guy carry? Sure. Rich Guy wingman? Sure. Rich Guy Sandbag? That's a new one.
He does it all.
Yep.
Bombs the fastest. Takes the most damage. The thing is, he had 2 damage items. How did he tank? I mean, like, we know how because of the Angela, but how did he tank that much damage, man?
Just with sheer force of will alone.
Dude, Amal is a real rock star, man. We don't highlight him that much, but after we have, it's all downhill from here. Okay.
Oh no, what have you done?
If he doesn't perform in the next game, I swear to God.
We just need to announce our retirement.
We gotta shut up. We gotta make a deal with contract, deal with Buntan about our contracts. Like, okay, let's lay down some rules. There's a lot of things that we cannot say, and you can't punish us for it.
We're just not allowed to talk about the players at all.
Yeah.
We'll refer to them as Person 1.
I wonder if that's not enough.
And you think it's not? We just say like, oh, this
God knows who person 1 is.
Person number 3 has not been doing well, and then person 3 gets like the big play.
Either way, this is the gold grab, and we can definitely see a big change coming after the Lord fight. We're gonna look at the highlights here, brought to us by our official gaming phone, ROG. Where again, like we said, early stages, RGMY did very well through Rippo's wave management, as well as the damage coming in from Izanami, but it went downhill after this play.
Yeah, this play was the big switcheroo. That final slash from Hesu, pushing 2 members into the tower, including Lolil, who had basically been undisturbed up until that point, and then Rippo throwing away the lead that he had just to get that 1 kill onto Trap, meant that Barracuda suddenly had some advantage. And while RSG was still fighting fairly evenly, the healing from Amal with that hard guard allowed him to stay in these fights for way longer than he reasonably should. Not to mention, Eevee somehow hearing us spiritually from the desk and deciding, okay, I'm gonna start making plays now. And you got yourself a winning recipe.
Eevee is part of the main reason why Vinogo is not able to secure the objective, so
Ooh.
this is a play. Even though Izanami as well as Lolia was purified out of it, but they were pulled in enough to disrupt their initial positioning, making it so that Trap could deal the damage. So without an implosion, Trap could not kill Izanami, and that kill onto Izanami was pretty big.
It was great prioritization because when you catch people like that, you expect, oh, I'm just gonna hit whoever is closest to me. But understanding that Vinogo is already caught out and that he could potentially chase a different kill instead allowed him to get that double instead of just settling for one kill on the Guinevere.
I don't know how RSG is gonna adapt to this one, guys, because, well, I do know it's about a draft, but I'm just wondering if they've been training this draft all week, that they might not have anything else to fall back on.
Surely they can't have been training only one draft the whole week.
You know, Izanami is the Prince of Mage. We've got to talk about the King of Fighters, the highly anticipated new characters of the MLBB X, the King of Fighters 97 collaboration is now unveiling, and the collab skins will arrive on the 24th of April, which is, hint, hint, by the way, that's when the Passionates is going to drop.
Wow, okay.
So on 24, I believe it's this Wednesday. It's going to be a big patch. Popular characters: Valir, Kyo Kusanagi Masha, Mai Shiranui, and Paquito Terry Bogard will bring their unique fighting techniques to the Land of Dawn for an ultimate showdown. Paquito has cool skins, man.
Paquito has too many cool skins. Like, seriously. Like, I would have gotten this skin if I didn't already have, like, Manny Pacquiao. I have the Starlight skin. It's like, okay, this is a bit too much. I can't afford another skin for Paquito. The other heroes need some love.
Moonton. Volvius doesn't have a skin. He has that elite skin, that one elite skin. Nothing else. Seriously, Moonton. Volvius.
He can only get a skin when we dash in real life.
Oh, that's...
Like, we have to figure out how to dash.
Having a skin that whenever someone dashes, something happens to that skin. Oh, that would be cool.
That would be cool.
That would be cool. But we got to look at WhatsApp here coming in from Izanami, where our insider asked, what do you think about the meta right now? And he said, about the junglers, it's been many seasons that the meta has been the same. It's about the tank junglers, tank junglers, tank junglers. So he hopes for the next season, the junglers will be more damage-oriented, so the tournament will be more fun.
I agree with Izanami. I do want to see something a little bit more interesting in the jungler position. Like, I want it to be options. There's nothing wrong inherently with tank junglers, but the fact that they're basically the only real meta pick that you have is not really healthy.
You want to know? If I was Vinogo, I'll be worried when the assassin meta comes back. You want to know why?
Why is that?
Izanami is one of those players that's been born very gifted, where a few seasons ago, when assassins were viable, and when the jungler sucks at using the assassin in the jungle, he would flip it. You know what? Like, give me Lancelot. I'll play Lancelot mid if I have to.
Wait,
and he actually did. He did. This is not on tournament days. This is like on scrims as well as on ranked games. And he did so well. Like, if Izanami changes his role to become a jungler, I'm up for it.
There have been many instances in the past where clearly we can see Izanami just go like, let me do it.
Yeah,
I'll do it myself.
Just let me do it.
And this has usually been when he's been on heroes like the Lunox, for example, who really take over in that late game. I've never actually heard that he could play like jungle assassins. So if that happens one day, man, that's gonna be fun.
No, the crazy thing is he didn't use it in the jungle. He used it in mid.
In the mid.
So he was using Lancelot mid with no buff.
Wow.
Yeah, just let that absorb for a while. I'm pretty sure there's people in the comments be like, dude, I use Lancelot Gold all the time. I use Lancelot EXP all the time. Like, I get you. But playing at the highest level that they have, like, their elo is all about good opponents, and you can still whip out the Lancelot mid. That's impressive.
Man, playing Lancelot in a weird lane without the buffs, without the jungle EXP, Izanami is just basically like telling people, hey, you may play Lancelot, but I play Lance less.
the jungler was Zayed, by the way, during that time.
Nice.
Yeah, so imagine how you feel as a jungler when your mage plays it better than you. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a good look, is it?
Although, to be fair, if on this topic, I feel like Sans might be better at some assassins than Kyrie. Sans is god tier mid laner, man. And to be fair, Sans used to be a jungler.
He was.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised in this particular instance, like if he had certain hero pools that excelled a little more. But let's talk about what's happening here in MPL MY. We have the Lord Terminator rankings here, with Citizen at the top with 18 Lords slain, but Amal in second.
Yeah, but the thing is, look at number 1, number 2, and how far that is. Because 18 to 14, that's 4 differences. 4 to 13, 13 to 11, 11 to 10. It shows the gap of Citizen, man.
No, it's just because it's King Empire.
I mean, yeah.
They have long games.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
That's true.
That's the difference.
I thought we were talking about because they kept winning and stuff against home.
No, it's because they have long games.
True. You know what? You got this one.
You can kill more Lords
Actually-
if you have more Lords.
I'm surprised. Usually in this kind of list, you will have Chibi.
You're right. Honestly, Homeboys, their performance has been a lot less consistent. So it's a bit unfortunate. But regardless, I think it's time for us to talk about what's happening here once again. Because in the draft for game number 2, RGMY gonna be switching over to the blue side.
I like the Angela ban.
Yes.
This... I'm thinking if they... Okay, there's still Rafaela, there's still Estes.
There's also Nolan.
Nolan pick up
The
that
thing
RG?
is, I feel like Nolan and Angela being left open is oftentimes a trap. Where a lot of teams
I agree.
want you to pick it up
I agree.
first so that they can counter. So I'm expecting like Barracuda to go things like the Fredrin here, go for heroes that are able to CC against the Nolan. Barat's very good as well, and they're gonna follow it up with the Roger.
Now that you mention it, yes, that is actually quite true. I feel like some players have said it publicly as well that Nolan first pick is a bait. It's all about the teams that's willing to take the bait. Some teams, was it RGPH? I can't remember which team they picked up first pick Nolan, and that play was amazing. He played Nolan like a tank, meaning he can invade and everything. RSG now, after the Nolan pick, picking up the Ruby as well as Valentina. For now, I can say RSG, this draft looks much easier to execute. Barracuda
The
throwing
Joy.
a curveball here. Joy might go to the jungle, so this Bara might go to the EXP.
I think that's most likely the case here, but that's a very interesting choice to go for here because I feel like Barat versus Nolan in the jungle is just a way better matchup, and Joy actually makes it somewhat even. So
I would argue that Joy is better come late game because Nolan is more bursty, so as long as the Joy is able to survive or avoid that burst damage, the Joy will out-damage the Nolan. At least come after the third item.
but then that makes it conditional rather
Yeah, it
than
is.
Barat, who just straight up wins against Nolan most of the game. So an interesting choice. We'll see where this goes, as Barracuda will of course ban out the X-Borg. You have Barat, you don't want to play against X-Borg, makes a lot of sense. And the tick reel that EV got multiple good implosions with, also removed from the hero pool.
Right now, Tigreal being banned out. One other thing that they have to respect is the Cho. I don't know whether they will respect it or not because they have the Ruby, and the Ruby is good up against the Cho. Looks like they're just gonna ban out the Novaria. I feel like there's still a lot of good choices for AJ here, namely the Valentina. Even though the Valentina might not do so well against the Nolan, but whatever. No, sorry, Vexana. I was thinking. Sorry.
Okay.
No, not Valentina. Vexana. Sorry. I was thinking of Vexana. It's not so good going up against the Nolan, but it's still a viable pick.
it's
Especially
not
when you
bad.
have a tanky frontline.
There's also things like the Nana. We haven't seen the Nana in
Nana.
quite a while. It would be a pretty good way to stop RSG from diving into them. Thinking about things right now, because they have definitely to be worried about the Valentina somewhat. I'm pretty sure the reason RSG went for this Valentina is because when you see something like the Nolan, a classic counter is like the Paramis, and this basically just denies it outright because it means you're competing Nether Realms. But looks like we are going to see that show in the hands of EV. I actually thought RSG might ban this because so far we know EV only plays Cho, Ruby, Tigreal.
Yeah.
So I thought they were gonna try and force something out of his pockets.
Right now for RSG, I'm thinking for BRD, what is going to be the best choice here when it comes to their mid lane? RSG, I kind of feel like the Valentina is a good deny, but also just very comfortable on Izanami. Like we saw how is actually Barracuda, they can still pick up the Lilia. What are we talking about? The Lilia is still good here. It can avoid the damage coming in from the Nolan. So I'm thinking Barracuda, they might pick up the Lilia. RSG, they're picking up the Nathan as well as CC, which CC does quite well against the Barats, I do say.
Yeah, CC I think is one of the few heroes that can actually pressure Barats in the EXP lane. So it's a good choice, and Natan obviously outscales the Roger as well. So if RSG is able to get a good lead going, then their late game is basically secured already. Barracuda will need a mage pick that is able to make up for some of these differences here. Preferably something that's able to roam and combo with the Cho as well.
I'm still thinking the Lilia. The Vexana for me is a little bit risky, even though it's still quite good, especially going up against a Natan using an immobile mage. You can get one-shotted, essentially.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's either the Lilia or the Nana going into here. Yep,
Oh, it's Nana.
it is the Nana. Something that AJ quite comfortable with. And with that Molina, could be a good way of stopping RSG if Storm or Venogo decide they want to dive just a little bit too deep. It's going to be an interesting one. I think this is much more balanced in terms of the drafts coming out from both teams, so there's going to be a lot of infighting.
Maybe. I say maybe because I've been looking at the playstyles of Nathan so far. A lot of Nathan players are not going to join the fight quite early on. They prioritize pushing the lanes. I feel like the moment you see a Nathan join a fight is when the lane that he's assigned to has already dropped 2 turrets. After dropping 2 turrets, it's much more comfortable for the Nathan to come in and join into the fight.
It means that Lolio basically gonna spend more time farming in comparison to Trap here. But will it be enough as Barracuda Esports currently 1 game away from clean sweeping RSG? Can they do it as we return into the land of Dawn for game number 2?
Starting things off, we gotta see if the junglers are starting on the same side of the map, and it looks like they are. So they're gonna match each other wherever they're ganking. But now it's really up to Venogo because the Nolan is stronger than the Joy when it comes to the early game. Because like I said, after 2 items, after 3 items, that's where the Joy really shines, where you can avoid the initial burst damage and then you can deal out more damage than the Nolan, where the Nolan just has to run away. So I really want to see if RGMY, they can have a very good early game. Thing is, it's very difficult when Eevee's on his show. He can control you very, very well.
Venogo did save his retribution, so he's able to secure both of his buffs, and it will definitely be up in time by the time they want to go for that turtle. With the way that the rotations are going, it does seem more likely that Amal will go to the EXP lane first.
And right now, looking at the mid situation here, Eevee has been moving quite a lot, giving a lot of vision for Barracuda as well as dishing quite a bit of damage. I'm guessing he might have Trill as well as part of his emblem set. So RGMY, usually a Valentina, what you want to do is you want to win the lane and you want to stop the opposing side from rotating so much, as we see what Izanami as well as Storm is doing.
Ooh, Eevee forced the flicker here. Oh, the Molina gonna make sure that Venogo cannot follow up on that. So that means AJ will be able to keep Eevee alive as Trap comes in very aggressively to try and pick up a heal. But that lethal ignition, man. Venogo gets first blood.
Cool guys don't look at explosions. Cool swordsmen don't look at their last lash.
Yep.
You know, he was sheathing his sword.
I know exactly what you mean. That was a very anime moment right there. Trap, I'm surprised at that. He's not usually this aggressive. And I know that he's on a Roger. You want to snowball kills on this hero, but that is not good. He had no support there.
No, that's just what happens when you're using a Roger. It brings the dog out of you.
It does, but you gotta kind of control those animal instincts a little bit when you're in the land of Dawn.
Nah, man. Nah. It brings out that inner dog in you. And now Rippo gets the kill onto Eevee.
Damn, that was a lot of damage here. Hesu gonna find Daytona's welcome onto 1. That's gonna be Storm. Spit backwards. He gets the stun onto Amal. Will he escape? The answer is yes, as Izanami steals the Daytona's welcome and eats Hesu as a smaller version of himself. That's hilarious.
I don't know why that looks so funny.
I didn't even register that you could do that.
I mean, usually when you're using a Valentina, it doesn't just pop in your head like, yeah, Barats, that's the ult that I want. I mean, like this, we rarely see that small of a Barats eat someone. Usually it's much bigger.
It really is. And the fact that he ate a Barats that was much bigger than himself as well, just defying the laws of physics right now, that was entertaining. But RGMY, that means 3 clean kills for them, a very solid early game start.
I feel like they need at least 2.5k ahead to make sure that they have a reasonable lead against Barracuda. Because 1.4k, I feel like it's not enough just yet.
Ooh, I'm offended onto EV. Vinogo coming to follow up, but the Cho just able to barely escape.
Yeah, right now, Vinogo is doing quite well because he has 2 kills onto himself. And right now he's looking at Amal as a possible third. Question is, do he wants it? Looks like no. He just wants to keep an eye on what Amal is doing.
I do feel like RSG can afford to be a little bit more aggressive with their invasion, but knowing that they need to be quite respectful of Barracuda after their Game 1 performance, it's understandable that they'd want to take it a little bit slower and safer here. Still another 40 seconds until the turtle is up. So the next few moments gonna be dedicated to securing some vision on the map.
I gotta say, Storm and Izanami is doing their job very well because this kind of composition, when you have a Valentina and a Ruby, a Valentina and Grok, what you're trying to do is make sure that the opposing side, they don't get to roam all that much. And they have been doing that. But Eevee, that's Storm.
Yeah, that's gonna be Way of the Dragon as AJ misses the Molina Blitz completely. And now Eevee and Amal just stack for the fracture. What was that?
That's gonna get clipped, let me tell you.
That's gonna get clipped. That is bad.
When Eevee made an awesome kick, it, oh, dude. Oh, imagine mic check, right?
I don't think I need to imagine mic check.
Just imagine no one saying anything and you just hear Eevee go like,
We talked about this, AJ.
we talked about this,
You
man.
need to get glasses.
Did we say anything good about AJ?
No, not yet. So
Okay.
that was not our fault.
All right. That's not on us, folks. Not on us.
Oh, Jesus gonna get the Tona's welcome onto Storm. Spits him backwards as Eevee gets the Way of the Dragon. Molina Blitz will connect this time, so Storm will fall. As AJ's passive is popped by Vinogo, he'll be able to recall under the tower.
Right now, RGMY has 2,000 gold lead. Again, I feel like they need just a little bit more. 2,500 will have a 1-item gold lead, a 1-item lead against Barracuda, and that's where they really can spike up. Barracuda, for now, I want to see RGMY taking more control of the jungle, and how they can establish that is if they can get the mid lane turret. Because for now, RGMY is getting this small kills, like side quests, I should say, where they really should be going for the main quest here and trying to control the jungle, because Amal has not really been disturbed. 0-0 and 0 on this Joy is not a good thing for RGMY, so I kind of feel like despite the flashy plays, they're not achieving anything yet because they should get into the jungle, but they haven't been doing that so far.
Yeah, I think RSG is not quite confident enough in their overall sustainability to actually just dive into the jungle, which does feel bad because when you are playing against a Joy, you really want to punish them as much as possible since they are pretty squishy and they're usually not going to be able to respond as long as you pile on enough pressure. For now, looking at the item builds, anything unusual here?
Honestly, it's not unusual. It's just that I want to see the difference in farming speed. Oh, Corrosion Scythe on Roger is interesting. I rarely see Corrosion Scythe on the Roger, so the human form is good.
Amal with the electrifying beats. I don't think he realizes there's 4 members of RSG here. He actually dashes out as the Way of the Dragon gonna find Vinogo! Trap goes in with the shutdown as Eevee will sacrifice himself, but his job is done. RGMY not able to find a reversal here, and even Rippo not able to catch up to Amal.
Well, my worry is justified. Amal is an amazing jungler, as we saw game number 1. He used a fighter, he doesn't die. Now he's using a mage assassin, he doesn't die as well. This might be the repeat here. So RGMY now, they're focusing on the mid lane turret. Might be a little bit too late. If they focused this much earlier, could have been better.
Amal jumping in again with the electrifying beats. Not going to do too much here other than zone out RSGMY. The net worth lead still in RSG's favor, but that last fight really changed things up there, considering that should have been a free kill for them, 4v1.
Now RSGMY, the lead has shrunken down, only 1.3k here. The only saving grace for RSGMY is that Loliel on the Nathan will scale up very well. It's going to be much stronger than what Barracuda has on their lineup. The only thing is, Ema has been doing so.
Oh, with the double flicker hook! Trap and AJ gonna flicker away. They're caught by the ultimate from CC, but they're actually able to get out as Amal again with the electrifying beats zones out RSGMY.
That's worrying. That was a good catch, but not enough damage.
Yeah.
Not looking good, man. I will not feel great.
Not to mention Rippo actually managing to link them together. Normally they're not able to escape there, but they actually both flickered out. This does mean RSG gets the Lord. A conceal from Eevee, he's looking for a target as Amal again not able to be CC'd by that I'm offended. And Barracuda will be able to walk out here.
If only that Joy does not have crowd control immunity, right?
If only it was just slow immunity, right?
If it was just slow immunity, they would have caught him. Just saying.
It's a weird update.
just no, I mean, they didn't want to push things, right? So
I hope that doesn't go true.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see. Right now, looking at the mid, Loliel is looking at Amal.
Amal, dropping low. He's been taking a lot of damage as Izanami finally punishes the little yellow critter for walking too far one too many times.
Oh, and look at Vinogo. Vinogo is positioning himself to punish if anyone wants to go through, but looks like no one wants to do that. RGMY, get the mid lane. It will help you a lot. Insane.
They should be able to secure this for sure, because Barracuda will need to busy themselves making sure that Lord in the bottom lane doesn't crash with the inhibitor. This means that they may lose their mid tier 2 as well, because RSG clearly have control over this bottom half of the map. And yep, that is indeed the case.
Okay, so right now RSGMY with almost 5,000 gold lead, they have good standings with Barracuda right now. I feel like Barracuda, the big mistake there was that Amal overestimated his own damage. I feel like what he was thinking is that he can do more to Loliel before Loliel can do more to him. But the supporting damage coming in from Izanami was the difference maker. If Izanami was not there, Loliel might have died.
Yeah, Amal probably was just not ready for the Valentina. And that's Izanami again. We talk about this. He will do what is necessary. He will take over if necessary. And Valentina has always been one of his more classic picks because of how well it scales into that late game. RGMY now 4k gold lead. Izanami topping the damage dealt rankings.
This is why I always say to Izanami, you should be confident in yourself. You have to remember, it's Izanami, not Izanayu, not Izanawi. It's Izanami. Always feel like you're better than everyone else.
Except he doesn't do that. That's the thing, right? That's like a defining trait of Izanami. That it's very Izanawi with him. Like, he's doing it for the team.
I want him to change.
You want him to change. You want him to become a selfish player.
Be more selfish. Think about yourself. Kill everyone.
The Tona's welcome forced out to escape as the electrifying beats actually does secure the purple buff for Amal, so he's able to get that at the very least. But RGMY looking a lot more confident and comfortable now because there's only one tier 2 left standing for Barracuda.
Honestly, for Barracuda, the big threat here is definitely Amal. Once Amal is done with, they can confidently deal with the rest. AJ does a lot of damage, Trap does a lot of damage, but AJ as well as Trap does not seem as aggressive as Amal, where Amal is so confident going in, trade just a little bit and then go back out. Eevee, as we saw from game number 1, he's probably just biding his time. He's waiting for that perfect angle to go in. So RGMY, they have to be mindful of their positioning. Whoever gets caught out, they got to be prepared to back him up.
Whoa! Picks Eevee instead, punishing him for dashing into the bush.
That's an Izanami moment.
That is really an Izanami moment. Like, when I saw the Valentina versus Cho in the draft, I knew, like, this guy can steal Way of the Dragon. Oh, so flickering forward, gets the I'm offended onto Amal. He doesn't have his CC immunity just yet, but he will get it soon. So he should be able to just barely escape. But that means RGMY, another Lord falling into their hands. And now Hesu actually in a lot of trouble, forced the flicker out.
I'm still so mesmerized by the kick, by the way.
Yes.
6,000 gold lead now for RGMY. Barracuda, the thing that they have to worry about is their wave clear. Their wave clear is not that great. They have with the Nana as well as the human form coming in from the Roger, but the damage coming in from Loliel on this Natan, the range is just so much to the point where they cannot clear the wave without taking damage themselves. So RSGMY, they're in very good form, but this is a rare situation where for me, I would say don't be as aggressive. You know, take it slow, use your range advantage, and just slowly chip everyone down.
I do fully agree with that statement because Barracuda honestly doesn't have the best base defense. A lot of it does rely on AJ. So as long as they can bait out the Nana ult, then the rest of Barracuda aren't really able to safely like counter engage if they were to dive them. Looking at the gold difference, we know it's a 6k lead for RSG, so clearly very skewed to them.
Okay, so right now, Eevee is going to have a tough time. 2 Purifies on RSGMY. Who do you target? Lord marches in. Looks like they're going to get the lower inhibitor turret. Now the mid is the focus.
As we can see, Barracuda can't really do much. Amal gonna spending all of his time dealing with that Lord. Will finally take it down. Unfortunately, no minions, so RSG actually not able to take an extra inhibitor in the mid lane either. So I think Barracuda probably walked out of that the best that they could.
I mean, with the changes that we have after you destroy the inhibitor, the strength of your minions is so strong, man. So I kind of feel like even just destroying one, this makes it so that Barracuda kind of loses the bottom half of the map, where RSGMY can start pushing at the mid and top, and they can let the bottom do its own thing.
Ooh, they're gonna find one. That's the Daytona's welcome onto Storm. Rippo chasing Eevee down, forcing him to go back to base and heal. Storm able to escape as Electrifying Beats actually doing a lot of damage to Loliel, but Aval as well not able to survive, so he needs to run out of there. Not able to land the final blow.
I would say Loliel's healing here, probably coming in from the Stardom site, they built it, is part of the reason why he's been surviving, because as Amal goes in, he keeps on attacking, and I see his HP like bouncing a bit, so I kind of feel like the healing is what making it possible to survive Amal's damage. If Loliel builds a Blood Wings after this, the shield and the extra movement speed after the shield has been popped, it's going to make sure that Amal will have a hard time taking down Loliel. And if Amal can't take down Loliel, who can?
That's what I was worried about when we saw this Joy pick. Like, Amal did a very good job with it early on. It is starting to get to that point where he's not really able to safely enter these fights, especially since Hesu doesn't really survive long enough now that Loliel is really getting tanked up. So I'm going to avoid the Molina. Dodges the kick potential as well from Eevee, as Loliel now gonna chase him down with the entropy. Concealed not gonna do too much here as the flicker comes out to make sure the Cho is able to get out. And the Rippo going to be able to zone out Amal too.
Loliel still has to Purify, so that's bad news for Barracuda. If they were able to at least bait out the Purify, at least then Loliel will be a little bit more hesitant with his position because he can't get caught out by Eevee. But so far, Loliel has been playing perfectly. He's making sure that he doesn't get caught by anyone.
RSG looking way cleaner in game number 2. Definitely the wonders that can happen once you have a much more balanced team composition. Barracuda are the ones looking like a fish out of water in this situation. Eevee trying to look for any catch that he can, but the positioning just makes it way too difficult.
Yeah, now Storm is doing quite a good job, not just zoning people away, but as well as making sure that he has the vision so that RSGMY is more than prepared for any kind of engages. Now Izanami has the Way of the Dragon as well. It's a good thing that Amal has CC immunity, no?
Yeah, but it also means that he has to have that CC immunity before dashing in. So that will take a little bit of finesse. Lord gonna be pushing in mid. Only one low health inhibitor standing. Storm gonna miss on that I'm Offended as Giza Daytona's welcome going to land on one. That's a lot of damage from Amal. RGMY is stacked up under the Molina Blitz. And Loliel is already gone. Amal just barely able to escape as Izanami is picked off by Trap. A massive mistake by RSG.
Massive is an understatement, man, because after Loliel got taken down, I'm pretty sure he was surprised. How did that happen? Izanami went in and he had a lot of HP left. And I know that in his head it's like, how did I get here? Because he used his Purify. When in my head, going inside his head, I'm pretty sure he was like, if only that was a flicker. He wanted to flicker out of that bad situation because he was in the face of Barracuda and they were full HP. He was like, oh no.
Like RSG went in all together and Izanami thought it was Izanawi. but
Yeah.
by that time, it actually was Izanami. He
That's
was the
why-
only one left.
This is why I tell him he is Izanami, man. Be Izanami.
I don't think he wanted to be just Izanami in that situation. He was really hoping for some backup, but RSG making a big mistake of stacking up inside the electrifying beats and Molina Blitz. This is a bad habit of theirs, especially on the Lille. You would think that he's minding his positioning a little bit more carefully, but being the first one to fall, that's a no-no.
I'm just wondering because it was quite busy, the team fight. I didn't catch it. I don't know how did Loli, like who dealt the first initial damage? Was it AJ or was it Amal? You know, because I feel like it should be AJ because Nana does a lot of damage come late game. Even just the boomerang. The boomerang itself does a lot of damage, especially when he already has Genius One, Lightning Truncheon, as well as Divine Glaive. If he completes the Holy Crystal, then I'm not surprised that Lolio takes that much damage. Lolio now does have the Blood Wing, so he should be able to tank up a little bit, but I don't know if it's enough.
This positioning is a little bit worrying. Barracuda mostly in the bottom half of the map as the top wave actually pushing in. Oops, I'm offended. Just barely missing on Hesu in the mid lane. The Barracuda actually not punished for this, but they don't have the best positioning to contest this Lord.
Trap did a good job making sure that a lot of the neutral objectives have been taken out. Eevee now looks like he is
in
getting
a
caught.
lot of trouble. I'm offended. Going to land. Immortality going to be popped down very soon here. Force the flicker out as well. But when the Truncheon forced on Izanami, Eevee finally picked off. Jesus gets the Detona's welcome, but he loses his immortality as well. Lolio just has too much damage. Conceal coming out from Storm to chase down Barracuda. Rippo gets the killing spree, and that means that Barracuda are two-man down on this base defense. Amal chases Izanami, punishes the overextension, but it's still gonna be a 3v4 situation.
Yeah, right now 4-man RGMY with the mid minions as well as the top. Can they actually end this fight now? Lolio going straight for the crystal.
Oh, Trap dropping low, Crystal dropping low. RSGMY just muscles their way in and evens out the series. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to game number 3.
This is going to be a good game number 3, folks, because it looks like game number 1, a little bit experimental coming in from RSG. But this time they're like, okay, you know what? Enough playing games. Now it's time to play games. Get it?
You're not
Get it?
wrong. Yeah,
I mean, yeah.
you are not wrong there. Man, this could have ended a little bit earlier if RSG didn't make that big mistake there, but the lead was still a little bit difficult for Barracuda to overcome. What I am impressed about is that I feel like Barracuda Esports is playing a lot better after the break.
They have. But let me just say, full warning. Looking at Rispy View, she's having a lot of fun there. Barracuda needs to win this. They 100% cannot afford to lose now. Do you want to know why?
Why?
It's not Kaiser playing. It's Repo playing. We all know what happens when Repo wins. It's not about the match points. It's not about the money, man. It's about that taunting.
It's that psychological damage.
That's
Bar-
scar you for life.
Barracuda cannot afford to take
And
the
all.
mental damage now that they're actually looking better after the break.
Dude, I mean, like, you gotta ask yourself, if Ripple wins, who will he target?
Ooh.
Will he target one of the players? Will he target the org? Whoever it is will come out with a wound in their heart.
They'll never be the same again.
They'll never be the same again. So, Barracuda have to win.
Now, the thing is, also, if Barracuda do somehow win this game, it means that the 2 matches Rippo has been in, he's lost. So, it would be mental damage inflicted either way.
Dude, the man's getting married, man. He needs good memories right now. But yeah, whatever the case may be, we will be looking at the MVP for this match for RSGMY. And let's look at the MVP here. The MVP is well, now you know the psychological damage will be there. Oh, he's getting ready, man.
Yep, he's already preparing his moves. This is only a small taste of what we will see if RSGMY do come out on top here. While the CC didn't get a lot of attention this game, Rippo was basically a solid foundation for RSGMY. The fact that he didn't die the entire game and was dishing out consistent damage meant that he was an ever-present threat to Barracuda.
He's the frontline defense as well as a backline threat. Right, he's been doing it all. He's making sure that whoever's in the front line gets punished. Whoever's in the back line has a potential of getting killed by Rippo. So honestly, he's been playing this matchup very well. Even in the game that he lost, his laning phase is so good against Hesu that it really impacted how Barracuda moves around the map. So Rippo deservingly got the MVP of the game, but Barracuda has to win the next one because look at this man's eyes. He wants to taunt you.
Those are the eyes of a stone cold killer right there. Like, he's already got your number on his contract. He's already accepted the job. He's already sending the client the banking details. Like, it's done, basically. You don't want to let him complete this job.
This is all business, but he takes his business very seriously.
He does. He takes it so seriously, it's almost personal.
Now we gotta look at the itemization here. And again, one of the key items for Lolil is definitely the Blood Wings, because a lot of threat goes on to RSG. Barracuda, I just feel like they are playing it safe. Maybe a little bit too safe. Because we don't see them taking a lot of opportunities. But to be fair, it's not of their own fault. The fact that RSG, both Lolil as well as Izanami, having that Purify doesn't give a lot of leeway for Eevee to catch any of them. He can catch Stone, but most of the time, if you do catch Stone, he can CC you guys, and Lolil as well as Izanami can deal out free damage. It's hard to catch Rippo, and it's very hard to catch Vinogo on his Nolan.
I think it does create a very big concern, and that Eevee's hero pool might become a bigger issue down the line, because if just picking the Ruby and banning the Tigreal forces him into a Cho in a less than ideal matchup, then what happens if that's gone as well, right? It meant, like, Barracuda is very dependent on having his setup in order to actually get anything here. And while he was able to find one or two here and there, you can tell that RSG is a lot more focused, a lot more prepared to deal with what Barracuda is throwing at them now that they were able to play the draft to their own advantage. And there was definitely some vengeance in Izanami's heart and soul this game.
Yeah, if we're going down the Eevee hero pool as well, he used the Florid and it was well. And he was banned out 2 times by RSG. I wonder if RSG has full confidence that only with Florian does he use the healers very well. Like, you have the Estes, you have the Rafaela, but maybe it's not that great on Eevee, or even if Eevee is good, it doesn't give that much of an impact for the team to shine.
Yeah, unfortunately, Cho has kind of fallen off the map a little bit, because compared to a lot of other tanks, you just don't have any options to actually get a mass setup. It is always going to be single target, as opposed to Ruby, who can pull multiple people, the Implosion with multiple people, even Guinevere able to hit multiple people. So Way of the Dragon may need a slight adjustment in the future if we want to see Cho back at it. But RSG, I think, were very smart with the way that they drafted this. And unfortunately, Barracuda went a little bit aggressive in the early game, with Trap already losing the lead early on, meant that Natan just wins out the rest of the game.
I'm personally okay if Cho's not in the meta. I hate Cho's, man. Well,
It's fun to watch.
I don't hate the hero, the players, man. Like, everyone is inspired by how Zorn uses the Cho. Trust me. Going up against those kind of Cho players,
I hate it too.
It's tilting, man. They get in your face, they recall like crazy, they emote you. The moment you go in, they shunpo away. It's oh god. Dude.
You really want to just punch them in the face.
Oh yeah.
So, like, I think we definitely got a little bit of that when Izanami just like kicked Eevee.
Oh yeah.
It was like, no you. Like, Uno reverse card.
Hey, that's good.
Yeah,
you should make that as part of your content. But either way, now we're going to look at the total damage taken. And again, BRD takes a lot more damage compared to RSG, where, yes, RSG's lineup actually still has this ongoing theme of overpowering the opponent with more damage than defense. In this case, it worked out well just because Rippo can be that sword and shield, and Storm having a bigger shield.
Yeah, in the end, RSG, because they were able to get that lead, like, both Ruby and Cho are heroes that have a tendency to drop off the map if they're not somewhat in the lead, because they're not very naturally bulky by themselves. They really depend on itemization. So because of that, Storm had a much more comfortable time compared to Eevee, just because he had that gold lead, had that EXP lead, and is able to more easily catch multiple people with that I'm Offended.
Yeah, so this is a low kill score game, so this is more about macro than anything, which I do have to applaud RSGMY. their macro play has improved quite a lot. Where I would say previous seasons, it's all about the individual skills. It's all about the micro. This time they have changed that a bit, but in the expense that they have slowed down their play style quite significantly. Total healing, Ripple healed the most. While on RSG, on BRD, it is AMAL 61,000, but I kind of feel like it's just because AMAL has to constantly go back to base just because of how much he's been pressured. Well, he didn't get pressured that much early and mid, but come late game, whenever he wants to go in, he takes way too much damage.
Do you think it's possible that AML may have not been ready for a lot of these fights because he was consistently trying to jump in and deal like some poke damage with the electrifying beats?
I feel like he should not have gone in alone. If he went in with... So I feel like none of aggression coming in from BRD, where whatever AML is doing, he's doing all by himself. If someone else was there, it could have been a different story.
Unfortunately, the rest of Barracuda were just not able to follow up on it because of RSG's positioning, because of the damage they have. And despite all of this, we can see that Amal still being the rich guy and the carry for dealing all this poke damage, and Hesu being the sandbag for having to be the front line for the rest of his team, and Stone getting best wingman.
We gotta talk about the rich guy here. Amal has been the rich guy for 2 games in a row, and the opponent has a Nolan. When you have such a fast killering jungler like Nolan, it's hard for your goal to be higher than him. But Amal's goal is not higher than him, it's higher than everyone else, including the gold leads. Higher than Trap, higher than Lolio. Amal is doing very well in this game.
I'm honestly impressed. Like, obviously, it helps a lot that RSG didn't feel really confident enough to invade and stop him from farming, but it's still quite a testament considering that, like, Lolio, for example, was farming for most of that game unimpeded, and Amal was still able to come out on top. This initial engage was unfortunate with them losing out on that kill, and then AJ... What happened here?
That was hard to watch.
Yeah.
Maybe if they got them to kill, things could have been different, but look at the highlights here. Every single time Amal goes in, this is a good situation where the entire team of Barracuda engages as well. If they kept doing that, things would change. Izanami, beautiful kick. Pushing Eevee back, so it'd be like you said, no, you. But after that, not a lot of good engages coming in from Barracuda. Okay, I want to see. Oh, I think it's just Lolio being way too in front.
He was just way too in front.
Yeah.
And then Izanami was a little bit abandoned by the rest of the team here, but Barracuda, despite their best efforts, were not able to come back from this because the outscaling from RSGMY's composition was too much for them to handle. We can see the zoning from Rippo as well in this fight, where Hesu basically abandoned to his own devices, and then once that crystal is open, Lalil just has to focus his down, and we get an even series.
I would say as well that Barracuda, they were isolated quite a lot. Like RSG was able to find those pick-offs, so I feel like that's part of the reason why they've been able to win. So going into match number 3, what I kind of feel like we have to discuss what are the changes that has to be going on in the heads of both RSG as well as BRD. But I kind of feel like we're gonna have that talk off screen because this is one of those moments where we do need Rose, because Rose needs to talk to someone here and start asking their opinions as well.
Yeah, I think you guys have already heard more than enough from us. I think it's about time we get like a separate like conversation. We get an opinion, a perspective from someone else. I'm not too sure who they're gonna pull up for the interview. Do you see it?
It's somewhere around RSG's side, so she's probably gonna ask the opinion of someone from RSG. What's going on? So, but you know, that's my speculation coming from the caster desk watching there. You guys will know a little bit more because we're going over to Rose. And Rose, who are you going to talk with?
Alright, terima kasih kepada caster-caster kita, dan sekarang saya dengan orang terpaling lalang di MPL Malaysia. Tapi musim ni I nampak apa ni comments dekat community group kan. Ramai orang cakap, kenapa tak nampak lalang dekat MPL season ni? So sekarang ni Poji tengah buat apa actually?
Actually saya sekarang dekat Community Hub. MPL ada sediakan satu hub community dekat luar. Ada 5 canopy. Korang boleh datang bersukaria, bergaul, bermesra dan juga beramah santai dengan saya dan juga players, dan ada booth team, booth sponsor dan juga macam-macam lagi activation yang ada. Tapi before that lah Rose, it's feel good to be back in here.
Kat dalam lagi best kan
Kat
daripada
dalam.
kat luar.
Actually sebab kat dalam ni ada Rose.
Wow, gitu. Tak, tapi yang ayat yang I tengah tunggu tadi is jadi lalang.
Sebenarnya saya dah berhenti jadi lalang.
Oh my god, kenapa?
Saya sekarang jadi yang lain.
Okay.
Saya jadi Glory Hunter.
Wow, apa maksud Glory Hunter ni? Semua orang yang tengah cari lalang tu, dengar. Apa maksud Glory Hunter?
Saya cuma menyokong yang menang.
Tu memang tu bukan lalang
Lain.
Sebab apa English?
English. Sebab we sekarang target international.
Oh gitu. So dah level lain, dah bukan level awak lalang tu, dah bukan level awak.
Lalang dekat community Malaysia. Sekarang I nak go international Glory Hunter. Despite the meaning is the same.
Yes.
Tapi Glory Hunter.
Bukan Fame Hunter, dia adalah Glory Hunter. Okay, Mat, jom kita talk about Glory Hunter ni.
Okay,
since sekarang you need Glory Hunter, kita dah habis 3 minggu regular season kita. Kalau habis hari ni dah 3 minggu kan?
Betul.
So, you know, dah habis regular season, dah nak habis regular season, kita dah boleh nampak dah standings macam mana.
Betul.
Your opinion lah kan. Pasukan-pasukan mana yang layak masuk ke playoffs? Ada 6 slot sahaja.
Okey, untuk yang pertama kita sedia tahu ada Selangor Red Giant. Nombor 2 ada King Empire. Nombor 3 ada Homeboys. Nombor 4 kemungkinan Todak.
Wow.
Dan nombor 5 kita pergi ke Team Hak. Nombor 6 bergantung dekat Barakuda ataupun RSG.
Tak. Satu je. Satu je yang boleh masuk.
Bagi I lah, I pilih.
Jaga you tengah duduk dekat side RSG ni sekarang.
Disebabkan I nampak Barakuda perform tadi untuk first game. I sokong RSG.
Wow. Okay, nice answer. Alright, so sebelum we throw it back to the casters, apa yang you nak cakap dekat semua orang yang tengah tengok dekat rumah? Ajaklah diorang datang ke Stadium MBSJ.
Alright, kepada semua penonton yang berada di rumah, luangkan masa, ceriakan diri. Ayo bersama-sama kita memeriahkan lagi MPL Malaysia season ke-13 kerana dengan semangat anda dan juga sokongan anda, kita dapat memartabatkan lagi dan meningkatkan prestasi dan juga mutu MPL kita yang sebenar.
Wow, gitu. I like. Alright, dah ready ke nak throw back the casters?
Silakan.
Alright, so with that, mari kita start game ketiga kita untuk perlawanan ini. Casters,
silakan.
I don't understand what Poji said, but yes.
Yes. We have to
I mean,
agree,
he has the charisma. Whatever he was saying.
Whatever you say works.
Yeah, it's just that the kiss threw me off.
That's part of charisma as well. It's like a full package, you know?
Because we're wearing headsets, so it was very close to our ears. I was like, Poji, don't do that anymore.
I guess you failed the charisma check.
Rose, maybe. For now, let's just go through a video.
Kami akan bantai Barakuda.
Is that all?
Yeah, it's enough.
We went to a video for that.
No, I mean, you know, this is Ripo. He says what he.
Are you serious right now?
He's a man of sometimes he's a man of few words. Like if it gets the job done, it's enough. For those of you that didn't understand, and the first word, the first acronym was Selamat Hari Raya Maaf Zahir dan Batin. That's very long, so we made it into an acronym.
Okay.
Yeah. Selamat Hari Raya Maaf Zahir dan Batin, which is basically
all right, that makes sense.
Happy Raya to everyone, and forgive blah 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 blah. And then the other one is we will defeat Barakuda. It is short. Short, but sometimes it's enough.
It does make an impact.
Just because it's longer, it doesn't mean it's better.
Gaze.
All right.
Yes, you are correct.
Like that to me was not short. That to me was just right. Okay, I don't know how to get it through you, but that was long enough. That was all the time.
I'll accept it.
That was all the time needed for you to have a good time.
I guess you're right. You know, big things do come in small packages.
Exactly. You don't need to go for hours and hours. Few seconds is good enough.
A few seconds is enough
Chat knows
to
what
just
I'm
ruin
talking
your
about.
day.
Yeah, it's exactly. No, time management. Time management.
It is a good thing that Barracuda wasn't watching that, I imagine, because like that is psychological damage right there.
Oh, dude.
So going into game 3, they first picked the Masha.
Oh wow, it's been
Yeah.
banned out, and now it's been picked up.
That's quite something.
Okay, here's the thing though. Masha takes time. And I feel like the game has been going on long enough, so this might be good for Barracuda. The only question is, roam EXP or jungle? I feel like it's the best in the roam position. But again,
I
it takes some time.
I do personally feel like Masha is a bit better in the EXP lane. I feel like in the roam position, she doesn't quite get enough time and space to actually get that farm and those items. And while she will always be a threat, she could do a lot more damage if given access to a farm in the lane. And now we're seeing Barracuda doing something interesting. We got the Lo Yi.
You know why the Loyi is good here?
Uh-huh.
Traditionally, when you have a Fredrin as well as an Arlet, you will be moving very close to each other. So this is going to be very spammy. And here's the thing, you do not want to give Arlet and Louis together. Because Louis is a lane bully, and Louis has a lot of crowd control. All of those crowd control will activate the Arlet's vengeance. So giving Louis and Arlet is a death sentence. So it's good that they take it away, but it's very good for themselves, not just of the lane bulliness. But we saw how Toda used Chip. You can more or less use the same thing as Masha, right? While you're doing the Lord Dance, you send Masha to the side lane.
Yep, it can be very effective. Like you said, we literally saw this exact strategy before, have the Masha split pushed and then pull them into the fight when necessary with the chip. Loyi can definitely achieve similar results, just lacking a little bit of that flexibility. We have also seen the combo of Loyi with Claude in MPL PH, was it?
Yeah.
Where you just send the Claude over to split push the map. It's definitely not Barracuda's typical style, but we'll see whether or not RSG decides it's worth respecting to ban.
I would say it's worth. Because when you have an Arlet, like if the Arlet goes to the side lane, the Arlet doesn't have a lot of ways to move across the map as fast because he has a lot of dashes, but it's dashes towards something, you know. It doesn't have free dashes. It's not a Paquito. It's not a Benedetta. So I feel like split pressure is not good for RSG. They need someone to be able to respond to that split pressure to the point where this Arlet might have to go to the roam position and they have to put something else on the EXP to match whatever side pressure that they will have.
Barracuda definitely giving the impression that they may go for that strategy too, now that they've banned out the Paquito. Like, I think RSG genuinely has to worry about the possible macro play that may be coming out here. Is the Claude worth banning right now?
Apparently not.
Okay.
Apparently not. I feel like it's still fair. I feel like it is still fair. I'm just really thinking because we saw that Stome is one of the better Arlet roamers. I wonder if he will still keep that trend. I mean, because we haven't seen him use it for a while. I do believe he should be able to execute this well.
I wouldn't doubt it. Going into game number 3, it's gonna be a very important series. We've already talked about the psychological damage that would be applied either way, depending on which team comes out on top here. With the Novaria banned out, it does clearly seem like Barracuda wants to play for some kind of map pressure.
You need long range to fight against the Louis. This is crazy, but I'm even thinking of a Farsa.
Let's hear from the crowd.
But it looks like, all right, they want to get Chi-Chi first. So now, okay, the Arlet is going to the roam position. So Chi-Chi can travel the map fast. The only problem with Chi-Chi is that her wave clear is not good.
Yeah, that's always the problem for me, but she does really make more than make up for it because of how much damage she's able to output during these fights. She's great at dueling, she has great sustain, so still a very good pick overall. But yeah, without that macro presence, will Barracuda be able to make this work out? Like, it all does depend on what they do end up picking here. They could just have been gaming us the whole time. They don't go for Claude in the end and not even focus on macro play. But it... Oh! Oh! Ho, ho!
Wait, Leomord gold? I've only seen it in my dreams.
I guess so, yeah. Or Masha gold?
Yeah. I mean, okay, here's the thing. Masha, Bara, and Leomord can all go to the jungle, can all go EXP.
Yeah.
So technically can all go gold.
I think logically it should be Leomord jungle and Barat EXP, but it's actually kind of hard to say. Barracuda bringing something new. I like this. I'm a fan.
I mean, like we said that they have to win, right?
Yup.
If we don't know what's going on, RSG don't know what's going on, they have the advantage here.
Even when all is
Get the Vexana. So RSG going for the much more classic balanced draft.
Okay, let's look at this.
It is Leomord Gold.
It is Leomord Gold. Wow.
Oh, way. Okay.
I'm sure my wife will be watching this.
Okay.
She's a gold laner and she loves Leomord.
Oh,
Good combination there. Good combination there. If only it works. Which we're not supposed to be biased, but I kind of wish this worked.
I do honestly.
I hope it works.
I'm always going to be biased towards teams that are willing to bring something unique to the table, and this is pretty unique. Leomord Masha Lo Yi. Will it be able to overcome RSG MY here in game number 3?
Let me just say, based on the draft coming in from Barracuda, you don't want to be grouped up. There's a lot of control coming in from Barracuda, but you kind of don't want to be alone as well, because you will be sniped by this Masha. So they're covering a lot of bases here. The only thing that they do not have is a lot of range. That's the weakness of their draft.
Oh, well, let's see whether or not they can overcome this weakness, because we're jumping straight into game number 3 between Barracuda Esports on the blue side and RSG MY on the red side. Looks like both teams going to be starting with that purple buff, while Lille already being focused hard here, taking advantage of Trap's inbuilt damage. First blood before the first minute mark for Barracuda.
My question is, how did he get that far? Did Loliel go inside the Tri-Brush to get vision on whether Barracuda was starting the purple buff?
Because if he might have.
Right, because the way that he positioned was that he's coming outside of the jungle of Barracuda, and it comes to the question, why are you there? I mean, like, if we're, like, if only we saw the whole map, it just not was zoomed in on the junglers, but if he face-checked the Tri-Brush, he was asking for it.
He really was. I mean, what do you even expect in this sort of situation? He is going to be able to match up in EXP because he's only going to lose like 1 or 2 minions max from that. But it's already not the best side, because when you are on Roger, you typically expect to win out that gold lane. So this Leomord pick, which Go is definitely a lot more even than your typical scaling marksman, is a pretty smart idea.
Thrill on the Leomord as well as Master Assassin, making it so that the laning phase is going to be very strong for him. But again, the range coming in from Roger is very strong. So Loliel can handle this lane very well. It's just that he has to be careful going into the fight when he goes into the Lycan form, because Trap has an advantage when Loliel is low. So as long as Loliel doesn't get below 50%, he should be able to win the lane.
Yeah, I agree with you. It all comes down to who is able to utilize their passive just a little bit more effectively. Storm's gonna jump onto Amal. He's taking a lot of damage, even with the Eternal Guard coming out. So the Barad's no longer able to participate in the fight. But the Arla jumping in real far. Tuna's welcome, gonna find him. Rippo still dishing out damage, but Storm going to be the first to fall in this engagement. RSG will trade their Roamer for the Turtle.
I feel like that's still fair. Roamer is much better than EXP. If Repo died there, not great. Stone died there, negligible. And now RGMY, they want to take advantage of what they have right now and actually securing the orange buff. AJ on this Louis hasn't been impactful just yet.
This is definitely much more worth it for RSG now. Wow, Loliel chasing down Trap between the tier 2s. Eevee is here, but so is Stone. So not going to be able to punish the Wolf very much here. This is going to even up that early kill quite a bit.
I was going to say AJ was not being able to do well just because Eevee has been babysitting Trap. But if you're babysitting someone, you're kind of hoping for them to get a little bit of an advantage. Loliel basically is 1v2ing right now and he's winning. So this is not good for Barracuda, where you're expanding a little bit of resource onto your gold lane, but not much advantage has been taken. And wasted all.
Fury wasted there as the final slash gonna push him back. Eternal Guard onto 2. We're gonna call out the Phantom Steed, but RZNY immediately retreats. So good respect given.
I feel like Barracuda at that point, they understand that they have to get some kind of advantage early on. if Eevee was able to hit his ult, that would have been good. But the moment he missed the Minu and Fury, and then Barracuda still wants to invest their resources in trying to get a kill, I feel like that was a little bit too hasty.
I agree. If RSGMY had more of their resources there, they could have actually really turned that around, and it would have been an instant snowball. So Barracuda needs to be a lot more respectful here.
RSGMY, 600 goal lead for now. The thing about Barracuda is that we're still unsure when the power spike is going to be. My initial thoughts or my initial reactions is that I feel like it is a one-item power spike for Barracuda because it's mostly fighters as well as mages, where they have a very strong power spike in just the first item.
Or the teleport diversion coming out. They want to get out of here, and they will. Very good use of the Loyal to escape from a sticky situation.
And the thing is, I kind of feel like RSGMY, if they save some of their abilities, they might have been able to prevent that. Because we saw the Final Slash being used soon. I kind of feel like that gives a bit of a leeway for AJ to be like, yeah, we can get out of this, no problem.
Minu and Fury lands on 2 into the yin-yang reaction. A lot of damage. Izanami instantly blown up. Another reaction in the back means that Hesu able to blow up Stone in the backline for a double kill, as Amal also secures the turtle. 3 for nothing. And the objective, a huge win for Barracuda.
This is what we were expecting from the draft coming in from Barracuda. When you have a lot of fighters, that's what you want to do.
Ooh, Amal got the purple as well, starting to take control of the map again. This is surprisingly even, this series.
And this is a good start for Hesu, 2-0-1, where the Masha usually scales quite well, but that's the thing, it scales. It doesn't start off that strong. So 2-0-1 start for Hesu is all uphill from now. After you complete your second item, Hesu could almost one-shot the backline. And at that point, even if you don't one-shot, it's perfectly fine, because what you want to do with this draft is you want to drop people's HP below 50%. After that, it's all trap.
Yeah, it's a great combo overall. Looking at the goal lead, it's not a lot for each individual person, but a lot of it leaning towards the side of Barracuda. And it looks like Trap has decided to complete Sea Halberd first. Diversion coming out. Where is this? In the top brush. Eevee with the Minu and Fury going to find Storm. Yin-Yang reaction locks him in place. He flickers back to the tower, but Trap follows him with the Phantom Charge to crush him below his heel. RCMY not able to get anything in return.
AJ now having good reactions, making sure that he's able to clump up the members of RSGMY. And trust you me, it's very hard to go up against a Lui that is preheating you.
The no-go is coming there to back up Lolil. Trap doesn't have Phantom Steed anymore, so they have to be a bit careful. They gotta wait for the cooldown to return. Benogo with the Appraiser's Wrath gonna drop AJ low, and Lolil follows it up with the Lycan Pounce, finishing him off. Eevee gonna become the double kill. Trap not able to face off, forced to abandon Amal to his fate, 1v4. And that's gonna be the end of Barracuda's attempt in the top lane.
Barracuda just overstayed their welcome because, like you said, the Phantom Steed was not there. They should have gone to a different position, tried to capitalize somewhere else, because AJ, his positioning was too forward, making it so that he could get caught, and he doesn't want to get caught.
Phantom Steed gonna be popped down again. AJ pops in from the diversion alone. Hesu gonna jump in with the Thunderclap, dropping Venogo low, but he still gets the turtle. And Hesu all by his lonesome will eventually get picked off. Rippo with the Vengeance, dropping AJ low. Petrify, gonna keep him in place, and even the Minu and Fury cannot save him.
Barracuda has got to calm down a little bit because they're a little bit too excited. Having good engages here and there doesn't mean that you're strong all across the board.
Final Slash pushing the car forward. That's going to be Amal getting caught out as the Lycan Pounce chases him down. Lolil not letting go of the pressure, taking 1 kill for themselves.
Yeah, Lolil doesn't have mana. That's probably the only reason why he doesn't continue to chase. So good on Barracuda. Right now, RSGMY,
they're still fighting.
Yeah, they're still fighting.
Storm dropping low. Trap wants the kill, but he's able to get out thanks to some intervention from Venogo. And now Trap has been picked off by Rippo. Hesu dropping to his last health bar means he cannot keep up the chase. Barracuda's just throwing bodies at RSG.
I mean, when you have a draft full of fighters, that's kind of what you want to do, no?
Well, yes.
You want to fight?
But you typically want to get some kills too.
Well, I feel like part of fighting is you got to stop the bleeding. And I feel like that's what Barracuda has to do. They got to stop the bleeding, calm down, understand when you're strong. And when they are strong is when AJ has a good positioning where he doesn't get caught. The moment AJ gets caught, that's a big amount of crowd control that is not available to your team. So again, be a little bit more careful. Make sure you have good positioning before you really engage, especially for Hesu, where Hesu and Trap, honestly, because they both scale very well, so you don't have to force fight.
Oh, the flicker final slash onto 2. Amal left exposed, but here comes the Phantom Steed. Barracuda will be able to regroup. A nice yin yang reaction into the Minuan Fury. Storm trying to zone out Trap, but he gets picked up. Yin yang reaction again. Lolil cannot continue. There's too much damage as Hesu tries to burst down Izanami. RC will walk out with 4 members alive.
That's what happens when AJ has good positioning. He was not touched in that fight, and that's how you win the fight. Now with RGMY, this is such a weird thing because you've been trained to clump up. You've been trained to be with your team. Going up against Louis, that kind of betrays your own training where you want to split apart a little bit more, where your formation is not a front-to-back team fight anymore. Your formation is more about trying to get those flanks, where you're trying to overload the Louis, having someone coming in from the left side, someone's coming in from the right side. What do you do?
Yeah, so basically they do have to play more for Izanami.
Exactly.
Final slash going to miss. Storm dropping real low, actually. He's going to be forced out. Eternal Guard finds 2. Venogo not able to proceed. Amal forming a nice barrier to make sure RSG cannot enter their jungle.
Good front to back coming in from Barracuda. RSGMY, I'm looking at Repo. If not Repo, it's got to be Lolio. Someone has to snipe AJ down. Once AJ is down, it's going to be good because how the rest of the members of Barracuda wants to do is they want to dive. They want to go in straight into the fight. They want to dish out a lot of damage. If they're not careful, AJ is going to kite to the point that he's separated from the team. So I kind of feel like RSGMY, they got to play a good macro play to basically split up Barracuda.
And neither of these teams can afford to just straight up dive into their opponent because both sides have a lot of tools for dealing with that. Trap just finished his Malefic Roar, so now that's even more the case for RGMY as well. The Lord now going to be aggroed. We see the Lord Dance happening, both sides in position. We see AJ and Hesu on the bottom side of the map, seeing if they can get something before they teleport over.
Yeah, I kind of feel like this is a good strat here. Hesu goes straight onto Rippo. The only question is, can he deal enough? It's a good thing that AJ does not show his face just yet so that the rest of the team coming in from RGMY, they're just not aware of how many people are standing by around the board. Looking at RGMY, they want to catch someone off. And I feel like AJ understands that because he's not showing himself on the map as well. He's making sure he's not going through the river.
But I think based on past experiences, RSG can somewhat guess that AJ is going to be near Hesu rather than the rest of the team. So we can see them already positioning themselves in the jungle to potentially gank mid or bottom. The flicker is the final slash. Gonna find Trap. Phantom Steed comes out, but might not be enough. Izanami gets the kill. Minuan Fury too late to save him. And now Hesu going to at least get some vengeance. Thunderclap onto the Roger. Yin Yang reaction keeps Storm under the tower. He's picked off. Venogo will be next to follow. The Terrify cannot save him. And despite the initial engagement, Barracuda come out on top.
Good idea coming in from RGMY. I can't help but feel maybe Trap was not the key target. I think if they got AJ, that would have been much better.
Oh, speaking of, Rippo trying to pick off AJ, but for some reason he's dived in alone into 4 members of Barracuda. He's just fed his life away, and now there's no network lead anymore. This Lord should go to the blue side.
What looks like a good play is fighting RSGMY in the butt because right now Barracuda prime control over the Lord. It looks like RSGMY has no spot to actually contest here.
That fantasy comes out. Final slash is good, but they're not able to follow up on it. That's the Lord for Barracuda Esports. And now the game starting to shift in momentum as we go on into a pause.
I mean, at this point, I feel like the teams need it. Oh, Barracuda has a brand ambassador. Oh, she's cute. Anyways.
I don't know how to follow up on that.
Yeah, no, I don't. I get it. Looks like Stome has a bit of an issue here, probably with his device. I feel like the issue is more on the gameplay, but still.
Wow, okay. All right, I mean, we don't have to be that direct, but if you're gonna go that way, yes. That might be the real issue because RCMY is making some weird misplays right now.
No, I mean, like, I feel like the play itself is good. It's just that, okay, like to be fair, they don't know where AJ is, right? Because the way that AJ has been moving around the bushes makes it so that they don't know where AJ is. So the first person they saw was Trap. But that's a trap.
He is a trap.
My dad told me, don't go for the trap.
You're trap. You're trap. Your dad is a wise man.
Yes.
You're trap. Oh man. Okay, but yes, it is a trap because like you always think that the gold lane is like target number one, the numero uno. You gotta get him no matter what. And Lolio was able to pick him off. That was actually successful at first. Then RSG decided to stick around because they wanted to try and escort Lolio out, but it is already too late because the Masha just comes in, blows him up, and then the rest of them stuck around. And with AJ now free to roam as he wishes, that team fight just goes to Barracuda.
I guess it's unfortunate as well that Lolio was the one tanking the turret.
Yeah.
If he wasn't tanking, then it might have been a little bit different. Because again, hindsight, we can see where AJ is. They do not. But if they got AJ, man, that would be much better. But either ways.
Oh, that's
Good.
why AJ is positioning so he's not caught.
Yeah, AJ, like it's on AJ. AJ's good.
Yeah. He played Loi even when Loi wasn't like a meta pick. Even when Loi wasn't a niche pick, he actually played her. And he did very good with the diversions in the past.
RSG, can he still recover from this?
Yes, because the net worth is actually still even, but it's going to be a lot more difficult now because, you know, the Masha is going to start scaling, the Loi is still going to be a problem, and Roger doesn't scale all that well into the late game.
So, okay, so listen, what I've been asking if RSG can do well, but you've been saying like, oh yes, they will do well. They might still lose.
They can, but they need to achieve certain things.
Sure, the crowd goes well. The thing about MPL MY is that our pauses are great.
Our pauses are great.
Our pauses are the best.
Maybe we need more pauses.
I'm sure we do.
Oh, no, we don't actually. Please don't. Either way, back into the game. Barracuda has the... Oh my goodness! Whoa, okay. That's the late game Masha for you, but Hesu unfortunately diving a bit too far, so Lolil getting a little bit of vengeance for what Hesu did to him earlier. Eevee now the one in trouble, but he should be able to walk out.
This game is all about who can handle their primal instincts better. Whoever gives in loses, right?
There are quite a lot of beast types on Barracuda. They got the horse, they got the dinosaur, they got the cow.
RSG's got a wolf.
Yep.
Can we say the Lord is a beast? Right? I mean, like, can you categorize it that way? Because technically it's like a knight. And knights are humanoids.
It is kind of humanoid, but also not really. Like, it doesn't have legs.
The Lord doesn't have legs?
The Lord doesn't have legs.
So it's a Uranus.
I guess so, yeah.
And Uranus is like a celestial being.
You know, I think that's a pretty good description of what the Lord might be.
A celestial being.
Yeah, I think I like that.
So
I think that's good.
It's not a beast, per se.
No, I don't think so.
But either ways.
He's just someone you dance with.
Both teams, they gotta be like aggressive enough that you look cool, but not aggressive enough that you die for nothing. Do you get what I'm saying?
Basically, yes, yeah. Like, you gotta be able to flex enough that other people will say, oh, that was a good move. But you gotta avoid going so far that people laugh at you.
Because I feel like at this point, every single time they go in, it's like, guys, I'm already in too deep. Like, there's nothing I can do here. Like, going deep, but not too deep. You don't want to get hurt.
Yeah, there does need to be some self-preservation here. The diversion comes out. Looks like they're going to choose not to go through with it. The positioning not the most ideal, I'm going to assume. Looking at the itemization, Trap and Jesus starting to hit that final item.
Okay, here's the thing. Masha did not have a BOD. That's part of the reason why he could not one-shot... Ripple, was it?
Yeah, it was Ripple. He had Vengeance too, so that probably helped.
Yeah, so when he has the BOD, oof.
That's a good description of it. It is going to be an oof situation. RSG wants to try and avoid letting the game last until the point where Hesu can just one-shot whoever he decides to. But I think it's going to be difficult to do that because, again, Barracuda actually has pretty good counter-engage with the Minuan Fury and the Yin Yang reactions. The Lord now going to be contested. We can see again, AJ and Hesu paired up
look
on
at
the
that.
other side. They're gonna diversion themselves into the bush to make sure they're here for the Lord contest.
Okay, I'm worried about... Oh, no, look at that!
Conceal coming in, Hesu jumping onto Izanami, not able to finish him off. Take that back, he does finish him off. Even forces Storm back into his tower, and he's now chasing down Lolil. Rippo a bit too late to the party, forced to use Vengeance too. Hesu by himself, zoning out like 3 members of RSGMY.
What a thunderclap, man! That was lightning fast, and I think he didn't even have his BOD yet, so... Late game scaling for Barracuda.
Yep.
Legit very good.
Another diversion. Where are they going? They're up here. Lolil is the closest one. They're gonna spot them first. Yin Yang reaction catches Stone. Meanwhile, we see someone from the backline. It's a Fredrin. It's not gonna matter. Vanogo is just gone. Decimated, disintegrated by Barracuda Esports.
I mean, if someone wants to ask why has Masha been banned, what's the big deal? Getting one-shotted is kind of a big deal.
It really is.
I mean, the thing is, Esu doesn't have a bad KDA, 6-2-2. Usually we see Mashas die a lot more before hitting their power spike.
Another diversion. Where are they going now? Bot lane, I guess? Yeah, making sure that they're still able to preserve their tier 1. This Luo Yi being used very well alongside the Masha to just apply pressure across the entirety of the map. This honestly brings back to when the Masha revamp first came out.
Yeah.
And I was on the subreddit and everyone was saying, wow, new Masha is terrible. Guess what?
I read the patch notes. Masha has been nerfed. It's not a nerf.
Nope, not at all.
No, the upcoming one.
Oh,
Personally,
there's
for me,
gonna be an upcoming one, I see.
personally for me, I think it's actually a low-key a buff.
Oh, a nice final slash, but the Minuet Fury right in the center of RSGMY. Trap will take down Venogo as well as the mid inhibitor straight away. Despite the initiation from RSGMY, they may have picked up the wrong target. That cow was angry. Eevee looking to zone out Storm now. Storm trying to do his best, but he's just being fed to the wolves right now. Another member of RSG falls.
Hesu's been targeting the tanky heroes, and they die that fast. What is Lolio Izanami gonna do?
What can they do in this situation? The final inhibitor has been taken out. 3v5. Trap jumps right on top of Izanami, and the Thunderclap erases him from existence. The crystal is open, but there is no minions. The Yin Yang reaction doing some damage. Eevee drops his immortality as Hesu blows up Lolil as well. Venogo, the only man left standing, but what can he do against the might of the ocean? These are the big fishes of the sea. Barracuda Esports takes down RSGMY.
Barracuda used their time on very good, because don't know what happened, man. The Barracuda is doing well right now. They went up against RSG. They took them down. Hesu, man. Dude, Bandamasha.
I can't believe it. Like the moment the Masha is let through, you think it can't be that bad. And then this happens, and you just disappear one by one by one. Hesu has always been an underrated EXP laner in my opinion, but this just solidifies it. Let's just go ahead and throw it over to our interview on stage.
Kemenangan kedua untuk pasukan Barracuda minggu ini. Dorang tengah buktikan dekat semua orang that Barracuda is now online. Hi guys, how are you feeling? Everybody's good?
Good.
Good. Okay, AJ. Ini minggu ketiga. Ini adalah kemenangan kedua untuk pasukan Barracuda minggu ini. Is this happening ataupun benda ni berlaku selepas coach dengan analis baru masuk untuk bantu you guys?
I think yes. Yeah. Sebab coach ni dan player-player yang ada sekarang ni banyak memberi kerjasama.
So banyak discussion yang menjadi behind the scenes yang ramai orang tak tahu, and I think kita boleh nampak hasilnya sebab gameplay diorang compared to minggu pertama dengan minggu kedua sangat-sangat beza. Alright, can we please pass the mic to Emal?
Emal.
Alright, hi Emal. Alright. Emal.
Yeah.
Masa minggu pertama, minggu kedua, ramai orang cakap Emal ni dekat team salah. Okay, ramai orang cakap Mr. Wrong Team, you know. Tapi sekarang Amal tengah buktikan that actually kurang je first 2 weeks tapi sekarang Barracuda dah tengah online. And apa yang jadi? Kenapa you guys actually pilih main Alpha Angela game pertama?
Itu sebenarnya idea coach.
Oh, idea coach sebab benda ni dah lama tak berlaku kan? So, idea coach and then you guys pun macam okay je lah.
Kita orang trust teammate lah.
Wow, alright. Ni trusting each other is a really big part in the win tadi. Okay, so I rasa MVP kita dah dapat, okay? So, untuk semua orang yang tengah tengok sekarang, korang rasa siapa sepatutnya MVP game ni? I'm hearing different types of names. So, mari kita tengok MVP in 3, 2, 1. MVP kita ialah jeng AJ. Okay, AJ. Sekarang you guys menang lawan RSG dan you know in the upcoming matches you guys ada lagi perlawanan and you know macam opportunity untuk masuk ke playoffs is still very very possible untuk Barracuda. Apa yang AJ tengah rasa sekarang dan apa yang you harap you guys boleh achieve season ini?
Untuk Parkour siapa lo? Untuk
nanti dapat tengok tak?
Untuk season ni kita orang memang target playoff. So kita orang gagal week 1 week 2 kita orang comeback balik. Dan saya nak cakap satu lah dekat Coach Rain.
Oh okay. Boleh. Tak ada hal.
Dia cakap apa? Primary SG eh? Primary SG eh? Saya rasa waktu Primary SG dia tak ada kat SG rasanya. So dia tak layak pegang Prime tu lah.
Wow, AJ. Okay, can we please pass the mic to Trap? Alright, Trap. Gold laner. Tapi, tadi kita nampak double fighter dalam perlawanan tu. And itu adalah debut Leomord di MPL season ini. Apa yang punca you guys ambil Leomord tadi masa lawan Roger? Dan you rasa selesa tak sebab you kan MM user? So sekarang main Aisha tengah ajar dah macam mana nak jawab. Okay, go.
Oh, apa sebab ambil Leomord lawan Roger? Sebab RSG kelemahan dia Leomord saya. Dia orang tak pernah menang dengan Leomord saya, so saya dah tahu kelemahan dia orang lah. Tunjuk macam tu lah.
I see. Okay, untuk kita punya last question ke Evie. Okay, Evie satu player yang nampak banyak sangat difference lepas dia tukar role. Okay, Evie pernah main banyak sangat role. Tapi nampaknya macam Roma paling selesa dengan Evie. So Evie, in the upcoming patch, tak silap saya lah kan, item-item roam atau item-item fight tank akan nerf. Lepas tu assassin patch pula yang keluar. You rasa ini adalah satu change yang sangat drastic untuk Evie ke ataupun benda biasa je?
Biasa je kot, sama je, still sama.
Still sama. You rasa assassin punya meta takkan change you punya playstyle?
Oh tak.
Takkan affect you langsung?
Ya.
Alright. Okay, Jesus. Okay.
Hello.
Okay, ni last tau. Tapi I just want to ask, Jesus, what were you doing after you won?
What?
What did you do after you won just now? Why were you standing up?
I do this.
Okay, what's the meaning of that?
Masya sakit.
Masha sakit. Alright, Jesus, last words for all your fans that came to MBSJ today and for those watching at home.
Thank you for all the fans and thank you for RSG for bringing us a good game and just keep supporting us guys. Thank you very much.
Alright, congratulations dan terima kasih kepada Barracuda. Now jangan lupa to take the duit raya dan bagi duit raya ni kepada fans-fans yang hadir ke Stadium MBSJ. Okay, wow. Match pembukaan yang sangat-sangat sengit. 2 berbalas 1, tapi kita ada 2 match lagi untuk hari ini. Tapi sebelum kita masuk match kedua dan match ketiga, mari kita throw it back to the casters untuk dapat tahu apa yang Barracuda buat betul di game ketiga. So with that, casters, silakan.
Can we just talk about what AJ said? That hurt.
That's a statement right there.
Okay, for you guys that don't understand Malay, AJ said, oh, the coach Rain said this is RG's prime. I feel like RG's prime is when Rain is not involved in the team.
You can't really argue with him because technically, just based off of performance alone, he may not be wrong. Prime RSG was before this.
A wise man once said, the difference between a clever guy and a wise guy, a clever guy knows what to say. A wise guy knows whether he should say it or not. Dude, that... Oh, he didn't say that to me, but I felt it. I'm like, yo!
So he was less of a wise guy and more of a wise guy.
Let me just say, MPLM1 is entertaining, man.
We sure are.
Our players, they know how to handle the mic.
Yeah, honestly, they've been improving a lot over the seasons. And I feel like Barracuda, their performance, like you can really feel the impact that the new coach has brought to their ranks. So like the difference in the strategies, the weird drafts, but the effectiveness really speaks for itself.
AJ, man, like, first game amazing, but the second game, we gotta talk about how he was not detected. I love the way that when he was around with Hesu, he made it so that he was so paranoid about getting caught that the way that he positions, he's constantly evading Storm, constantly evading Golio as well that was following Storm. So we really gotta look at how he was moving all around the map to make sure that he was never detected. This is one of those cases where the mid laner is doing so good by putting pressure by not being seen on the map.
This is very classic AJ. It really does harken memories back to the first few seasons of their debut, because this is the style that he used to play. This is what got him a Rookie of the Season in Season 7, being able to find these positionings, identifying where he needs to be to dish out the DPS. And I already mentioned during the game itself, he always did play Lo Yi, even before she was like a niche pick. So he knows how to use this hero to its full potential.
I mean, look at the total damage taken, 42,000. Even though it's still more than Izanami, but out of, like, compared to everyone else in his team, he's making sure that he doesn't get caught a lot. So good positioning coming in from AJ, 88% kill participation. The diversions were good, but it really wasn't like the reason why the team performed. It's just that he was able to get that yin-yang reactions and making sure that he doesn't get caught. The moment he does get caught is when BRD loses the fight.
It was a very intelligent draft because by picking up double fighter, it meant that a lot of RSG's focus is going to be dealing with Trap and Hesu a lot of the time. So although they want to be finding AJ, they really aren't given the freedom or the comfort to be able to do so. They just have to focus on whatever is in front of them. And I think the rest of Barracuda really fulfilled their jobs quite well.
I'm sorry, I can't wrap around my head what AJ just said.
You're still hung up on that, huh?
Dude, that kind of emotional damage, you don't recover from that for a week.
We thought it was Rifo who was going to apply psychological damage after the game.
I mean, I feel like at this point, everyone's a Rippo, man, in Malaysia.
You
don't want to lose, period.
Everyone's just ripping each other apart.
Oh, dude. Okay, so let's look at the total kills coming up. We got to talk about the difference in kills here as well. 17-9. RSGMY really could not find the angles to go in, and I feel like the skew of the damage numbers, the kill numbers, is really because of that Masha. The Masha was a good initiator, getting that big burst of damage, but also a very good finisher because she keeps on sticking onto that target.
There's a reason the hero has it so consistently banned. It is just way too scary. And even though, like you mentioned before, Masha is supposed to lose in the early game and scale up and start bursting people down, RC wasn't really able to apply a lot of pressure to that EXP lane because they weren't really winning out in the gold or mid lane either. They were doing okay early on, but it wasn't enough of a lead that they could punish the Masha.
What's next for RSG? Because we're going to look at the standings later. If this keeps up, Barracuda will go to the playoffs and RSG won't.
Oh, and that is...
Look at the carry. Izanami again, 87,000 damage dealt. He's been doing well as a mid laner. The rest of his...
so hard.
I mean, Rose said that Ema might be in the wrong team. Izanami might be in the wrong team.
Man, I don't want to be the one to say it.
maybe I'm the one being off the cuff, like, because of our players, man. They are very honest with their opinion. I gotta start pulling myself back a bit here.
They've kind of unlocked the floodgates. I get what you mean.
Yeah.
Now that AJ has said things like that, like, what is open? What can be mentioned? Like, I do feel like we've become a lot more honest with our opinion about these teams and these players over the seasons. And I'm sure the fans understand as well. We want to see our players, our teams do well on the international stage.
We gotta look at the highlights here. brought to us by the official gaming phone, ROG. And again, not sure what happened there that Loliel got caught. RGMY had a pretty good early game, all things considered. But again, AJ with this Louis is a difference maker. This is one of the reasons why Louis has been pretty prevalent all across the regions. And looking at the Passionos, she's still going to be pretty strong.
Yeah, honestly, I love it. Like, I always hated the fact that a lot of mages are just not prevalent in the meta because they lack mobility options. But nowadays, with more tanks being prevalent, you can see that even the less mobile heroes have a chance to shine. In this fight as well, we could see for some reason RGMY just deciding to stick around and try to push the tier 2 when they already lost Loliel. And then after that, still attempting to dive deep. This move from Ripper really did not make sense to me.
Yeah, but again, I kind of feel like even though RG made mistakes, it's like RG didn't lose because of their mistakes. It's all about Barracuda making the right plays. Hasu especially finding the right targets, and AJ making it so that there's no real loss in team fight. Like, the control and the damage coming in from Louis is too much. Like, Vexana is meta because of the damage and the control. Louis just does that even better.
And provides the ability to macro around the map with the Masha as well. Barracuda Esports looking so much better after the break. Immediately shoots up to 5th place, just overtaking RSGMY.
After this, Toda is going to play. Right now, RSGMY has played 5 total games. Toda only has played 3. If Toda wins this next one, they're going to be looking better to get that top 6 spot. What did Barracuda do? They were at the bottom of the standings, man. Now they're at number 5.
Again, I feel like the coach actually made a big difference.
Yeah.
Like, the difference in their approach to the draft, the difference in their approach to the game, the fact that they looked like a mess towards mid to late game in the first 2 weeks, and now that feels like their most comfortable period. It's a different team entirely.
Dude, if RGMY doesn't get to the playoffs, man, that's going to be a first for the organization.
Yeah, actually, now that you bring it up.
RGMY has been a pretty strong organization here in Malaysia, but I don't know, man. Like, I am a friend of Coach Rain, so I do not want to, bash on him. I love his statement that's saying this is RSG's prime, but if your prime is not strong enough to get to the playoffs, that's a bad hit to the brand.
It's not very... It doesn't inspire confidence.
It doesn't inspire at all.
You are correct. So let's just put that behind us for now. They have a lot of work to do going back to the drawing board. But we still got a lot of matches coming up. And like you mentioned, we got Game 2 with Todak going up against Team Hawk.
Both are looking very good, especially Team Hawk, I would say. Where it does seem like Toda, they're very creative. They have this very good pocket picks, but Team Hawk, I just feel like fundamentally they're very, very strong. They're very, very solid, especially having the combination of both Iris as well as Lexia, where Lexia is the mind of the team. He's a very good shot caller, and Iris is able to execute whatever Lexia asks of him.
I see where you're coming from, but also just based on very recent performance, I'd say that Todaka looked like they were starting to get back a little bit of that Langar spirit like yesterday, whereas Team Hawk looked to be in a slightly more messy situation. So, who knows?
I mean, like, teams have been switching up every single time they get on stage. So I will not be surprised if both Toda as well as Team Hawk switch it up as well, especially because both of them are former champions, which... Fun fact, there's a lot of former champions in MPL MY. Almost every team has become champions in one point of their life.
Now that you point it out in that
Toda
way,
has been champions, Homeboys has been champions, SMG has been champions, RSG has been champions, Team Hawk has been champions. We have quite a lot of teams that has had that trophy before.
When you list it out like that, yeah, it is quite impressive. Perhaps it's time for us to add another one to that roster.
I mean, if Barracuda gets the trophy as well, it's like everyone has touched it at some point. Either ways, we're going for a short break because after this, we're going to see Toda going against Team Hawk. Who'll win? First, let's listen to the mic check.
Yo, tengok guys, tengok. Kari.
Go papa, go papa, go papa, go papa, go papa, go papa, go papa. Nice baby.
I think we're winning already. Gini bersini.
Go.
Easy, santai.
Go. Nice baby.
Bisa.
Puri.
Win sini, win dulu.
Win. Nice baby.
Nice win.
Ni.
Careful Lilia guys. Okay. No jump, win sini.
Chill.
Go. Fine.
Go.
Sorry, I know it was.
Sorry. Go.
Go.
They coming from it.
See me, Elton.
Yeah, I'm watching.
I don't have ulti.
I think we can go for. I can slow him. I second skill him. Joy.
Air. We can go, guys.
Go. Fight. Joy low. I tie them. Take him out. Oh shit.
Joy no dash.
Can we tower? Why you so Joy.
What's the kill?
Bakat sa bit. Ay nakap. No. Go.
Lord is tanking.
Nice one, guys.
Trapping guys. Hati-hati flicker.
Diskapa.
Ako tata.
Kenwa guys. Boleh.
Bisa.
And bro, minang kami. And nice. Woo!
Anak-anak yang saya jaga ni rasa membahagiakan diorang. Dalam masa yang sama, diorang sangat excited untuk tengok game-game MPL ni. Sebab selalunya kita tengok kat phone kan. So hari ni diorang dapat tengok live. Dan diorang pun memang suka main Mobile Legends ni. Alhamdulillah rezeki kita orang dijemput. Dan kita orang sangat berterima kasih kepada Team Hak sebab jemput kita orang untuk dapat rasa pengalaman tengok MPL main secara live.
Kami dari Tim Hawk ingin mengucapkan Selamat Hari Raya Idul Fitri. Tim Amir. Tim Hawk.
Pelbagai kejayaan dapat dikecapi, sejarah baru telah tercipta. Namun, setakat itu sahajakah kemampuan kita? Setiap kali ke pentas dunia, pasti kecewa. Sampai bila kita nak kalah? Ditundukkan serendah-rendahnya. Sampai bila kita nak dihina? Tiap musim harapan peminat gugur.
Sampai bila nak kalah?
Sampai bila nak kecewa? Setiap rakyat pasti akan melaungkan semangat ingin mempertahankan rumah mereka. Jika patah sayap Raja Wali, bertongkat jua kita kemari. Tahun ini pastinya kemenangan semakin dicita demi menjulang nama Malaysia di pesada dunia. Di mana bumi dipijak, disitulah langit dijunjung. Stadium MBSJ Serdang Jaya secara rasminya menjadi rumah MPL MY pada tahun ini. Seterusnya, melangkah ke arena besar di Timur Tengah, di Riyadh, Arab Saudi. Juara kita bangkit menghadapi cabaran, bersedia mencipta sejarah. Utara, Timur, Barat dan Selatan, kita semua MPL MY Playoff musim ke-14 akan berhijrah ke Johor, mendekatkan lagi silaturahim MPL MY bersama. Hasrat kita semua bersatu dan bangkit dengan satu tujuan yang sama. Naikkan martabat negara, kecari juara dunia, kemuncaknya di M6. Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecap di rumah kita. Untuk melakukan serangan yang sebenar, tarik nafas yang panjang kerana terima magic kuda 2-1 dalam keadaan yang sangat-sangat mudah.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-13, di mana yang terbaik akan berentap dalam pertempuran sengit dan penuh strategi. Seperti pada musim yang lepas, 10 pasukan profesional akan bersaing selama 6 minggu dalam arena yang penuh aksi di regular season. Namun, bermula pada musim ini, cuma 6 pasukan akan layak ke play-off dan pasukan di tempat ke-7 dan ke-8 hanya dapat stay untuk musim seterusnya. Tapi sayang sekali, tiada slot ke play-off buat mereka pada musim ini. Bagi pasukan di tempat ke-10, slot musim ke-14 mereka akan diganti oleh tempat pertama MAL Conference Group. Mereka akan di-reset dan harus merebut kembali peluang melalui MAL musim kedua. Dan apa itu MAL? Mobile Legends Bang Bang Academy League adalah liga amatur di mana terlahirnya bintang-bintang baharu. 15 pasukan akan bersaing untuk meraih kejuaraan dan 2 pasukan MPL Conference Group teratas akan berpeluang merebut slot ke MPL Malaysia musim seterusnya. Okey, kembali ke MPL. Pasukan MPL Malaysia tempat ke-9 akan berentap dengan pasukan tempat kedua dari MAL Conference Group dalam pusingan MPL Malaysia Challenger Stage bersama format Best of 5 semasa Grand Final MAL musim yang pertama, di mana pemenang akan menentukan slot terakhir MPL Malaysia musim ke-14. 6 pasukan yang layak ke play-off akan berentap untuk meneruskan jalan ke Grand Final MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 dan merebut peluang untuk ke MSC 2024. Jadi, bersiap sedia. Persiapkan strategi anda. Bersedia untuk aksi profesional di pentas MPL Malaysia musim ke-13.
Kerana home point makin lama semakin sakit. Dia dapat orang yang salah, dia dapat support. Susun yang bakal ditumbangkan terlebih dahulu. Sudah buka pintu ajaib. Pemain-pemain KFI dalam bahaya. Double kill to none. Boys merata. Tapi satu gerakan dari Welcome yang membalas kembali serangan tersebut. Dia telah Welcome tersebut menjadi satu penentuan yang cukup besar. KFI yang bakal diratakan. Semua akan hilang. Terus disikat. Wipeout akan menjadi nyata. Homeboys akan terus marah. Homeboys akan...
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rockstar?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my
naik.
way, aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik, ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
MPL Malaysia Season 13 is powered by Muntal. Enjoy a superior 5G network and lightning-fast gaming experience only with our official mobile internet hotlink. A big shout out to ROG Phone 8, the official gaming phone, for keeping our players at the top of their game. Grind on with Nescafe to keep your gaming spirit going. Thank you to all of our sponsors and partners for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 13.
Anda bersama dengan saya Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini, dan sekarang kita sudah berada di match kedua untuk hari terakhir minggu ketiga, manakala kita akan saksikan perlawanan Todak yang akan menentang Team Hak. Now, personally, I rasa perlawanan ini agak nostalgic sikit ataupun agak of a reunion sikit, and I'm pretty sure ramai orang tahu kenapa, sebab Gary is no longer playing for the side of Team Hak, tapi dia akan lawan Team Hak pula. So kita akan nampak kalau Iris dengan Noah akan membalas dendam sebab dorang dua kena tinggal dalam Team Hak. Alright, so also if I can mention, dua pasukan ni sudah dapat mata kemenangan dorang semalam. So Todak sekarang dekat nombor 5 dalam regular season kita. And Team Hak pula managed to maintain their position as top 3 of a regular season as of this match. Jadi, you guys are ready ke untuk start perlawanan ini? Guys, come on lah. Mana energy? Guys, are you all ready for this match? Ini adalah match yang akan jadi sangat-sangat sengit. I'm pretty sure it will be sengit. Sebab you guys kena ingat, Noah dengan Iris pernah main dengan Gary. Adakah diorang boleh baca macam mana Gary main? Ataupun Gary boleh bagi tahu teammates dia macam mana Iris dan Noah fikir dalam game? Macam mana rotation diorang, play style diorang. You know, a lot of things can come into consideration. So guys, you rasa perlawanan ni 2-0 ke 2-1? Wow, side Todak sangat-sangat confident game ni akan habis 2-0. 2-0 Todak ke Team Hak? Wesh, Todak. Team Hak. Todak. Team Hak. Todak. Team Hak. Adakah Todak akan langgar Team Hak? Ataupun Team Hak akan menang perlawanan ini? Okay guys, so kalau you guys tahu kan, sekarang Team Hak dekat nombor 3 di leaderboard. Kalau Todak menang, tak silap I, diorang akan naik lagi leaderboard, which will give them a bit of room to breathe. Sebab Todak sekarang dekat nombor 5, which means agak rocky lagi untuk secure slot playoffs mereka. Alright guys, so nampaknya semua orang dah ready untuk start perlawanan ini. Mari kita ajak kedua-dua pasukan ke atas pentas MPL Malaysia, Todak dan juga Team Hak.
Todak. Despite significant changes to the roster and coaching staff, the 3-time MPL MY champion still retain the eccentricity, the ability to execute unpredictable clutch plays. This marks a new era, an evolved rendition of Todak Langgar. Team Hak. Presently positioned at 3rd place in the standings, the MPL MY Season 10 champions aim to either maintain their position or climb higher with a convincing victory today. Will they persist in displaying consistent gameplay with sound rotations? There's only one way to find out. Yi Bombay, it's Team Hak.
Sekarang, marilah kita menjemput jurulatih dan analis bersama Head of League Ops Cedric yang akan mengalas tugas untuk memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Mari kita teruskan dengan bersalaman di antara pasukan sebagai tanda profesionalism. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di Land of Dawn. Alright, nampaknya players kita dah ready. The stage is set. Tapi untuk semua orang dekat rumah, jangan risau. We got you. Untuk semua orang dekat rumah, jom join the fight dengan Rose with the with the code down below dan you guys akan dapat freebies in game. Alright, Stadium MBSJ, are you guys ready? The crowd said yes, and with that, marilah let's throw to the casters. Teams, this is your moment. Game on.
Thank you very much, Rose. Ow, that hurt my shoulder. You're back with me, LaFell, as well as Staffa. Staffa, take over.
I don't know why you did that to yourself, but welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're here with Victory Day 3 of MPL MY Season 13, where we're about to enter the second match of the day, as Rose put between Todak and Team Hak, 2 former champions with some history.
I should have just used my other hand.
Yeah.
It doesn't hurt this one.
Yeah.
But either way, history. Both have been champions before, but more importantly, Gary used to be on one team, now he's in the other team. But to be fair, personally for me, Gary hasn't been performing that well in this current meta.
Yeah, it's been rough for him because we always knew him as the flashy playmaker, as the one who wants to go in, get those kills, rack up that snowball, and he's been forced into more of a utility role. And the thing is, other junglers in similar situations have already started finding their place in this tank meta after all this time, yet it still doesn't quite feel like Gary has found his place.
Here's the thing, Gary used to be what I am right now, hurting shoulders by carrying the team. Now he can't do that much anymore. But you guys can dominate with spectacular gameplay via the ROG Phone 8, the king of performance, your ultimate gaming phone. Your shoulders won't hurt even though you're carrying everyone around you. Mine, however, I'm just carrying myself and it hurts a lot.
If you guys haven't picked up by now, LaFell's shoulder is not in the best state, but it's okay. He'll be able to brush it off as we enter into the game. Maybe we can put a cold compress on it later. But I imagine that using the ROG phone is still comfortable for you, even with that pain, because it's just such a good phone. And we gotta give a big shout out to them, because the ROG Phone 8 is our official gaming phone that keep our pros at the top of their game, regardless of whether their arms hurt or not.
Either way, we got to talk about how the game is going to shape up a little bit later, because I do feel that even though Team Ha has been a little bit messy, but I kind of feel like it is still in their game plan. Like they wanted it to be a little bit messy. But now we got to look at Scary Gary, where again, Gary is one of the most expensive players in Malaysia when it comes to financial transactions, because Toda had to pay a lot to Team Ha to get this player.
I just look at this screen and think it looks like some kind of movie poster from the 2000s. There's just something about the aesthetic of it. But yes, Gary has always been a very scary player in the past, and like you put, he has been the most expensive transfer out of all our local players thus far. And yet, his performance hasn't quite lived up to that price tag. So there's still a lot for him to prove here. And going up against his former team especially, they really want to see whether or not this was the correct move.
Let me just say, Scary Gary is just in-game. In person is very nice.
He's the case for most of our players.
He's a pleasant person to talk to, you know, like he smiles a lot, he laughs a lot, sometimes he lands a lot.
I see what you've done there.
I hope he can use that hero today.
Right? Like, it's difficult though, because again, Assassin...
It's not the meta yet.
Just
next week, maybe.
Maybe. I really want to see it. Like, I really hope that this patch switches things up. I haven't seen the patch yet. All I've heard is what you guys have mentioned beforehand.
You can... Later, you can ask any questions. I might be able to answer.
You might?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll hold you to that.
I will show you just a brief look at the patch note, but for now, you guys gotta look at the video.
Apa yang nak sampaikan kepada Toda, sebab sekarang Dona dah ada Gary. Gary dah tinggalkan awak dengan Noah dekat Team Ha. So apa yang nak cakap?
Okey, untuk Gary, standby kena rusuh. Jangan kena mental
Woi, dia cepat mental ke?
Dia kalau dengan Iris dengan Noah cepat mental, tapi dengan Toda kita tak tahu lah. Kita kena test dulu kat tournament.
Oh, betul eh?
Betul. Kita orang nak buktikan yang walaupun kita orang dah bootcamp Filipin 2 minggu, kita orang akan cuba menang lah ke atas tim yang dah bootcamp 2 bulan. Kita orang tengok.
Oh, you guys bootcamp 2 minggu,
yes.
Diorang 2 bulan?
2 bulan.
Oh,
So,
okay.
kita orang nak prove lah yang siapa lebih cepat adapt.
Oh, 2 minggu tu lebih hasil daripada 2 bulan.
Ya, 2 minggu lebih.
Jungler mana yang lagi hebat? Janus ke Gary?
Janus lah, sebab dia dah main Fanny season ni, dia belum main Fanny.
Oh, alright, thank you.
Interesting video. Usually we don't get a video where they straight up just tell what the strat is. They say, oh, we're gonna invade Gary. And then we're gonna make him tilt.
A little bit, yeah. And there's definitely gonna be that Fanny priority as well between like Gary and Janus. It does feel like there's a lot of pressure being piled onto Gary's shoulders right now. It's a good thing his don't hurt like you do, or we would have some trouble.
You didn't ask about Fanny, but Fanny's mana cost is gonna get cut.
Really?
She doesn't require that much mana to use the cables anymore.
I don't know how I'm gonna feel about that one.
It's gonna be a great time, guys. It's gonna be a fun time. It's one of those patches where you feel like 3 bans ain't enough.
It really isn't. But moving on for now, we'll leave the patch until next week, because that's gonna be fun. That's gonna be a good time. It's gonna be a chaotic time. I feel like it's not just between like Gary and Team Ha here. The fact is that During the season where Team Hawk got champion, they actually beat Todak to do it in the grand finals. So even more history there. As we look at the Todak lineup, we got Zion Senpai, we got Momo, Shizu, Gary, and Erflesia.
Okay, interestingly enough, for Todak here, looking at the lineup here, the in-game leader is going to be Zion Senpai. He's been very, very prominent here. But I do feel like in this game, we got to look at Momo, because Momo's hero pool has been quite interesting here. He used the Masha before, which again, Masha should be banned. But he also has shown that he can use something like a Minsitar. He might have something else up his sleeve that Team Ha is not ready for. Maybe something like a Badang.
Momo has always had a very interesting hero pool right from his debut until now. So it's interesting to see how he'll match up against Iris as we look at the lineup for Team Hawk consisting of Lexia, Sakin, Iris, Noir, and Janice. Their performance yesterday, a little bit shaky, but it is a team that many have been calling the potential dark horse of Season 13.
Based on the interview just now between Janice and Gary, it's almost like whatever you can do, I can do better. Because Janice is an assassin player. So I kind of feel like during the draft, we got to look at both of these players, how they're going to pivot. Are they going to pivot more towards a utility jungler or more for a damage kind of jungler? And again, like I say, we got to look at Momo. But before that, we got to look at the WhatsApp here, because the MPL Insider is like, do you have anything to say to Iris or Noir? And he said, even though last season we were in a team, no matter what, Iris, you better be ready. If you get out of lane, I will gank you. I don't want to gank Noir. This is personal. Huh.
So my takeaway from this is that Gary has something against Iris
okay.
specifically?
Yeah, because I have to read this in BM quite a few times where he said that Iris, get out because I'm going to gank you. And I don't want to gank Noir. I'm personal? This is personal?
But which one is personal?
Okay, here's the thing. My BM isn't that great, but even I know that's grammatical errors.
Yeah, I feel like and mine isn't that great either, but something feels off. It's like, is the personal part him ganking Iris or not ganking Noir?
Why does he say I don't want gank Noir? It's personal. It's like
it would make sense if I'm gonna gank Iris, that's personal.
That's personal.
I don't want to gank Noir, or because like he was nice to me or something. It's like, I don't know.
I've never felt this stupid in my life.
Maybe we're just like boomers or something.
My BM is bad. It's not that bad.
Well, I guess we'll
I gotta talk to Gary after this. Like, yo,
Yeah.
Gary, what did you say?
We gotta hear it from the source himself, but that's gotta wait until after the match because we're jumping into the draft for game number 1. Team Hawk on the blue side, Todak on the red.
Okay, instantly Masha ban, Chip ban, very good. Todak banning out the Nolan. Team right now we see a very interesting situation where I feel like Team Hawk could have gotten the Masha, could have gotten the Chip, but they themselves banned it out. So they have a very unique first pick here. The one that I can think about is Matilda, but I don't think Todak should let Matilda out.
There's no way they let Matilda out. That's just straight up a bad idea. If they ban out the Masha and the Chip, what would they want to prioritize? Like, in the case of other teams, you typically see picks like the Fredrin being picked up very early on. But we know that Janice has always preferred getting the junglers and fighters wherever he can. So that seems a little bit unlikely for now. Minotaur going to be a final ban from the side of Team Hawk.
Okay, so the Masha we can categorize as a lot of different roles, but let's just imagine Roamer. 3 roam bans here. They're really trying to shut down Rafflesia, making it so that it feels like they're trying to force a hero like Tigreal onto Rafflesia, because in terms of S and A tier tanks, that's up there. But what does Team Hawk want themselves? Because Noir has been using very nasty chose, so perhaps that's what he wants to pick up early on. But what's the first pick here?
My own path.
Looks like it's going to be the Arlen. Okay, keeping things open for now, though this seems more likely to be an Iris hero as compared to a Noir hero, just based off of personal player preference. Let's see if that's the case. Todak now definitely have some options. Do they want to go for the Fredrin? That's something that they quite often give to Gary. Barat is still open as well, or even the Baxia if they want to go for something a little bit more aggressive to start off. Otherwise, keeping it flexible with things like the Valentina are a valid option.
Fredrin Roger is like the safest first 2 picks that we've seen so far in the league. if you feel like there's so much options when it comes to the junglers, then you can pick up something like maybe even a Roger Louis, because again, Louis again and Arlet together is very nasty.
Your turn is picking.
Angela Exborg. Now this is interesting. It almost feels like they're forcing this Arlet to go to Rome so that Team Hut should pick something like a Paquito to fight against the Exborg.
This is an interesting combination. You typically don't see Exborg being picked up so early on. It's more usually in response to when you see an already tanky lineup. But I think Todak may be anticipating that possibility. So locking that in. And then the Angela combo with Exborg typically doesn't need Angela to go for the hard guard. So this is most likely intended to combo with something else.
I'm hoping Team Hut picks up Louis here just because the combination is very, very good and can burst out the Firaga armor very fast, but maybe they're delaying it. Either Lexia hasn't trained it enough or it looks like a bait.
Your team is picking.
Well, we see the Ruby and the Roger come out. I can't remember which team I think it was. It was Team Hut yesterday who picked up the Arlet Ruby first pick in the red side and then followed it up with the accidental Gord pick. So initially we were... It
was accidental?
It was accidental,
Oh,
yes.
wow.
They explained it after the game. It was accidental.
And no wonder they were laughing about it.
Yes.
I saw they were laughing about it. I was like, huh, is this like a cheese pick or something?
They wanted to pick Nolan, but then he
Oh
messed
my
up and picked
goodness.
Gord. And then they picked Nolan after that in the second phase. So despite everything, it still worked out. So they're quite comfortable with the Ruby Arlet combo.
I mean, here's the thing. If you pick it wrong and it turned out to be quite good for you, I think that's a sign that God loves you. He's like, it's
Or in this case,
it's
Gord
okay.
loves you.
Hey, that deserves a low five. I don't want a high five. It hurts my shoulders. Harif being picked up here. Angela has a lot of options. Has the Harif to look for it too as well. They just need one funky tanky front line.
That's
Frunky. That's Frunky. All right.
That's the new term.
Frunky.
If you have a tanky frontline hero, it is officially described as Frunky.
Yeah.
You should.
That's what I want to say. Team Hut just bans out Fredrin, and then you pick up whether you want to ban out a Baxia or Barat.
So no Frunky Fred.
No
today.
Frunky heroes.
No Frunky Fred.
You know what makes me sad?
Frunky Fred Fridays.
This is probably the last time we can use that word, just in case if it changes to a different meta. We can't say Frunky anymore.
We'll keep it in the back pocket
All right.
because if it happens again, we can spread the doctrine of Frunky.
Frunky
For
hero.
now, they do ban out the Fannies, so they're making sure that Janice isn't going to get it, and they're actually not going to look to prioritize it for Gary either. I feel like there could be a pretty big jungle focus here.
Yeah, because Coach Fly Solo said something to Gary where he shook his head.
Hope will
Quite.
find a way.
Probably is like, nope, definitely not. If I was in his shoes, I would be asking Gary, will he be using hero A, hero B? And then Gary's like, nope, there's no way he's gonna use that hero against this lineup. So I'm guessing they were just discussing what to ban out, and it's like, yeah, don't ban that hero. I don't care fighting against that hero, so they're just banning out the Vexana.
It's possible that they were actually talking about the Fanny, right? Just asking like, hey, are you confident with playing the Fanny in this situation? Then they see like the Arlet, the Ruby is like, no, I don't think so. I'd probably prefer something Frunky. The Barat does get banned out, so not a lot of Frunky left in the jungle.
Baxia is a solid pick.
Yeah?
Very solid pick.
Against Ruby Arlet as well, yeah, pretty good.
Another one is Akai. The Akai would be good against all this crowd control coming in from the Ruby as well as the Arlet. You can disengage very comfortably.
It makes me, because if Todak does lock in the jungler now, it does limit what Janice can. Oh! Okay.
Oh, wait!
The Alpha!
Different team, same draft, Alpha, Angela, but Momo played 7 heroes in 7 games. Chi-Chi, Minsitar, Paquito, Arlet, Terizla, Barats, Masha. After this, Badang. I don't know.
He's played so many, CC doesn't even fit in the frame. Like, we do wonder whether he'll go for another one, whether he'll expand it to 8 in this game, because Todak already starting with something more interesting. Gary has always been a player that we've known can play the Alpha, so it could work out here.
I mean, one of his signatures was the Dyrov jungle.
That's true.
I mean, Dyrov and Alpha, if you squint your eyes hard enough, it's the same hero.
Yes. The Demon Boy and the Cyborg guy are the same hero.
Mostly the same. They have like 3 skills. and they have a basic attack.
Where?
Looks the same to me.
Who's the jungler?
Roger.
Roger? Roger jungle?
Wait. Roger jungle, Ruby gold lane?
Roger jungle, Edip gold lane? I don't know. Okay, this is interesting. Already,
Wait.
it's definitely Roger jungle.
Wait, yeah.
Ruby gold lane.
Yeah, like I said, Ruby gold lane.
Okay.
Ruby gold lane.
Is that a thing?
It is a thing.
Are people doing that?
I personally do that.
Okay.
You win the lane, and so basically this is what you do. If you want to use a marksman or a carry jungler, play double fighters. If you want to use Nathan jungle, if you want to use Yisun Shin jungle, you want to use Roger jungle, you put tanky heroes in the side lane.
We have been seeing a lot more teams do this, where you're putting like the double fighter side lane and then marksman or assassin jungle. It is an adjustment that we're starting to see more prevalently, and honestly, I'm a big fan of it. It just creates so much more interesting drafts. So let's find out whether or not this interesting draft is gonna be enough to overcome their opponents today. Game 1 between Team Hawk and Todak as we enter the Land of Dawn.
Going into this game, do you want to know why Roger jungle is pretty good? If your mid duo is extremely aggressive, and honestly, it would be a little bit better if the roamer was the Arlet, because the Arlet does a lot of damage for a roamer in the early game. So Arlet plus the Roger, where you have a good initial burst damage, and then the Roger just cleans it up, it can create a huge snowball. But the thing is, Edip can do the same, but except Edip doesn't do that much damage, it's more of the setup. And as we saw, Rafflesia took a lot of damage and took a lot of setup.
No, but we can see that Noir and Lexia also both took a lot of damage because Rafflesia was just slowing them down for those love waves to hit. So I will say that I think Edip's still a pretty good pick if they want to go for these kills, but already forced the flicker very early on. Good rotations from Todak. Once they saw Scary Gary coming, they knew it was time to go.
Oh, both these junglers are scary. Right now, we got to look at the emblem setup here. It looks like the Thrill coming in from the Ruby just wants a little bit more damage coming in from the skills. The Roger has the Thrill as well, same as the Alpha. So basically same builds by both junglers, except the Roger is using the Assassin emblem and the Alpha is using the Fighter emblem with Brave Smite so that he has a little bit more healing, where the Quantum Charge, healing as well, but more movement speed.
I do want to ask, comparing Roger jungle to Roger gold lane, which one do you think is more snowball dependent?
Oh, definitely the jungle. Because as a gold lane, you have the excuse to attack from afar. But when you're a jungler, you have to go in close enough in range for you to use your retribution to get the turtles as well as the Lord. So if you don't snowball from that position, it's going to be much more difficult for you to contest these neutral objectives unless you have a godly EXP and a godly roamer.
I see, that does make sense. And see it, both the mid laners and EXP laners in the bottom lane. Momo dropping low, but not losing his armor just yet. Iris and Lexia will be the first ones to hit level 4, so that means they're the first ones to rotate to the turtle.
And right now, looking at the turtle, looks like Team Hot, they want to contest this, where Gary has pulled the turtle through. And
Rafflesia with the 2-man implosion into the alpha charge, into the last insanity. And beyond all that, Janice still gets the turtle. And it's an all-out brawl. Unfortunately, it's already 2-man down on both sides. As Boy flickers over the wall. 2 for 2. Team Hot gets the turtle.
I have no idea who won that trade, man, because 2-2, even though Team Hot got the turtle, you lost your jungler. And like I said, this jungler wants to have a very smooth game, at least for the first 7 minutes of the game. So having, okay, he has 1 kill, 1 assist, but that 1 death can really hurt.
But Todak also actually lost her jungler, and
Yeah,
that was
cares?
even okay. But, okay, basically, right? Rafflesia got 2-man implosion into the 2-man alpha charge into the 2-man last insanity, and despite that, Team Hawk gets the objective and they trade even. Like how?
I feel like Janice was able to dash one of the other crowd control, so he was able to use his retribution there, but he dashed towards inside the turtle pit, and then he had no more transformations. Like he switched to his wolf form to evade something, gets the retribution, but after changing to the wolf form, he cannot change back to his human form to dash out of the pit. So that was good and bad from him. He made a sacrificial play knowing that he will die anyways, might as well get a turtle out of this. But the bad thing is that he died. And the reason why I kind of feel like Gary is kind of fine that he died as well is because he has the Angela. So in a way, he will scale up a little bit better in this game just because he has the extra support.
I get where you're coming from here. That makes sense now that it's been described like this. So Todak still maintaining a slight gold lead, but not very much. And the next turtle gonna be up in 10 seconds. We can already see Team Hawk starting to rotate up to check the bushes, making sure that Rafflesia isn't providing info.
One thing to note is that Zion Senpai now has the Flash of the Oasis. During the early game, it doesn't impact that much because the shield isn't as big as we are expecting coming to the late game. But this does mean that Gary will be much tankier than normal now, not just with the hard guard, but with the Flash of the Oasis as well.
We saw the impact of this in the previous series as well. Noir dropping low, gets the onward, pops out the Primal Wrath, hard guard on top. Final Slash gonna be pushing Todak backwards, and the last Insanity stolen by Lexia, doing a lot of damage. Rafflesia and Shizo immediately picked off, and Team Hawk with full control of the turtle.
That was good coming in from Team Ha, but it looks like the problem coming in from Toda was the lack of damage, and part of the reason is because they were able to smash the Firaga armor of Momo, making it so that he doesn't pop that quite soon enough. And Gary didn't have the War Axe before. Now he has the War Axe. He just needs a lot more space. So if Rafflesia is able to set up for him a little bit better after this, Gary can pop off because War Axe is a big power spike for an alpha.
Yep, I agree. Iris taking a lot of damage from the tower. Zaman 4 is coming out from Shizo. Iris, a nice flicker to avoid the Sacred Hammer, but it might not be enough. Flickers back to heal off the Vengeance. Still alive as Noir finds the Iris Final Slash. Sets out the kill on the Shizo. The implosion! Stolen by Lexia! And Hargar comes out. It's going to keep Gary alive. Todak trying to turn the fight around. Now Noir and Lexia are the ones in trouble. They will back it off, but what a reversal by Team Ha!
Iris died, but that's worth it, man.
Yeah!
I mean, like, the chain of events, Iris surviving for a long time, Lexia showing his flex. Like, Lexia is one of those players that's played every single role.
Yeah.
He's played roam, he's played the jungle, and now using a Valentina is natural for him, man. It's super natural for him.
It honestly makes me more surprised we don't see Valentina steal Implosion more often. Like, players tend to avoid it because it puts Valentina really far forward. Oh, the Alpha Start! Oh, Gary gonna be pushing Iris back. He's dropping low. He regens again off of Zion Senpai, but he will finally be picked off there so Huda can find their quarry.
I'm chatting the group just so that we mark that.
Yeah, that deserves a marking, all right.
Play of the day. Now Team Ha has a significant lead. 2,000 gold lead ahead. Now they gotta really figure out how to get all these neutral objectives. If they can make sure, if they can somehow get the mid lane, which for the draft coming in from Toda, I don't think they can protect the mid lane all that well because they have the Angela as their mid laner. So the wave clear of Toda isn't great.
They're engaging onto Momo. Hard guard comes out. He should have last insanity available. Gary will secure the turtle and pushes Noir out of the way. The Edith will get shut down finally by Shizo as Janice is forced away. Rafflesia with a flicker implosion. He'll get picked up, but his job is done. Last insanity stolen by Lexia, doing damage to Todak as Iris is still staying in the fight. Sakin flickers forward with the stun, but gets caught out by the Alpha Charge. Iris with the double kill. Janice pinning them down, gets burned by Momo, and Iris is there with the triple, with the Maniac coming out of the Arlet.
Oh, and a pause!
Oh my
God! And a pause! What?
What is this game?
You get a Maniac, then you pause it? What timing? Let me just say, okay.
Man.
Let me just preface this, is that if you're looking for a macro kind of gameplay, this ain't your game. But if you just want to see straight up brawls, man, this is a match to watch. This is a match where people are just like, who can outplay better? Like, there are moments where like, yo, Lexia, I haven't seen you perform this well in a while. I love what I'm seeing. Gary Jones back in. Iris oh, dude, this, oh, I need to change my pants.
Do you have spare pants?
Nope, you gotta live with it.
Oh, man. Iris, he's popping off on this, surviving everything, being the finisher of that fight. So many of these fights look like it's gonna go one way, and then suddenly the other side bounces back, then the other side bounces back again. Lexia is popping off, Iris is popping off. Gary, we're starting to see a little bit of that classic scary Gary, but
yeah.
I feel like Team Hawk are the ones that are really feeling it right now.
this is now just people flexing. It's like, who has the better micro skills? Who has the better mechanics? Who has the better reaction? Who has the better animal instincts here? Like, everyone has this killer instinct. It's like, oh, I want to do this, I want to do that, I want to do this, I want to do that. It almost feels like this 5v5 is ego testing each other. It's like, this might not be a good fight for us to take, but we're going to take it anyways just because we're better than you.
Honestly, I'm a big fan. I love to see these big fights. I love to see the chaos of the battlefield. And these teams are giving us exactly what we want. None of that discipline, play it slow, play it safe.
Pish posh.
This is MPL MY right here.
This is raw. I love it raw.
I do like sushi raw. Maybe not the other stuff, but this is
the game.
good.
The game.
This is good, yes.
Yeah, I like this kind of raw game.
We are getting to see some of that Todak Longar again. We're getting to see Team Hawk pop off again. We got Rose back up on stage to send us back into the land of Dawn.
Sure, why not?
You can definitely feel a slight disappointment in the air.
No, I mean, like, in Malaysia, right? We gotta win something. If it's our marshals, sure. I'll take anything I can get, you know? The game is great.
The game is great. And we're getting to see a whole lot more of it now that we've jumped back into the game itself. Looking at the current situation, Team Hawk has a 1K net worth lead. It's not a lot at this stage. The kill score is 10-8. 8 minutes in.
almost 2 kills per minute. Wait, I think it's just a little bit over. It's like 1 point something. Oh, before that.
Noir finds the X4 with the onward, pulls him back with the I'm offended. Felicia looking for them. Here comes the Alpha Charge with hard guard. Noir gonna get caught out. Meanwhile, the last insanity stolen by Lexia once again, doing some damage, jumping straight in, but he gets caught out by Momo himself. That's gonna be a double kill for the X4. And Iris is now way too deep. So Gary gets the shutdown.
Legit, I kind of feel like that's a situation where you're like, is that a good fight to take? No. Will we take it? Yes. And then at that point, it's like, okay, guys, you guys got to get out somehow. And then they're like, but we're in too deep. We dived. We got to see this through.
Yeah, Team Hawk does need to eventually adjust because so far this strategy of just running at them has been working, but they're gonna do it. Janice jumps straight in, gets pushed out with the Alpha Charge. He wants the Lord, but he cannot get it. Killing spree for Zion Senpai. The I'm offended onto the members of Todak. They're taking a lot of damage, but Team Hawk are funneling into a single row. They're all getting burned down by the fire and the love waves. Lexia with the stolen last insanity again. Chasing down Zion Senpai, forced to dash out, but Shizo chases him down with the Saban force. And Todak punishes their opponents.
What is the comms in this game? Go! Go, 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 go! Like, this is chaotic! A good kind of chaotic, mind you, but Team Hop finds angles that just go. I feel like at some point, someone's gonna ping, guys, we're 3,000 below. Should we go in? And then they're just like, yes. What are you talking about? Yes, all the time.
I don't even know. It's like, do we fight? Do we gank? Do we aim the objective? You know, the answer is just yes.
This game should be the face of MPL Malaysia. Like, this should be our trailer. What should you expect watching this league? Is this a 200 IQ macro play? No, but it is fun.
Basically, yes. It's like coming to cinemas near you, the next blockbuster action movie with mindless action.
Every weekend.
Every weekend.
Every weekend. Well, every weekend for 3 more weeks, and then the playoff.
Yep. Todak now have a 4K net worth lead because Team Hawk kept throwing themselves at them. That was just not a smart idea. I don't understand why they would think, okay, Janice, you're gonna jump over the wall behind the Lord Pit into the entire enemy team and get the Lord. Okay? Okay.
If we're talking about this in the case of how the draft works, they should be aggressive because, like I said, using a Roger Dungo, you do want to get ahead, and you want to get ahead very, very quickly. So I believe they just believe in the hero's power spike. But every single fight, the front line of Team Hop pushes Todak too far away that Janice cannot get into the fight. If Janice was able to join, perhaps it's a different angle, right? Perhaps we can see Team Hawk winning. But basically, it almost feels like they're trying to play the best way that this draft wants to be played, which is very risky, mind you, but it's high risk, high reward. If they get a lot of kills, like, heck, Iris got a Maniac. If the Maniac was on to Janice, this is how they should play.
The game would basically be over at that
Exactly,
point
yeah.
if he got that Maniac. So Team Hawk does need to coordinate just a little bit more. I feel like it is kind of devolving into a little bit of monkey business of just running at the enemy and hoping something sticks. And it was working pretty well up until that point. But some respect has to be given. Todak is starting to scale up. The Heart Guard is actually keeping both Momo and Gary alive. So they gotta find a different target.
I can't believe the game is 12 minutes long. Like, I can't decide whether this 12 minutes feels short or it feels long.
I understand completely.
Right? Like, is this a short feeling game, long
It's
feeling
the
game?
theory of relativity in motion.
Now Toda, Gary is holding on to the Lord. Momo, because he has been able to get quite a lot of kills here, 4 in fact and 7 assists, he's able to frontline for the team. Now Team How, do you want to force things out again?
Hard guard onto Momo so that he can zone people out. Noir forced to use Primal Wrath very early on to make sure he can escape. Meanwhile, Iris being caught down. Gary has already secured the Lord. And now Janice and Iris being caught out. Final Slash comes out. Iris forced to flicker away. But the last insanity onto the entire team! Kodak decimates the lines of Team Hawk. They are in their base. They are in their house. They are breaking down the front door. Heck, they are in the bedroom. And they are claiming it as theirs. 4 members down. The base wide open. Janice alone. I don't think he can defend this.
Yo, Staffa, I love dive compositions, man. Dive against dive. This is a great game to watch. Janice getting jumped low. Donna pushing for the end. They didn't get Janice, but they still won the match. Game 1 goes to Toda.
We're witnessing the return of Kodak Langar, ladies and gentlemen. If this doesn't prove it, nothing will. What a game we just witnessed. This is just ego challenge from beginning to end.
Looking at the smiles on Todak's faces, I feel like it's not just about winning. Like, that legit felt like a fun game for them. Right? Because I feel like, you know, playing a game, you want to have fun. And even though they won, it's like they were able to, like, not be professional players and just enjoy themselves. Because that looked like a very enjoyable game for Toda, man.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind being part of that game as well. Right? I feel like everyone here had a great time. Like, this was one of the most fun games we have had since the beginning of the season.
Let me just say, tickets are free, but people are getting their money's worth.
I know.
Right? By the way, tickets are free. So if you guys want to come down, because let me just say, it's worth it.
We still got plenty of space. You should have seen yesterday's crowd for Game 2. It was packed.
I saw the stories, man. Like, you can't even walk, right?
Actually, yeah.
Right, you can't even walk. I saw you guys fly.
Yeah. We had to
fly.
Yeah, I don't know.
Jetpacks and everything.
We had to tap into our primal instincts and start flying.
That was like Barca's bird and everything. Like,
we needed Chip, actually. We needed the portals.
Why walk?
Yeah.
Why walk? That was an amazing game. If you guys missed it, that's how fast the game was. I still don't know whether I feel like the game was quick or long.
It was a quick game by all means.
But there was a lot of action.
So much happened.
MVP. Who's the MVP? You tell us. And the MVP is Zion Senpai. Oh, dude.
What did Zion Senpai do again? Oh, yeah, he was Angela. Okay, that's why I didn't really see him very much, yes.
He made sure that Momo didn't die. He's like, Momo? More like, no. Wait, no. Is that good or bad? I don't know.
I don't think that quite works.
Either way, the dude made sure that he dealt damage and he did 2,000 damage per minute.
Look at that. He has a holy crystal. It's like, wow, that's a greedy build, right? Like, obviously, flask, fleeting time, necklace. That's not too unusual. Yeah. That's how you would want to build on Angela. Then he decides, holy crystal, I'm going to do some damage as well. I've got Impure Rage. Why not? We literally talked during the draft. Angela typically isn't going to jump on export because he wants to jump in and use his Viraga armor anyway.
Yeah.
But because Team Huck for some reason wanted to engage on Momo a lot of the time, the hard guard had a lot of value.
That might be one of those situations where even Momo's like, yo, no, don't go inside of me. And then Zai was like, no, just trust me, bro. What's better than one Viraga armor? A Viraga armor and an Angela armor. Armor over armor. Armorer.
Armorer.
Yes, he
I
has
think
the armorer.
I think that's a job, not really a description.
Oh, really?
Probably. It's like one of those fantasy things. Like you create armor or something.
Huh. Looking at Gary here.
It's...
Gary, this build is more damage oriented. He did not go for the Bloodlust. He went for the Hunter Strike. Gary's alpha here.
Ooh, yeah. He didn't go for the regen.
More damage, like more penetration, and more movement speed. He just wants to go in and he wants to go out.
Let me see. Hanty heal on the side of Team Huck. Noor and Iris had dominance ice. And
But
Sea Halberd on
Gary,
second.
Gary has Oracle, man. Oracle's the answer.
Looks like it. I feel this is getting proven even more across the day. Like we already saw it earlier. Now we get to see it again. The amount of damage that was done this game, I really want to see it because this was a 30-kill game in 14 minutes. We have never seen this before, and I am all for it.
How many kills per minute is that?
Like 30 divided by 14 is like more than 2 kills per minute on average. It's like 2 point something.
30 divided by... Yeah, over 2 kills per minute.
Insane. Like at some point, right, Team Huck should have started realizing like their strategy of running straight into Todak is no longer working, right? Like what's the mindset? What's the logic behind continuing that train of thought?
It's the anime mindset. You know what it is? If your first punch didn't work, punch harder.
I see.
That's how
it does kind of happen often in anime, right? Like
have you seen Dragon Ball? They didn't do anything special in between. They just try again, but this time, punch harder.
It is a very classic anime thing where you're having like this epic battle scene and you think that both fighters are putting it all on the table, and then one of them is just like, aha, seems like it's time for me to use my true power. It's like, why didn't you start with that?
I will use my heart guard.
On the Viraga armor.
So he will have 2 last insanities. Actually, still just 1. But meaning he can survive much longer.
And then this is when like the side character watching from the stands is like, that's never been done before.
And it comes in, implosion! Oh, that's an anime game.
That is an anime.
You know what?
moment.
If this is how Team Huck plays, when they have a fighter gold lane, just keep it up. Eventually it'll work. Just little more.
It's very fun to watch. So I don't mind them doing it, but I do wonder what is going to happen to their sanity long term if they keep doing it. It is actually just reverting to Primal Instinct entirely.
It's like, this is one of those drafts where your player is too tired that they autopilot. Might as well let them be autopilot, you know? Although I do feel like second game there are going to be changes in the draft.
I do think so as
Yeah,
well. Like, yes, autopilot is handy, but typically you don't want the plane on autopilot to run straight into a mountain or something, you know? That doesn't seem good. You don't want to just
Iceberg. Go straight to an iceberg.
The plane runs into an iceberg.
No, the ship goes
Oh,
to an
okay.
iceberg. Titanic.
Yeah, I know, but
right.
I was talking about a plane.
Yeah, you know what? Your plane in my story is a ship.
I think that's very plain to see. Moving on.
No, now, here's the thing. Our brains is accustomed to what the game is.
Okay.
If it's a slow game, we have slow brain.
Yes.
If it's a chaotic game, we have chaotic brain. If the player taunts on the stage, we taunt each other.
Okay, I mean, that makes sense. Yeah,
we're
yeah.
like sponges,
We're
you
like
know?
sponges. Okay.
We're, you know, because this duo, Staffa LaFell duo, we adapt. We're chameleons. Whatever happens, we just change it. We just change our colors to fit the situation.
I don't know how many different like animals or objects we are becoming
Octopuses
here.
can become that as well. So
They can camouflage, yes.
Yeah, we're chameleon sponge octopuses.
Chameleon
Can I
sponge.
say octopuses? I can't say octopus.
You could say it before you ask the question.
All right, yeah, fair.
But yeah, this was a chaotic game. I don't really think we can really explain it. In the beginning, it went really well because Iris was just popping off, Lexia was popping off, Noir was getting good catches. But they have to recognize that towards the mid game, Todak is going to start scaling up. Cyrus Employ realizes maybe I should hard guard on Momo. And then it worked. And then they just kept doing that. And then Team Hack decided that they were going to keep running at Todak even without their full team lineup. And it was just a mess.
Again, I feel like the fundamental is where we're looking at here. The front line pushed the entire Toda team too far behind. Or you could just say that Toda is so good at kiting, right? Because they understand Team Ha is a full dive comp. They even have a fighter in the gold lane. So don't just engage in a fight. Let Team Ha use every single thing and then dive back in. Janice was just too far away compared to everyone else from the side of Team Ha. So it really is about the discipline wasn't there for Team Hawk, and the discipline was there for Toda. If we want to talk about it intellectually, that's legit the case. If Toda does not have the foresight to kite all of the skills, Team Hawk would have won.
I think it's not even Todak making the choice of being disciplined and kiting the skills. It's the fact that Team Hawk gave them like one path out, they took it and it worked. It's like, you don't even have time to make a decision in this game. It's like, guys, do you think we should start kiting? Haven't we only been doing that the whole game?
Anyways, Rich Guy, Shizo 754 gold per minute. Momo 48,000 damage dealt and 81,000 damage taken. Talk about carrying the team, man. You're dealing the most damage and you're taking the most damage.
When you have double armor, you're able to take that damage. He did build War Axe, and Team Hawk was just funneling and running into the flamethrower. So yeah, Momo just got free reign to do whatever he wanted here. In the early stages, Team Hawk were really evening things out. Like, this early fight should have been totally Todak-centric because they got such a great combination of abilities. But Team Hawk actually traded evenly. They even got the turtle on top of it. Good last insanities stolen by Lexia allowed them to really dish out damage against the Todak lineup. And then Todak decided to start adjusting, start ganking a little bit.
Good.
Oh, but this fight.
Yeah, like Iris was able to survive this. Noir coming on time. Gets that off. Gets the final slash. Implosion coming in from Lexia, catching two. Like, it's just everything that can go right went right. I mean, Iris died. But aside from that, everything went right. And I feel like this is the moment where Toda really capitalizes on the mistakes of Team Hawk here, where Gary was able to find the angle to go back in. Janice, I feel like, could play the Roger a little bit better, perhaps requiring a little bit more experience to understand when he can ask his team to dive as heavy as they are supposed to, because that clip just now was prime example of the damage dealer as well as the front line being too far apart.
I feel like we just start seeing that in every single fight after a certain point, right? Where Team Hawk, for some reason, some players are diving really deep, which allows Todak to very easily surround them, split up the fight, and force Janice back. And then they just chase, because all of the tools are gone, they're outnumbered, they're outgunned. It's weird, but it's fun.
That was a very bursty game. It would be interesting if they do a 180 and then the next game is all full macro. No fighting at all, just like, okay, we're gonna slow push this minion wave here, slow push it here, we're gonna trade objectives. 30 minutes later, they win the game.
I really don't want to have a 30-minute game. If they're gonna do macro stuff, do it with like the Loyi Masha, do it with the chip. That's fun to watch, you know? We want to see these flashy plays. This is a good start. Just tighten up on the discipline a little bit. It's okay to fight, but you gotta pick your battles.
We seen the Loyi Claude.
Yeah?
Why not Loyi Haya?
Loyi Haya?
Not as good as the Claude.
Probably not.
you can definitely dash away far enough.
How about the Loyi Moskov?
No. April 6th to April 30, dive into the Inferno Wormlord draw event and get a chance at winning the exclusive Moskov Inferno Wormlord All-Star skin. I've been able to see it at work now with the first ever skin ID tag from April 6th to April 12th. you can unlock exclusive gold ID tag from April 13 to April 30. You can unlock exclusive silver ID tag during the event. Enjoy a jaw-dropping 50% off your first 10 draws.
It's a very fancy skin, it's very cool, and the ID tag system means that your skin is always going to be unique from everyone else's, even if it's the same skin, so you get to feel that feeling of exclusivity, which is very cool. And yeah, it's just very nice to look at, so make sure you guys check that out.
Maybe Moskov Lee could work, but it's not as flashy. I feel like...
Because remember, Moskov ult, you can tell.
I know, but it's like... How can Louis be matching up with Moskov? You know, it's like...
You have Moskov teleport to their ultimate.
Okay, teleport first, Moskov.
Then Louis teleports everyone else to him. Or you have Moskov, you have Louis hide nearby the enemy. Moskov teleports in, kills the enemy, they TP back to base.
That works. You know what? No way this works.
Okay.
But imagine a Johnson driving, and at the end of the diversion, the Johnson goes inside and he actually teleports somewhere else.
I think it does actually work like that. But you'd have to be a pretty good driver to try and adjust in that situation. For now, let's talk about Momo and Iris.
What? Similar stats. Both has 8 for 8 for hero pool. Average turret is 0.4, 0.5. Okay, I know why.
Okay.
Iris is a split push type, but he himself doesn't really deal with the turrets. He lets the minion do. So he controls the wave, but he doesn't actually do that much to the turret. Damage per minute, damage taken per minute is higher for Iris. Kill participation slightly higher for Momo, 69%. Nice. Overall, based on numbers, both are pretty similar players. 2.7 average KDA for Momo, 2.5 for Iris.
They definitely approach the EXP lane from a similar perspective. I think Iris is just a little bit more ego challenging and has the chance to make like real big plays like we saw in the earlier fight, the reversal, the maniac. Whereas Momo is definitely settled more into a similar sort of position to Izanami, where he will do what the team needs him to do, but is still able to make some cool plays with it.
I wonder what other heroes that Momo could use here. But for now, we gotta look at the MPL MY Insider. Okay, how do the players communicate in the team where our MPL Insider is asking Janice, and he said in scrim, I speak Malay, just the common phrases when you're playing, like gua ada ulti, gak ada flicker. Honestly, this is more Indo than Malay.
A little bit.
Whatever. If you want to go buff first, aku purple dulu. You know, it's purple, Janice.
Purple.
Get your colors right, Janice. It's purple and orange.
Yeah. You don't wanna piss off our color caster here. You gotta get your colors correct.
I'm a color caster that is color blind.
Oh, I'm not judging. You still do the job.
Yeah. But yeah, this is more Indo than Malay.
A little bit, yeah. But
ulti.
it is cool to see the fact that he is able to use those simple phrases to communicate about what is happening. I imagine that does help in terms of making sure that the correct intentions are transmitted between him and the other teammates, and making sure there's no problems with communication in terms of language.
Yeah, communication is a very difficult thing, right? I see that a lot of people speaking the same language don't do it well.
Yes.
And we'll leave it at that.
Yes, I don't speak the language well.
Now,
just kidding.
Looking at the team here, Dota looks like they're having fun. I feel like they're in a good enough mood to make any kind of draft possible. If you want a chaotic draft, we can do it. If you want to be, let's just hope it's chaotic.
I really hope to get to see a true Lodak Langar strat once again.
That was Langar.
It really was. Can it get even more Langar?
Yes.
And then we'll hold them to that and see if it happens. Todak already banning out the Faramis. I can't really remember if this was their first ban in the previous game as well.
Let me check.
Okay. Because if this is something that they consistently get rid of, it means that they legitimately do want to go for Langar style.
Yes, they did ban the Faramis.
Oh, they did? Okay.
They banned the Nolan, Faramis, and Matilda when they were second pick. Now they are first pick, and they're banning the Faramis. Yeah, they're just like, we want to kill you guys, and you guys can't do anything about it.
Second life is cheating.
Yes.
We're just gonna butt heads. And whoever survives, survives. Team Hack gonna stick to the typical bans on the red side. We have the Matilda and the Chip removed from the pool.
Interestingly enough, Toda's first pick and they ban out the Nolan. Except I feel like this is good because we talked about this, right? Nolan first pick feels like a bad idea. Like people can counter you. Even if the Nolan player still wins, it's not that easy of a game.
Toda currently trying to make Team Hack choose between Angela and Masha. Since both heroes have not been banned yet, I do think that out of the two, you should probably get rid of Masha though.
Oh yeah, especially Momo already shown that he can use it. Take it out. If they don't, it's going to be very interesting to see what do they have in plan to counter it. Because in other regions, they have been able to counter the Masha. But let's not think about it too much. Just ban it out.
I think it's not the time yet to have to consider this. Considering how Langar Todak already were, you give it the Masha, literally the personification of the term. Yeah, you're just asking for it at that point. The question now is whether or not Todak will decide that they want the Angela again.
Angela would be a very interesting pick here because so far Angela for today has a pretty good win rate. Barracuda used it and they won. Todak used it and then they won. So
and it was with the Alpha both times, right?
Yeah, it was with the Alpha both times. If it's not the Alpha, honestly, they do have other options as well. This is such a simple hero, but even Bauman could make it work.
I remember those days when Bauman was meta. Nowadays, operates just a little bit too slowly, but nope, Todak gonna go back to the classic here, the Fredrin opening. I suppose it is the safest option since they are on that blue side.
By the way, you did ask me, can Todak make this even more Langar?
Uh-huh.
How rude of you not to ask me how.
How?
Freya goalie.
Oh my goodness.
Will that not be very Langa?
We have, I've heard, we've seen that somewhere.
In Philippines.
Man, it would be more Langar.
It would be more Langar. Win or lose, it's more Langar.
We've already seen CC go lane. We've now seen Ruby go lane.
Leomord.
Go lane. Oh yeah, Leomord go lane. Freya go lane doesn't seem too out there.
I mean, Chiku used Arlet gold lane during M4.
Man, I don't even remember that.
Yeah. That's why you have me. Arlet is there, but I don't think it's gonna be gold lane.
Probably not. Then again, that's what we would have said last game. But there we were. Novaria Arlet again sticking to a more safe opening here from the side of Team Hack. This means that they do have some late game insurance, and that Astral Echo will be very handy if they do decide they want to go for these big team fights again.
Yeah, but now...
Ooh.
Well, you did say, well, if Toda's gonna play macro, you want it with Louis, right? So...
Yep. All right.
We're getting...
I can live with this.
Yep, 100% win rate on the Louis.
Wow, really? Still 100%? Okay.
Yeah, 100%. Roger picked up.
Combo it with. Masha is gone, so the most obvious one is the Claude that we've been hearing about.
What's your command?
But the Rogers are... Oh! Alright, Team Hack not gonna allow the Fanny to be banned out.
I like this. Even Janice is smiling. It's like, you know what, Roger's not my thing. Fighters, blah. Give me them assassins.
He wants to fly. He already experienced the crowd yesterday. He wants to fly over it too.
I'm glad I'm working today. This is a good game to cast.
It's a great game. I hope we get to see even more fun stuff. For now, Team Hawk will probably want to get rid of as many CC heroes as possible to make sure...
One thing that I have to take note. Perhaps they want to take out the Hilda.
We haven't seen that in a long time, yes, but it is genuinely something you'll have to be concerned about because you never know when she may pop up again.
We haven't seen the Kufra in a long while. Kufra could be an option, but I would say that the Hilda is very impressive. Like, it's not necessarily... Okay, it's a Toda hero. Rafflesia was the one that invented the feeding Diggy meta. So I feel like feeding Diggy and Hilda moves the same way.
Just one of them you expect yourself to die, and the other one you expect them to die.
No, the other one you expect yourself to die as well, but just slower.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're not wrong.
Right?
You are not wrong. It's just a different subjective way of looking at it. Todak actually gonna ban out the show. Okay, interesting, considering this is one of the options they would have for locking down the Fanny. It looks
it's
like
a Noir hero.
Yep, they're giving proper respect to Noir.
All right, Team Hawk. This man is pretty crucial. Do you remember Todak brought out Atlas Jungle?
Yes, I do.
It's not good. It's not. I just thought about it. I just felt like I should tell that to the audience watching.
I didn't need to remember that point in history.
it was sad. It was sad, but yeah,
Atlas Jungle.
just putting it out there.
Like, Todak has made miracles happen with Atlas before. I remember MSC, the Atlas reversal. But Atlas Jungle. Oh, wow. Okay, Team Hawk on the same wavelength as you here, LaFell.
I mean, I've been doing this for years, man.
You sure have.
I've seen it all. What haven't I seen? I've seen the Layla, I've seen the Mia, I've seen Hanabi. What haven't?
Zilong?
I've seen. Yeah,
oh, you have seen Zilong.
I've seen Zilong.
Hey,
yeah.
Okay.
What haven't I seen, man? I've even seen a world where people enjoy the pauses.
We have seen that.
Right?
You would think that it would have never happened. And
Malaysia
yet,
exclusive.
My life.
anything is possible here. Todak gonna be banned out. Todak gonna be banned out. Harif is gonna be banned out by Todak.
Hashtag ini amoy kita. Malaysian hashtag, we're proud of our marshals. Every single person on duty is appreciated in Malaysia. In Malaysia, dreams do come true. If you don't do well in your own country, come over to ours. Indonesia, Philippines will make it work. Malaysia's really Asia, you know?
Yep. I don't know how to follow up on this. It's not a good look. Like, we are known for our Malaysian hospitality. Yes.
Malaysia is the America of Southeast Asia.
I don't want to be.
People come here to achieve their dreams. Look at Giannis. I don't even know if this is the Malaysian dream. It's still American dream, except Asian.
The Asian dream. What is the Asian dream?
To play MLBB.
I thought it was to become a doctor.
Sitar!
What?
I love it.
Okay, all right.
100% win rate on Momo. Yo, Momo, make it happen. I love. Oh, dude. Toda wins. Toda wins. Straight up. Toda wins.
Yeah. Oh man, the mid starting to carry Fanny Arlen.
Dude, listen.
Okay.
You don't see this.
Okay.
Min Sitar and Louis. Think about that. Min Sitar and Louis. And now you even have a Minotaur. How are you going to move?
Oh man.
They might as well be statues.
The diversion into Minwin Fury into King's Calling.
Dude. Min Sitar, Louis, Mino. They don't even need the Roger and Fredrin to do anything. Just let this trio do everything.
Team Hawk desperately needs like a Diggy right now, but
that doesn't sound like
it's
a Diggy.
Not a Diggy. It's
that's
a Charisma.
Not a Diggy.
I mean, it's a good counter engage for team fight situations, but is it gonna be enough to deal with the mobile AoE team fight that Todak is just gonna be able to teleport anywhere on the map?
Todak has a prison, man. They have a prison. I have no idea how Team Hawk is going to commit jailbreak here, but I don't know how Team Hawk is going to win against this kind of draft, but I want to see it happen.
Yeah, Team Hawk may have the penalty zone, but Todak has the no-go zone. It's just nothing happens there except you getting wrecked. Todak versus Team Hawk. We got a really exciting game number one. Will the Longar strats continue in the Land of Dawn for game number two? Who knows?
Let me just say, the Todak draft, you know what it reminds me of?
What?
Marriage. I'm gonna stop there. Let's see what.
I think for your own good, you should stop there.
All right, shout outs to all the married peeps out there. Hope you guys are having a good time watching Todak going up against Team Hawk. I'm just gonna say this: Team Hawk should not fight. Just split push.
Yeah, I think the thing is that they really wanted to split push. Then they should have gotten a EXP laner that would be able to macro a little bit better here. The Terizla very clearly meant to be engaged, counter engaged, so Team Hawk intend to fight into Todak at some point.
Right now, looking at Janus. Who got the Little Wanderer? Oh, it was Lexia. Lexia was able to snipe it away. Right now, in terms of the power spike, personally, I do feel like Momo needs an item for him to really matter. Like, the skills are already very good, but once he has that item, it should be all easy pickings. Looking at his emblem set, he's using the tank emblem with tenacity alongside with the Brace Mind. And the positioning that he has is a very defensive positioning. He's not looking to win the 1v1. He just wants to survive.
Definitely. Janus already starting to roam the map a little bit. The first turtle will be up in another 25 seconds, so there's gonna be some priority being given to that EXP lane. I think Momo actually did get the last hit on that EXP crab, so that's a nice little win for him there.
Yep, but the EXP still goes over to Team Hot. Toda has a small lead right now. For now, it's definitely a different pace compared to the previous game where it's all in all the time. Team Hot, they have to be a little bit more calculative. This game is not just straight up MLBB for Team Hot. This is a chess match. They're playing magic chess.
They are playing magic chess.
Not really, but you know what I mean.
They're playing speed chess. There's like a variant of chess where basically you have very little time to think about your moves and you're just going for it. That's basically what what Team Hawk are going for here. Todak will be able to secure that first turtle. Team Hawk will wisely decide that they probably shouldn't contest it. Oh, diversion. Coming in, that's 3 members of Todak. Gonna be scouted out by the Astral Echo. Team Hawk again will wisely make the choice not to engage with this.
Let me just say, usually you use the diversion that way just to get vision. But for this one, they're like, no, we're going through. We don't care. We're sending 3 people over. If you guys want to fight, let's fight.
We're going in, boys. I'm taking a vacation to the enemy jungle. Anyone want to join me? Basically.
Janus still able to get out of there. Reflecia was able to spot him out. But Janus understands he needs to hyper farm. He needs to figure out a way that he can get the Blade of Heptasy super early on. If he can snipe someone before the fight starts, that's how you win the game, man. Kill Louis first. Yeah, just kill Louis first and then you should be all good.
Zyme Senpai's positioning is always very clean though. I wouldn't be surprised if he was able to achieve a similar result to AJ as we saw earlier. So a lot of pressure on the Team Hawk since they are already 1 game down. So we can see that they're definitely taking this game a lot more meticulously than what happened previously.
Yep, right now Saken, I'm pretty sure he's aware that they are members of Toda going to his side of the map. That's why he's positioning himself very safely, as well as Noir. I think Noir knows that there's a Minotaur there, but at the same time, he doesn't want to move forward because, oh, the diversion over there. It works out.
Okay, looks like Saken already under the tower. You do see people do that. The reasoning you put diversion that far outside of the map is so that the enemy team doesn't actually see the circle when you're TPing into the brush. Unfortunately, Saken was already playing pretty safe, so Todak not able to get anything out of that.
Saken didn't see it, but he smelled it.
He felt it.
He felt it. There's a disturbance in the force. And he was not disturbed. He just dashed backwards and then he was all good. Game much quieter now, but this is to Todak's advantage because they're getting a lot of free objectives without Team Hawk contesting.
Even the Astral Echo, Star Shatter coming out, not going to affect them very much. Janus trying to fly in. Gary still securing that turtle. And the Minion Fury going to be committed. Looks like Iris will be the unfortunate sacrifice. And first blood going to Reflecia.
I mean, what else could the guy do, right? He already dived in with the penalty zone, trying to do something, and there's no way that the Fanny could contest a Fredrin for a turtle take. Right now, Janus is taking as much farm as he can. Honestly, it's very impressive how Janus has very good... What's the word again for the jungler movement?
I think pathing, yes.
Yeah, jungle pathing so that he's getting as much farm as he can.
Yeah, he's being very efficient with it. Unfortunately, because Team Hawk has basically not been able to put up a fight at all, Todak has gotten both turtles. Momo has taken the top tier 1. Todak are still the ones with that gold lead.
I'm just glad I'm right that I just figured out Todak's going to play a more macro game, and this game is more macro. I move here, I do that, I get objective, you don't, the diversion is gonna happen again, but where?
Looks like
Oh,
it's gonna be
behind there.
behind. It gets scouted out by Noir. He knows it's there. Only Momo went through. He pops the King's Calling, gets pushed away with the final slash. So Saken is fine. A very nice move by Noir.
Right now, it's all about Team Hawk understanding where the engage is coming from and then avoid it. Janus was able to take top turret, which is good for him. Noir trying to clear the waves, but he's being caught out.
Noir may went too far. Moon and Fury flickers in. It's a 3-man catch. That's going to be one down. Noir, the first to fall. Iris going to be followed up on. He flickers under the tier 2. That'll allow him to survive. Saken, though, still in a very sticky situation. Lexia, will he make it here in time? She's a one hit away from being picked up. But Saken will get the kill onto Momo in exchange for his own life.
Janus got 2! I mean, we said it that Team Hawk should not be taking fights. They should be splitting the map, but I didn't thought it would go this well.
Now, looks like that fight down there was just Team Hawk's way of keeping Todak in the bottom lane and giving Janus a free lane of towers. That actually allows them to contest and potentially get this turtle now.
Yeah, right now, the turtle looks like Gary still gets it.
Wow.
That's the thing about a Fredrin, man. You use your first skill, you use your retreat. It's hard to contest that.
Oh, Gary still has it here. He's gonna contest the purple buff as well. No retribution though on both sides, so this will be a 50 for sure. Momo looking for that catch, but Noah doing a good job of positioning. Unfortunately, Team Hawk just doesn't have control over the turtle pit here. Pretty sure Gary should be able to get this final slash, pushes them away. Janus doesn't get the purple buff. That's gonna be the Minion Fury coming out. Iris, unfortunately, the one stuck in there. Zion Senpai gets the kill, and the Spear of Glory pulls Noir into the sights of Zion Senpai as well.
The no-go zone, man. The no-go zone. Once you're in, you can't get out. Team Hawk, like, not saying that the draft is bad, just that Toda is one of those. This is one of those cheese strats that you will realize it way too late. Like the moment it's been locked in, then you know it's like, oh, what have I gotten myself into? But I must say, Janus has been playing so well with what he has.
They want Janus. They're looking for him. Okay, Janus senses something amiss. He's able to get out of there. And that's important. Currently, still 0-0-0. This Fanny giving Team Hawk their lifeline in this game.
Hold up. Are they smelly? Because Team Hawk has been noticing their approaches quite well.
Perhaps Team Hawk has a better understanding of their opponents than we thought. That or Todak really is smelly.
We're not accusing the players of anything. This is just for color. It's for jokes. It's for ha-has. Because, again, Team Hawk has been playing exceptionally well. They know where Toda is coming from. Like, Louis, one of the things about Louis is that it's a surprising engage, but it hasn't been surprising so far for Team Hawk.
Iris.
Even Iris has been surviving so far.
A good 2-man taunt, but it doesn't look like Todak wants to really push this. They're aiming for that tier 2 bottom lane instead.
Oh.
Don't think Team Hawk is going to be able to stop it. We saw a near interaction between Momo and Janus in the mid lane, but he was able to escape, and now Gary secures the purple buff on their half of the map again.
The macro play coming in from both teams is excellent because Team Hawk is making sure that they don't get sacrificed a lot. They're trying to give as much space as they can to Janus, and he does have that space. Noir almost got caught out. But still, so far, Toda, they should be able to get this Lord for free. And it looks like it's Momo's job to find wherever Janus is.
Astral Echo will scout out the Lord take. Saken actually taking the bottom tier 1. In the meantime, Janus waiting in the jungle to see if anyone walks by. Oh, there's an engagement happening down bottom. I think Iris is getting caught out. A flicker from Shizo to make sure he's not in the penalty zone. The final slash going to be cancelled. Minnow and Fury comes out. Rafflesia cancelling the backline. And Zion Senpai with a mega kill. Noir the first to fall. Janus trying to see if he can find the Lo Yi, but Zion Senpai is already TP'd back home. And now Saken left all by his lonesome. There's nowhere for him to run.
Not much to talk about there, but at this point, this is legit chess for Team Hawk. Someone has to be the pawn somehow. Someone has to allow the king to be safe. The king right now is Janus, where he can secure those objectives. So They gotta play around with their pieces. Who are we willing to sacrifice to get something on the map?
Team Hack has been doing a good job of trying to staunch the bleeding a little bit, but Todak are still getting away with everything, basically. That's the final outer turret for the side of Team Hack taken down. The first Lord can be crashing up top. Normally this doesn't do a lot of damage, but Todak is very scary here. Diversion, where are they sending him? He's in the back, Raflicia in the back, he's looking for the Minwin Fury, he jumps in, he gets it on 3 members, forcing Sakin and Warbeck, and the King's calling, follow him, right on top of the carry, and the Arlen, Janice flies into it, he's gonna be forced to escape outside of the base, but the crystal is wide open, and Todak has their eyes on the prize! Todak Langar is back, ladies and gentlemen, and they're here to stay.
Let me just say, man, like, how do you fight against that? Like, this is one of those situations where Todak got an amazing draft. This is, I want to say innovative. I feel like certain players, because I've seen this in rank and stuff, but dude, Team Hawk, they were stumped. Like, how do you win against that?
It was just a complete outdrafting from the very, very beginning. And we do have to admire Team Hawk. I think they did a great job of dealing with a draft that they were heavily countered against. But yeah, it was just too much. Todak played well. This is the style we want to see from our Malaysian legends. And well, I think it's time for them to talk about it themselves. Let's throw it over to Rose with Todak on stage.
Kemenangan bersih kali ini untuk Todak lawan Team Hawk. 2-0, 3 mata penuh. Last game yang sangat-sangat clean dan cepat. Alright guys, sebelum apa-apa, guys, bagi a round of applause kepada Todak. Alright, nampaknya sekarang Todak full smiles. Hello, semua sihat? Everybody's good?
Saya Alhamdulillah.
Sihat. Okay, Gary. Tadi baru je lawan your former teammates. Come on. How are you feeling lepas lawan dorang?
Saya rasa bersyukur sebab still dapat buktikan yang saya, walaupun tak dengan diorang, saya still boleh main dengan baik.
Wow. Okay, so tadi sebelum game, I tak tahu kalau you nampak ke tak, tapi game pertama tak silap I ada video mana I interview si Noah dengan si Iris. Diorang cakap, diorang nak buktikan sebenarnya hasil 2 minggu bootcamp dekat Filipina lagi berhasil daripada 2 bulan bootcamp dekat Filipina. Apa yang Gary nak cakap sebenarnya? Tengok, Ajim dah tengah ajar dah.
Team Hawk memanglah 14 hari kan, tapi dia kena tahu kita orang 22 hari.
So nampaknya from there we can see that 22 days is, you know, it has more benefits daripada 14 hari. Okay, so also tadi kita ada satu grafik manakala Scary Gary is back. Scary Gary. Okay, so tadi Gary nampak macam hantu lah kan. Okay, so dengan Scary Gary ni, patch yang akan datang adalah patch Assassin. Now everybody knows that it is technically or kind of Gary punya meta. You excited ke tak? Dan kita boleh nampak Gary main Fanny ke tak? Sebab tadi diorang cakap Janus is the better jungler sebab dia dah main Fanny, tapi Gary belum.
Untuk sekarang saya just fokus meta. Macam untuk next patch kan ada Fanny semua kan. So saya saja je bagi dia Fanny dulu, bagi dia try. So next week saya tunjuk saya punya play.
Wow, okay. So I think so soon kita boleh tengok Assassin Gary back in action. Lagi-lagi pun kita boleh nampak Fanny soon. I like that. Okay, Zaim, mana Zaim? Hi Zaim, say hi.
Hi.
Okay, Zaim. Next week, you guys akan jumpa KGE. Now, dalam tu, you ada ex-teammate Sasa dan juga Smooth. Another reunion untuk pasukan Todak. Apa yang you nak cakap dekat KGE?
Dekat KGE tak ada apa kot. Paling bagi good game je lah. Best game.
Tu je?
Tu je. Kalau boleh, kita main 3 game lah.
Wow! Okay, Zaim nak game yang seru. Zaim nak game yang sangat sengit. Okay, sebelum kita continue kita punya, you know, goreng-goreng session, you guys rasa siapa MVP perlawanan ini? Weh, crowd favorite Zaim ni. Alright, so mari kita tengok siapakah MVP perlawanan ini. In 3, 2, 1. Jeng, 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 jeng. Siapa MVP dia? Zaim Sempoy. Wow. Crony? Kenapa?
Tak tahu.
Okay.
Bug kot.
Bug. Kenapa you rasa bug?
Tahu main Jailah pun MVP.
Okay, kalau you tak terima diri sendiri jadi MVP, siapa sepatutnya jadi MVP?
Apa dia? Oh, kalau nak bagi MVP
Kalau you boleh bagi MVP dekat teammates you?
Semua.
Semua.
Tak ada seorang-seorang, memang semua.
Oh, teamwork makes the dream work. Gitu.
Betul.
Okay, can we please pass it to the coach? Coach. Hi, coach.
Hello.
Okay, coach, a lot of people want to ask, with the upcoming Assassin meta, Assassin patch technically, will it change Toadot's strat and will it accommodate you guys better, especially with Gary inside, or are we going to see actually a very different Toadot in the upcoming matches?
Actually, we are still thinking about that, but of course we have the best assassin in Malaysia, so I think we will use that maybe on the playoffs or maybe next week. Just be ready.
Wow, just be ready sebab dorang ada assassin paling baik dekat Malaysia. Dengar tak tu guys? Setuju tak? Setuju. Wow, the crowd setuju. Okay, Shizo? Shizo! Okay, Shizo behave. Okay, Shizo. A lot of people want to know. You've been in Malaysia for quite a few months already. How are you coping with Malaysia?
It's just normal because I get also the ambience on the PH.
Okay, why is it like Philippines?
I think because of my teammates. I think they just same also as Philippines.
Oh, so they treat you like family, you feel at home. Okay, have you learned any bahasa Melayu? Oh, kejap. Yang risau ni.
No, yeah, I learned but
Oh, it's bad. Anything good? Okay, tengok. Ajim tengah ajar, Gary tengah ajar
I just
semua.
know selamat pagi.
Wow, alright. Tapi sekarang dah bukan pagi. Anyways, before I throw you guys off, any words for the fans that came today and for those watching at home? Ajim. Okay, Ajim.
Untuk fans Todak Petra and fans THQ, thank you datang support tim kegemaran korang. InsyaAllah MPL MY insyaAllah akan lagi seru. And untuk semua orang yang ada di sini, saya mewakili tim Todak MLBB. Marilah kita sama-sama mendoakan bos kita punya founder Celan, sebab dia tengah sakit sekarang. So saya harap yang mana ada kat sini mendoakan untuk kesihatan dia lebih baik, and dia akan datang ke sini minggu depan. Thank you guys.
Alright, thank you. Congratulations to Todak. Jangan lupa ambil kita punya duit raya dari FM kita dan bagi dia kepada fans korang. Okay guys, you guys may now go. Go. Alright guys, itu adalah perlawanan yang I could say agak slay untuk match kedua kita hari terakhir. Tapi kita ada satu lagi match sekejap lagi. Sebelum match tu, mari let's go back to the castles untuk mendapat tahu macam mana Todak tutup game itu dalam 11 minit sahaja. And with that, casters, I hope you guys have your thoughts ready because casters, silakan.
Stafa,
Yes.
you have bared witness. The production of MPLY has bared witness that we've got a quote from Shizo where he basically said, Toda players are essentially PH players.
A big statement right there.
Right. He's basically saying like, you know what? Toda PH players, no difference. We got the PH team now. We got Todak.
Until now, we continue to say that Filipino players definitely among the best in the world, if not the best. So Shizo himself is saying
Yep.
that the players of Todak match up to some of the best the world has to offer.
Yep. We're
exciting.
We're not misquoting or anything. That's why he said is because Rose was like, oh, how do you feel about Malaysia? It's like, oh, it's the same as Philippines. Oh, why is it the same as Philippines? Because of my teammate.
Yeah.
Hence, teammates Todak are Filipinos.
Because we are international standard.
Exactly
That's
what
he said.
exactly the quote.
We're not putting words in his mouth.
His mouth is not words being put in. What? Right. Items.
Yep. Either way, Todak did an amazing job here.
Amazing
Boy
draft.
definitely deserving that MVP. His Angela in game 1 was excellent in terms of timing. The Lo Yi here, the diversions were great. And the fact, again, he's able to hide in the back, dish out damage. Team Hawk basically couldn't find him at all. Though I think a lot of that also came down to the fact that Team Hawk just weren't capable of engaging Todak at all.
I feel bad for Gary. I feel like now he's gotten used to the tank meta.
Yeah.
Just enough to the point that it's going to change next week.
Imagine, imagine a few years ago.
4 years.
Imagine a couple years ago, the tank meta was introduced. You as a jungler realize I have to change. You go into training in a cave, sitting under the waterfall for many
The cave has
years.
Wi-Fi, by the way.
Yeah, the cave has Wi-Fi, so you can play ML. It
Yeah.
also has Hotlink. It also has ROG Phone 8.
Exactly.
And you're a few years, you're training. 2 years later, you emerge. It's like, I am the best tank jungler in the world. And the new patch comes out.
Because I was watching him play, it's like, hey, it's not bad. This is how you play the tank jungle. And it's like, Rose was like, hey, yeah, so next week is the assassin patch. And then even he was like, oh damn it. I trained so hard.
All the PTSD hits him at once. The flashbacks. I've wanted to play assassin.
At this point, I hope that the tank jungles is still meta. At least it doesn't feel as bad for him.
Yeah. Well, what can we do? The meta is always changing, and if you're not able to adapt, you will fall behind. But this is all circumstantial. We don't know what's going to happen next week. So let's just focus on what happened a moment ago. Very one-sided. Like, the draft was perfect, basically.
I would say this is just a draft diff. Not saying that Team Hot's draft is bad. It's rock, paper, scissors, right? Where Toda was paper and Team Hot was rock. Yes.
And they still deserve a lot of praise because they tried their best to make this draft work. And there was some potential with Janus like split pushing the map and stuff. But Todak realized this. The diversion made it difficult for Team Hawk to fight. That final rush into the base as well was excellently played. Teleporting the cow in and then following it up with the King's Calling afterwards. Excellent.
Never in my life, I thought during a cast we would say, let's teleport a cow.
Yeah.
It's not really a sentence that you would feel you would need to use one day. You know?
Not typically, yeah, but I am a fan of beef delivery.
That was good. We gotta look at the damage to turrets here because even though it's like quite low for Team Hot, but we saw how Janus tried really hard to get as much turret damage as he can, and he did well. But I feel like the moment Janus locked in the Fanny, that's where it clicked for Todak, that we can just build a draft that punishes anything that Team Hawk has. And the only one that I would say is not punished in the draft is the Novaria. The Terizla kind of, like you can't ult away, like once you're inside the King's Calling, you can't ult, but I don't know.
The Terizla was just kind of like, oh, it's over for us. We'll just pick something that we feel like could work. Because, yeah, I think Team Hawk definitely forgot about Momo's Mincetar at the time when they were drafting. They were focusing very hard on saying, like, oh, if Janus gets the Fanny, he'll be able to make something happen. They lock in the Fanny, they choose a carry afterwards, then the Mincetar comes out. And you can imagine them thinking at that moment is like, oh, right. That was something we needed to think about.
He used it week 1 too.
Yeah.
In hindsight, even though this is week 3, but he feels so long ago.
Because it technically is week 4.
Yeah, because we had a break.
We did have a break. It feels like so much happened during the break, right? Like, we've had breaks in the middle of a season before, and when the teams came back, like, yeah, there were improvements, but we never really saw anything too different. Yet this season, whoa, what happened?
This is a lesson to everyone. Breaks are important.
Yeah.
If you feel like you're pushing yourself too hard, take a step back. Breathe. Take a break. You know, invest in yourself. Sleep is amazing.
Sleep is amazing.
Right? Sleep is amazing, right?
Honestly, those words hit true. I feel like I need to do that a little bit more recently.
Right. Sometimes we're too harsh on ourselves. Sometimes we push ourselves too much. So, shout out to mental health. don't be depressed.
I legitimately feel like I'm going through therapy here. Until you said that last line, then that kind of knocked me out of it a little bit. But we can see in the highlights here, brought to you by our official gaming phone ROG, that this was a one-sided beatdown from Todak all the way from start to finish. There were attempts being made. Team Hak actually taking some fights pretty alright, evening things out, trying to trade for structures and macro across the map. But then Todak just accelerated their gameplay, constantly invaded, taking away resources from their opponents. And when you have this many tools to play against Team Hak, there's really nothing they can do.
Yeah, no, legit. Like, I can't blame Team Hak, man. Like, I feel like even the coach could not see this coming. It's just that once it's locked in, it's like, oh. At that point, while in game, you might as well just discuss what you're going to eat after this. Because, whew.
This was so smart as well. With when you send the Minotaur to the back, you pop up the Minwind Fury. People are gonna use their dash skills to jump out of it, and then waiting for until they've used their dashes to go in with the King's Calling. It's great. So Todak looking way better now in terms of their performance, and now looking forward to what else they can bring to the table. With this victory, they're gonna solidify themselves in 4th place, right behind Team Hak.
Yeah, but that being said, Team Hak has played 6 times, while Toda only played 4 times. So with a 2-match difference, Toda is only 1 point behind Team Hak. So all things considered, Toda's in a very good spot.
The point difference is all still looking very close, literally 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
Oh, Team Hak has played the most so far. They're the only team that's played 6 times. 5 times from the Niners, 5 times from RSGMY, Barracuda. Those are the only teams that have played 5 times or more.
Yeah, looks like everyone else has played at least 4 games so far. And that's including the Red Giants, who are sitting at the top of the standing. So
they're on a win streak.
Yep. It's impressive to see how far we've come in terms of this season. I still remember when I did my ranking before the season started.
Yeah. Against the AI?
Against the AI. The AI was very wrong.
All right.
But I don't think I was very right either.
What?
I don't think I was very right either.
Oh, but I already did this to the AI.
Yeah, he's still the loser over me.
All right.
But yeah, it's been a lot of unexpected situations into this season, and we're only halfway through.
I do have to say, the playoffs is not looking good for Selangor Red Giants.
It's not going to be easy, I think.
No, the first place, never good.
Ooh.
It's an MPL MY thing. I talked to other casters from other regions. It's not the same for other regions. It's just an MY special.
It is a tradition.
Whoever is like on a win streak during the regular season, during the playoffs is when things get real.
We did see it from RSG. We saw it previously from SMG. It is a tradition. We'll see if that happens. But for now, we still have one more match before the end of the day. And that's going to be between Bounty Esports and Monster Vicious.
This is going to be an interesting match because, again, Bounty has shifted their coaching staff. So we're going to have to see if the gameplay is going to be different. Going up against MV, where the stats or the results may not show it, but MV is a very solid team. They're very strong. Very strong.
I think they're a team that had a lot of potential. If not for the fact that Team Hak were taking a bit of a dark horse position, I would have given that same title to Monster Vicious in this case. But Bounty Esports definitely on the up and coming as well. I think the introduction of the new coach has helped them a lot in terms of just tightening up their discipline as well as their approach to the game. So this may be a closer match than we expect.
Forgive me, I forgot the name, but the coach that they have was the previous Team Hak coach. What was his name?
Jun, right?
Yeah, Jun. Yeah, Jun, I think. Yeah, Coach Jun. So it's going to be very interesting. So we got 1 minute to talk before we go to break.
We sure do. What you want to talk about?
Mental health is indeed important. When you play MLBB, you play to have fun. Don't stress yourself out. Unless stress is fun for you. For some people, it is. I get fun.
Yes, it is.
Right?
For some people.
Stress makes it fun. Like horror games. Horror games is stressful. People find it fun.
I don't like horror games.
Same.
I'm not good with that kind of thing.
My wife is asking me to play a horror game with her.
I think it's a lot easier if it's with another person. Like, as long as you're not the one like doing it yourself.
Honestly, even if there's a lot of people there, the fact that you're the one playing
Yeah.
And you're the one that gives the reaction first.
If your wife is telling you to play with her, she should be the one holding the controller.
I mean, like, to be fair, it's not my wife, it's my wife's siblings.
Oh, they should be the one holding the controller.
Play it at a cyber cafe somewhere.
Then that should be fine, right? You have people around you.
Give me a second.
Okay.
I'm gonna wait till 5.
All right.
We're going to a break. See you guys after this. Bounty going up against MV.
Tigreal lah, si Tigreal. Cancel. Go. Simi. Tigreal, mati. Nice. Mati. I go to tell you. Tap. Go, tap.
Nice, guys.
Go top.
Mantap. Nice.
Turn me. I'm good. Fight.
LG 3 second. Can.
Ruby flicker.
Nice.
Just go, guys.
Edit. Nice. Guys, Valen. Can.
Nice.
Can.
Just go, guys.
Nice. Puri.
Nice one. Just go.
Guys.
Just go.
Wake up me.
Just go.
Atas ya.
I clear.
I can ulti on you, Mo.
Tahu. Guys, that's not your base, ha?
Yeah, this is my base.
We can push me. Yeah, can.
Nice one.
Nice.
Who want my ulti? Tell me.
Me.
Me, bro. Please.
Tahu.
Gary, now.
Let's go.
Damn me on fire. Yes, kali.
Exact.
Sizo, immune.
Sizo?
No. Kena. Ailio. Oh, good try. Cannot.
It's okay.
Take back and go back.
Kena sweat yo. Careful lah, guys.
I get.
Can, tadi lah. Just front line. I got.
Nice ball. Come.
Kari, second.
Hook.
Second. Woo.
Oh, you still have a team. Nice ball. Wait, Fanny also inside. What the heck?
No.
Tahu.
Nice,
guys.
Nice, sir.
Mantap, bro.
dapat dikecapi, sejarah baru telah tercipta. Namun, setakat itu sahajakah kemampuan kita? Setiap kali ke pentas dunia, pasti kecewa. Sampai bila kita nak kalah? Ditundukkan serendah-rendahnya. Sampai bila kita nak dihina? Tiap musim harapan peminat gugur. Sampai bila nak kalah? Sampai bila nak kecewa? Setiap rakyat pasti akan melaungkan semangat, ingin mempertahankan rumah mereka. Jika patah sayap Raja Wali, bertongkat jua kita kemari. Tahun ini pastinya kemenangan semakin dicita demi menjulang nama Malaysia di pesada dunia. Di mana bumi dipijak, disitulah langit dijunjung. Stadium MBSJ Serdang Jaya secara rasminya menjadi rumah MPL MY pada tahun ini. Seterusnya, melangkah ke arena besar di Timur Tengah di Riyadh, Arab Saudi. Juara kita bangkit menghadapi cabaran, bersedia mencipta sejarah. Utara, Timur, Barat dan Selatan, kita semua MPL MY Playoff musim ke-14 akan berhijrah ke Johor, mendekatkan lagi silaturahim MPL MY bersama. Hasrat kita semua bersatu dan bangkit dengan satu tujuan yang sama. Naikkan martabat negara, kecari juara dunia, kemuncaknya di M6. Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecap di rumah kita. Untuk melakukan serangan yang terbenar. Tarik nafas yang panjang. Kerana terima magic kuda. 2-1 dalam keadaan yang sangat-sangat mudah.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-13, di mana yang terbaik akan berentap dalam pertempuran sengit dan penuh strategi. Seperti pada musim yang lepas, 10 pasukan profesional akan bersaing selama 6 minggu dalam arena yang penuh aksi di regular season. Namun, bermula pada musim ini, cuma 6 pasukan akan layak ke play-off dan pasukan di tempat ke-7 dan ke-8 hanya dapat stay untuk musim seterusnya. Tapi sayang sekali, tiada slot ke play-off buat mereka pada musim ini. Bagi pasukan di tempat ke-10, slot musim ke-14 mereka akan diganti oleh tempat pertama MAL Conference Group. Mereka akan di-reset dan harus merebut kembali peluang melalui MAL musim kedua. Dan apa itu MAL? Mobile Legends Bang Bang Academy League adalah liga amatur di mana terlahirnya bintang-bintang baharu. 15 pasukan akan bersaing untuk meraih kejuaraan dan 2 pasukan MPL Conference Group teratas akan berpeluang merebut slot ke MPL Malaysia musim seterusnya. Okey, kembali ke MPL. Pasukan MPL Malaysia tempat ke-9 akan berentap dengan pasukan tempat kedua dari MAL Conference Group dalam pusingan MPL Malaysia Challenger Stage bersama format Best of 5 semasa Grand Final MAL musim yang pertama, di mana pemenang akan menentukan slot terakhir MPL Malaysia musim ke-14. 6 pasukan yang layak ke play-off akan berentap untuk meneruskan jalan ke Grand Final MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 dan merebut peluang untuk ke MSC 2024. Jadi, bersiap sedia. Persiapkan strategi anda. Bersedia untuk aksi profesional di pentas MPL Malaysia musim ke-13.
Berminat untuk mengetahui info lanjut mengenai prestasi pemain dan jadi sebahagian daripada MPL Malaysia?
Layari laman rasmi Liga Isukan nombor 1 Malaysia untuk dapatkan maklumat terkini dan lengkap. Layari laman rasmi MPL Malaysia sekarang. Ayo kita bersama menaikkan mutu MLBB di Malaysia. Jangan terlepas kemas kini Liga Academy rasmi MLBB Malaysia, MAL Malaysia. Ikuti semua platform rasmi kami. Ayo sokong MAL Malaysia musim pertama. Ikuti semua platform rasmi. Semua peminat dan penyokong dijemput ke arena MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di Serdang. Anda berpeluang berjumpa dengan pemain kegemaran anda, kumpul tanda tangan eksklusif dan sertai kempen Fan of the Season.
Interested in knowing more about player performance and be a part of MPL Malaysia? Visit the website of MPL Malaysia's #1 esports league for the latest news and league updates. Don't miss out on updates from the official MLBB Malaysia Academy League, MAL Malaysia. Follow all our official platforms. All fans are invited to the MPL Malaysia Season 13 Arena in Serdang. You will get a chance to meet your favorite players, get exclusive autographs, and join the Fan of the Season campaign.
Versus satu Skylar can you do it? Dan Albert di sana ternyata harus hilang.
Avalanche fight as Long gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet as well as the Electro final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya yung ninakaw na sipa. Buhay pa rin ang buhay. Backline already, and they're running for the lines, gunning it. Jerry trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way in, he cleans it all the way up. Just no way for him to run. Just...
Kita kata ada satu warrior weapon di Malaysia membuat pergerakan dari Liga tuh langsung benar-benar slow. Rasanya sudah tumbang.
Menang, kalah, pressure, harapan, skill, mistake, dah ready. Kalah, dihentak, dituntut semua untuk peminat.
Spotlight melambangkan satu sosok tumpuan.
Meneruskan dinasti mereka 3 kali juara MPL Malaysia.
Tumpuan untuk melakukan yang terbaik. Tumpuan untuk menjadi seorang role model.
Penantian, pelaburan, pengorbanan, semuanya.
Sorotan itu penting. Ia membuatkan kita percaya.
The supporters we witness our fights and our struggles.
Memikul harapan untuk mempertahankan kemenangan.
Menjadi cabaran terbesar untuk mencapai matlamat kami.
Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecam di rumah kita.
Harapan masih terpahat di hati.
Untuk menjadi juara.
Meneruskan legasi kami.
Di bawah cahaya, semuanya menjadi lebih jelas.
Underdog, kuda hitam. No, kami adalah Monster Vicious.
Cahaya impian telah menerangi pentas ini.
Kejayaan bukan lagi dongeng.
Not just a dream.
Ia arti harapan yang sebenar.
Mungkin ada yang sangka bahawa harapan ini akan hilang.
Tapi bukan kami.
Ini harapan kami. Ini semangat kami. Bersama kami mencapai satu tujuan.
Menjadi sinar yang paling terang.
Nikmati jaguh 5G untuk gaming sepantas kilat dengan Hotlink Prepaid 5G. Internet 5G tanpa had dengan kelajuan 5G tanpa batas untuk layan gaming tanpa gangguan. Nikmati latensi rangkaian 5G terunggul dan gameplay termantap sepanjang malam. Semuanya hanya RM32 sebulan dengan 20% cashback. Dapatkan sekarang.
This fairy tale ended with a poisoned apple, and my tale began. A princess in a tower is just a bird in a cage. Cursed gift! Take my vengeance! Protect your queen! Kneel before your queen. It won't take long, I promise.
Ready posing eh? Right. Okay.
Confirm mantap, confirm lah Nescafe.
Hey, come on, come on. Okay. Power Gaza.
paling tak boleh lupa time minta maaf?
I have no idea with that. Maybe masih ingat banyak lah.
Nak cerita buruk ke nak cerita baik
Lepas adalah macam konflik sikit, macam saya bergaduh dengan mak saya kan, nak masuk e-sport. Sampaikan saya kenal rumah.
Aku ada terbaca lah orang cakap, ni dah rasti teruk lah, dah boleh pergi kerja kilang lah. tapi ya, aku okey je sebenarnya. Yang video aku viral nangis-nangis apa semua itu bukan sebab aku kecewa dengan kecaman orang apa semua, tak ada. Kecaman netizen semua aku tak kisah pun. Semua tu like aku disappointed dengan aku punya performance je. Dengan apa yang aku bagi, apa yang hard work yang aku put. Tapi end up performance aku macam tu lah. Sebab aku tahu orang-orang yang komen apa semua, diorang tak tahu pun apa yang terjadi. Diorang nampak daripada luar, diorang tak tahu apa yang dalam. Macam ibarat kita tengok bola, dia ni passing betul-betul lah. Kita bukan tahu, kita bukan join training pun. Kenapa Harry Maguire main setiap minggu? Kita tak tahu pun dalam training dia macam mana.
Pergaduhan yang paling risau, perit dan pedih lah kan. Kita tak ada cakap apa-apa. Cuma waktu tu MPL Season 6 di mana Todak tak ada kalah lagi best of 3. Waktu tu pressure dia sangat besar sebab orang semua mengharapkan kita menang daripada regular season sampai habis. And waktu tu masing-masing pelik gameplay dia. Pelik gila kan. Macam timing tak kena. Pakai hero pun pelik-pelik. And dengan pressure apa semua pun bengang. Mental, ketuk meja, kata kita main apa benda ni kan. Waktu tu nak play off dah. Tak silap pun lagi 2 hari dah nak play off season 6. Kalau korang main macam ni, better aku pergi main dengan parti-parti Indo joki apa semua kan. Lagi bagus daripada aku main dengan korang kan. Biasalah kan, kita bekerja as a team, as a kumpulan kan. So kalau tak gaduh tu bukan team lah maksudnya kan. So bila habis tu dah macam biasa je lah. Basically kita orang gaduh macam tu je. Dia tak ada lebih-lebih sebab try to be professional lah. Try to not take it personal sebab in the end of the day kita nak kena bermain dengan orang tu juga kan.
The M3 lah for me seriously is so hard for me. The M3. Until now I still cannot forget about it. Just like we scream, we stick. I think for the 2 days already, almost 12 game like that. And then I score to Zaim, I score to everyone, and then we almost want to fight like that. But after that, I still think I'm correct like that. But I didn't say sorry to Zaim and semua that I feel so bad. Until now, like that, I cannot forget. I think this one moment also.
Have you ever made someone cry?
I think a lot. This one actually is a lot. I feel that I so bad on this. Every season I think quite because of me lah. Because of pressure, I pressure him a lot to cover me to become a best rider. My bad. Sorry. I tank.
Saya adalah minta maaf dengan ibu saya sampai saya melutut. Sampai saya melutut dah saya minta maaf dengan dia sebab ya kan ibu kita kan nak yang terbaik untuk kita kan. Tapi mungkin sebab dia tak nampak lagi lah masa tu game tu macam boleh buat duit. Dia fikir macam masa tu game tu hanya main untuk hiburan, macam bermasa. Tapi bila saya start yang ni yang sebelum ni saya start tier 2 tu saya dah start macam menang tournament. Dan tu dengan RTZ kan. Saya menang tournament dapat duit. Dan tu baru dia dah macam dia dah start support so slow lah, dia start support. Kira dia macam penyemangat saya lah untuk teruskan dalam e-sport lah.
Untuk yang memaafkan AJ, memaafkan orang yang dengki dengan AJ. Dengki tu maksudnya dia sampai buat sesuatu, sampai menutup perut nasi AJ sendiri. Tapi AJ tetap memaafkan orang tu. Itu yang paling besar.
Bagi saya banyaklah salah dengan AJ sebab masa kat RSG, saya 10, saya banyak marah dia buat dia nangis lah sebab saya tak suka sikap dia. Dan sebab saya terasalah sampai sekarang benda yang saya buat tu salah, tapi saya mungkin ego tak minta maaf dan sekarang baru saya rasalah saya sebagai senior saya tak sepatutnya buat macam tu lah kat dia masa kat RJ. Dan saya terharu sebab masa tak ada orang ingat saya, ambil saya, dia yang cari saya dan try saya untuk ke Team Hak. Yalah, saya banyak buat salah kat dia tapi dia masih ingat saya. Dan saya nak berterima kasih lah dekat Iris sebab bagi saya peluang lagi untuk ke pro scene ni.
Actually, after the game, I will apologize to them. Just like, because I thinking just like I want to win only. Because for my positive, everything is I want to win. I want to improve myself. I want to improve the tank. But I never care about the people feeling anything like that. So, 我可能不太善于怎样去道歉，但是我会用我的行动证明我的道歉方式是对的。
Aku tak rasa semua orang boleh macam aku untuk minta maaf sebab bagi aku kalau kita minta maaf ni kita dah lepas satu tanggungjawab. Aku dah rasa satu kepuasan. Macam even benda tu bukan salah aku, especially salah aku akan minta maaf. Sebab aku tahu kebanyakan manusia ni dia tak nak minta maaf. So aku minta maaf. Sebab benda tu simple lah, dua perkataan lah minta maaf, tapi tak semua orang boleh buat.
Hari ini kami dapat jemputan daripada tim Hak untuk menyaksikan MPL My Season 13. Apa yang saya rasa dan anak-anak yang saya jaga ni rasa membahagiakan diorang. Dalam masa yang sama diorang sangat excited untuk tengok game-game MPL ni sebab selalunya kita tengok kat phone kan. So hari ni diorang dapat tengok live. Dan diorang pun memang suka main Mobile Legends ni. Alhamdulillah rezeki kita orang dijemput dan kita orang sangat berterima kasih kepada tim Hak sebab jemput kita orang untuk dapat rasa pengalaman tengok MPL My secara live.
Kami dari tim Hak ingin mengucapkan selamat hari raya Idul Fitri.
Perlu mengharapkan Ripo untuk melakukan satu flanking ke arah pasukan Barakuda, tapi tengokkan dulu di kedudukan bahagian tengah ini masih lagi bersabar untuk tapi implosion sekali lagi kepada EV menangkap beberapa pemain yang berpasukan RSGMY. Izan pasukan Barakuda akan mampu untuk bertahan ataupun tidak, tapi untuk bagaimana untuk juga Ripo. Ripo ditelan oleh Jesus cuba untuk bertahan setakat ini, tapi tengokkan terdengar pada EV mencari player yang ada Lolel hilang tengah AJ. Storm yang cukup rendah masih mampu untuk bertahan, tapi tengokkan Imal dia perlu mengundurkan diri supaya tidak tumbangkan Izanami boleh hilang.
Klub itu dikenakan ke atas pasukan pihak lawan dan sebab itu Izanami tak boleh nak bernapas.
Oh, Storm cuba untuk mencari mangsa pada pasukan Barakuda. Emal yang mengganggu pergerakan rapat tapi Bedoko jadi oleh trap.
Tegral lah si, tegral. Cancel. Go. Simi. Tegral pantai. Nice. Guys. Mati. I go tell ya. Tap. Go tap.
Nice guys.
Go top.
Mantap bro.
Hero first. Nice. Don't me. I'm good. Fight. Baldi 3 second. Can.
Ruby flicker.
Nice.
Just go guys.
Edit. Nice.
Let's go.
Guys, balance. Can. Nice. Can.
Just go guys.
Nice.
No puri.
Nice.
Nice one. Just go. Just go.
Back up me ya.
Just go.
Atas ya.
I can ulti on you more.
Tahu. Guys, that's not your base, ah.
Yeah, this is my base.
We can push me. Can.
Nice one.
Nice.
Who won my ulti? Tell me.
Me.
Me bro, please.
Tahu.
Gary, now.
Let's go. Let me on fire. Go. Just kali. Sizo, immune.
Sizo?
No. Kena. Ailio. Oh, good try. Cannot.
Nice, okay. Yeah, take back and go back.
Kena swipe yo.
Careful lah guys.
I get. Can Telis lah. Just front line.
Nice.
I got.
Nice ball. Come.
Kari. Second. Hook.
Second. Woo. Oh, you still have a team. Nice ball. Wait, Fanny also inside. What the heck?
No.
Tahu.
Nice. Mantap bro.
Saken mungkin cuba untuk masuk ke hadapan, tapi Gary dia cukup bersama Iris. Saken masuk lagi ke hadapan cuba untuk melakukan damage, tapi Leja jatuh di tangan Shizao. Iris mendapatkan double kill, boleh menumbangkan destruction, tapi Shizao pula kali dapatkan double kill. Iris kill pula, tapi Iris Felicia cuba untuk melakukan satu backstep daripada arah belakang, mencari mangsa daripada pasukan tim Hak. Iris hilang di tangan Shizao. Kali ini King Skull pada moment cuba untuk mencari mangsa yang ada, tapi tengok bagaimana Felicia hilang tengah
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rockstar?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to be the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rockstar?
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in.
I'm a rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
MPL Malaysia Season 13 is powered by Muntong. Enjoy a superior 5G network and lightning-fast gaming experience only with our official mobile internet hotlink. A big shout out to ROG Phone 8, the official gaming phone, for keeping our players at the top of their game. Grind on with Nescafe to keep your gaming spirit going. Thank you to all of our sponsors and partners for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 13.
And you just put the lid on top, and then that's basically how you convince your cat how to make a cake for your uncle.
Ah, I see. Okay. All right. I'll keep that in mind.
Yeah, that's how.
Thanks.
Welcome to MPL Malaysia Season 13, where this is the final match of the day. This is Sunday. It's going to be between Bounty Esports going up against MV. I'm glad I did that. My shoulders hurt, but I can still smile through it. My name is Afel. Alongside me is Stafa. Wasn't that an interesting story about my cat?
Yeah, it's a very interesting story. Like, I'm really inspired by the fact that your cat decided to help bake the cake since your shoulder was hurting, you know? Like, it's a lot of initiative, and I wish that my cat would do the same thing.
Same. Anyways, today's going to be a great game. I hope, because Bounty going up against MV, this is one of the last times we'll see MV being this strong, because Subway, as a jungler, loves these tank assassins. What we call it?
Frunky.
Yeah, love these frunky heroes, right? Subway loves these frunky heroes. But after this, he might have to adapt. He might have to change his style.
It's quite a claim to just straight up say, like, MV is not going to be strong after this patch because of Subway's hero.
No. Listen. What we've said has been the opposite.
Okay, understood.
You know what's not the opposite? Is that you guys can recharge yourself with superior taste and quality with Arabica beans. Grind on with Nescafe. You can recharge yourself that way. I got nothing else.
No, I mean, that's all that needs to be said. Right?
Yeah,
You already
that's all
said,
yeah.
like, you don't need a lot of words. Big things come in small packages, right? And we all know that Nescafe inspire you to keep your gaming spirit going. And well, I'm sure that they will be all the energy that our players and us need to proceed on with the final match of the week.
Oh yeah, Bounty. I want to see with the change of coach, will they change their style, or the coach is just like, I'm not going to change anything. I'm just going to enhance it. I'm just going to enable you guys. You know, it's like, oh, you guys want to fight? Just fight. Oh, you guys don't want to fight? Then don't.
It is different approaches. Like, genuinely, both options are viable. It just depends on what you really want to achieve, right? Whether or not you want to reform the team to your vision of how to do things, or you just want to take what's already there and build upon it. Like, you've been a coach before in the past.
I have been
Which
a coach
approach do
before.
you prefer?
I honestly prefer, for the first few weeks, don't do anything. Just observe. See what the team is all about. What's their culture and how they play. Afterwards, we'll see where we can meet in the middle. It's like, I understand this is your culture. This is your culture, but some changes have to be made, and your play style is good, but some things have to be adjusted for it to be optimal. So for me personally, it's building upon what already has been built, but it really is case-to-case basis. Some people that doesn't have any base at all. You know, some teams, they just don't have this foundation.
Okay.
But Bounty has, so it's all about how Coach Jun want to build up upon it.
Yeah, some very good insights from a genuine former MLBB coach here. So yeah, it's important to identify exactly what it is that these players need, because they're going to be facing off against one another on that stage right now. And we explained this before the break, how both these teams, while they have their ups and downs, honestly do seem pretty even on paper right now. We have Monster Vicious versus Bounty Esports.
The Monsters against the Hunters. KDA 2.6 against 2.5. Number 8 against number 9. Oof. Damage per minute, 11,000 against 10,000. Number 6 against number 8. Goal per minute, number 6 against number 9. Unique heroes, 26 to 23. So what this number shows, it's not good. I mean,
it's not the best.
I mean, they're close. They're close.
It's not too far apart, all that considered. And again, Bounty Esports definitely were in a frazzled state for a week, where they were having some difficulties behind the scenes. They were having some conflicts. They do seem to have picked themselves back up a little bit, but obviously the stats are still going to remain. So all that's left is for them to put it all on the table in the Land of Dawn.
Stats don't matter.
Yes.
Even as a coach, I say it, stats don't matter. We have a superpower being Asians.
Okay.
Even when we cook, we don't measure. Use feeling. Aga-aga. Same applies to video games, production, casting. You don't need to use numbers. That's a nerd thing to do. Use feeling.
Use feeling.
Just use feeling.
Honestly, it's not bad advice, actually, right? Like, it doesn't matter whether you're number 1 in the world or like the bottom of the charts. The numbers don't matter. As long as you feel you can succeed, then maybe you will.
Numbers is just imagination being manifested. What? I don't even think that sounds smart.
I don't think that's quite correct. There is such a thing as imaginary numbers, but I don't think we want to get into that right now.
Numbers matter, but I feel like, I mean, Bounty can definitely do it, right? They've shown that they can win against teams like the Niners, which even though Niners is like... Nothing I say makes me feel good.
Yeah, I think we can put Niners behind us for a moment, right?
Which is sad.
Like,
I love that team.
Like, numbers don't matter.
Numbers
9 doesn't matter.
Numbers don't matter, okay? Bounty going up against MV. I want to see MV stick to their guns. Just use whatever has been good. Bounty brings something different. We've seen Subway bringing in the Granger jungle. Bounty, maybe they want to bring something crazy as well into the game. But we can't say anything. We can't look at numbers. We can't spell letters. We can barely breathe without the players coming up on stage.
Oh, they better come up soon or LaFell will be in trouble.
Yeah. Whew. And with that being said, let's introduce the teams for both teams, Bounty as well as MV, onto the stage.
Bounty Esports.
It is ironic that the team won their only match when they were coachless. The important question is that how soon can the team adapt to Coach Jun's system? Regardless, the Hunters are ready to claim their prize. Let's go, Bounty Esports!
Monster Vicious.
The squad has had a long break and only get to play one match. Is that a good thing for the team to be as refreshed? Or will they need to restart their engine, eager to pounce from the get-go? Let's cheer for Monster Vicious! Introducing the coach and analysts of both teams and the head of League Ops, Cedric, who will ensure fair play and professional integrity of the match. For Bounty Esports, June is the coach. For MV, it's Haru as well as Uni. I gotta say, I almost broke character there.
Oh yes, I saw that.
In case you guys were wondering, we're doing it live. It's the first time I saw the script and it's like, oh.
It is pretty funny. Like, I just hear from beside me, LaFell saying, it's ironic that the team won their only match when they were coachless. And then just... like, look at him right now.
Why was the line? That caught me off guard. Even our script writers are going for the jugglers, like, and I realized
we're the most entertaining region for a reason. When even the script writers are going after the teams, you know.
You know what? We're here to have fun, and the thing is, this is our strategy to become stronger, right? We got to be realistic. We got to make sure everyone is pushing themselves to be the best. And sometimes it needs a little bit of incentive. It needs extra push. You know what hero can push?
What?
Vexana! Vexana's new rarity, first ever Zenith skin, Twisted Fairytale, is now available from the 25th of March to the 30th of April. Participate in the Twisted Fairytale draw event and enjoy 30% off your first 10 times draw and 50% off your daily first one-time draw. You may even stand a chance to win Vexana's battle emote, I Am the Queen, Elimination Effect, Apple of Doom, and other amazing skins. Come join in the draw now.
Just because we said numbers don't matter earlier doesn't mean you should start forgetting your months now.
Dude, the calendar is difficult, man.
I know.
I mean, like, for example, why is Octo the number 8, the 10th month of the year? October.
Oh.
Shouldn't October be the 8th month?
I think I can actually answer this
really?
question.
Oh.
Like, okay, I don't know how accurate I am. If anyone here is a history buff, they can correct me, but this is just something I read a while ago. It was originally October as the 8th month. But when, during the Roman Empire, Emperor Julius Caesar and Augustus
they want their own month?
They added their own months in, so now it's all messed up.
This is Bounty Esports. Aziz, Habos, Panda, Yuna, as well as Yanlord. Looks like the in-game leader is gonna be Habos for this game. And speaking of, new patches, Yuna is an assassin player himself. So after this, could be the rising momentum coming in from Bounty, but they gotta go up against MV first.
Yeah, the funny thing is most junglers we know are originally assassin players. Like players like Subway, very small breed, because tank jungle is, although it's been around for a while, still somewhat of a new trend. But speaking of Subway, we of course have Monster Vicious. We got Fakus as the in-game leader with Ruff, Zeno, Novax Kobar, and Subway.
I like that you just call him Zeno. You don't call his full name.
It's easier for me.
Good. That's good.
I think it's also like bad karma.
It is bad karma. It is bad karma. Don't say his full name, but Ruff and Nova Escobar, I would say they were the rising stars, and now they're really like, I would say, one of the strongest points of Monster Vicious. But now we gotta talk about Ruff as well as Panda here. You gotta help me out, Staffa, because
I know you've
I'm
forgotten your
colorblind.
numbers.
Yeah, no, I'm
also-
colorblind.
Oh yeah,
I can't
that
see.
as well.
I can't
yeah.
differentiate between which one is Ruff and which one is Panda.
So the smaller shape inside is Panda, and then the bigger shape outside is Ruff, meaning that Ruff does have higher average damage and gold, as well as higher average DPM.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I mean, like, to be fair, I feel like MV has longer games.
You're not wrong, actually, yeah.
Actually, has MV played more games than Bounty? That could also be a factor.
That one I can't remember.
Right, but that could also be a factor. But we got to talk about how Ruff is an amazing player. Ever since the moment with Toda, where people have been saying he's the one carrying the team, even though in that lineup, he was the rookie.
And honestly, I'm not really surprised about the statistics here because we all know that Panda, once that late game comes about, has a tendency to get a little bit over-aggressive and can be punished sometimes in terms of his positioning. So that would explain why his overall gold as well as damage per minute is a little bit lower, because he's not quite able to maintain these leads. I think he's definitely gotten better at it recently, but Ruff still definitely seems to be the more consistent gold laner overall.
Yeah, unfortunately, the golden rule about dealing damage is that you have to be alive to deal the damage.
Yeah, it's such an unfortunate condition, right?
Yep, now we gotta look at the keys to victory. MV to board the subway retreat trade, and for Bounty Esports must give Ruff a rough time. Our scriptwriters are so funny.
They're very proud of themselves.
They're like, ha ha ha, funny. Like, like, oh my goodness. Like, let me slap my knee for it's like, you hear that slap? That's a slap on the knee by how funny they are.
Yeah, you can definitely hear what LaFell's feeling about the situation. But they're not wrong. They're not wrong. These are the keys. You gotta make sure that Subway's able to get those objectives well, and you gotta give Ruff a rough time. We've used this pun way too often. It's a little bit low-hanging fruit, but it is right there.
You know when it's too much?
Yeah?
For that kind of pun, if you use it twice. 2 is too much already. That's how low the low-hanging fruit
I thought it was like the rule of trees, though.
Nope, not for this one.
Not for this one?
Using one time is pushing it.
I see, okay.
All right. Like, we're seeing eye to eye now, right? You say it one time, and that's already too much. So doing 2, psychopath.
I see. Okay, so we want to avoid doing that, to avoid giving LaFell a rough time in this game here. So anyway, it's going to be the final match. Bounty Esports versus Monster Vicious. We've already discussed earlier, the teams are fairly even. In terms of performance so far, Monster Vicious a little bit more consistent, but Bounty seems to be starting to find a bit of a trend, and we're going to want to see whether or not they've grown enough to take down this team.
We got to look at the draft because I do agree that it should be a gold lane highlight here, because Panda as well as Ruff, amazing players. It's just that Panda requires much more support that he doesn't die. When you compare it to Ruff, he is the kind of player that almost doesn't need that much of a support. He's pretty good on his own.
I think it really does live up to the name Panda, right? Because pandas need caretakers to make sure they don't end up killing themselves.
Really?
Like, actually, legit. The whole reason why you have specific caretakers for pandas, why you see all those videos, is because they're so lazy and lack so much self-preservation that they basically don't do anything.
Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Who said there are no shortcuts?
See, guys,
in
who
life?
said watching
I
MPL
literally
isn't
invented
educational?
one.
You get new things every day.
Yeah.
And speaking of which, Bounty banning out Louis, I legit feel like that's a good ban. No joke.
Means that either Matilda or Angela is probably getting through, though, or the Nolan too.
No, Matilda. If Bounty lets go of Matilda, that's a different kind of cuckoo, man.
It really is. It would be the moment that the entire world collectively judges them at once, and they don't want that.
I mean, to be fair, only in Malaysia do we have a 100% win rate on Matilda. Other regions, not really.
Oh, really?
Yeah, other regions have lost with the Matilda.
Maybe it's because we ban it so often.
True.
There's not enough practice against it, you know?
Yeah.
We should let Matilda through more. Then we'll be prepared to play against it.
What was left undone.
Now, I am looking at Bounty very seriously. Ban out the Lu Yi, so this is kind of a respect. Ban out the Chip.
The fire
Agreed.
of battle never
They let it through. All right, everyone, judge him.
Okay, you know what? Here's the thing.
Your team is.
You know what would have been a better choice?
Uh-huh.
Let both of them go so that you get one of them.
Yeah, probably. I mean, unless they wanted to compete for like Nolan or something, but no, they do go to Fredrin Arlet. Very safe opening. They have just given Nova Excova Matilda. Like I feel like this is a bad idea.
Okay, I've watched the Malay cast. Homeboy's analyst, he said that one of the most broken heroes they just discovered in Scrim has a natural counter. He didn't specifically say Matilda, but I'm guessing he was talking about Matilda. So Bounty might know that specific counter.
And
I don't know what it is,
if it were me, like if I were playing against a Matilda and Pubs, the first thing I think of is like Esmeralda, just so you could absorb all the shield. But I'm not too sure if that's going to be a choice here.
Legit, you know one counter that I've experienced? Tigreal. You want to know why?
Tigreal?
When you're using the circling eagle, apparently you're not immune to crowd control there, so when Tigreal pushes you back, you actually get pulled back.
Oh.
I've experienced that, and even I was shocked. It's like, how does that work?
I've never seen that. I don't get to see a lot of Matildas in my game. So
I play a lot of Matilda, and that was very weird for me.
Okay. Well, we'll see whether or not that becomes something that we can keep an eye out for this game. For now, Monster Vicious has continued with the Barat as well as the Natan. The Barat Matilda has been a classic combo since a very long time ago. I call it the flying dinosaur. I think it's very good for pulling him in and out of these fights. And we see Bounty, they're gonna go for that Vexana. So Bounty Esports actually having a very default lineup.
Yeah, very default here. Perhaps this is what they're aiming for. Use a draft that... This draft is good if it's Arlet Roam, because you can dish out a lot of damage with Vexana as well as Arlet. Vexana having the extra crowd control to trigger the Vengeance once more. It can be a very aggressive lineup, but the thing is, we don't know whether this Arlet is going to the Roam or the EXP.
Yep, that is one value of it, is that, again, the flexibility of going into multiple positions means that the opponent will never really know for sure. The Nolan will finally get banned out by Bounty here, so they are still suspecting the possibility that this is a EXP Barat instead. But I feel like it is probably going to be Subway's hero, since his Red Win is already gone. They specifically banned out the X-Borg and Lilia before this. They obviously want to tank jungle, right? Or is this the biggest mind game?
If they go for this... Okay, here's a crazy topic just because we've seen it today. So we might as well talk about it just in case it does happen. Nathan can be put in the jungle where you put Bara EXP and something like a Ruby gold lane. So it's not impossible, especially we've seen Subway using the Granger in the jungle. But I think that's a big of a stretch. I do feel like this Barats is going to the jungle. Especially because the good thing about Barats and Matilda, in case the Barats does something wrong, he can fly away.
Yep. It's a stretch, but I think we've seen a lot of stretches today. So we gotta keep our eyes open. The Faramis is the final ban from the side of Bounty, making sure that you don't have the Matilda Faramis combination. That's just way too much sustain overall. Yeah. Monster Vicious get rid of the Roger to make sure that Natan doesn't have any real opponent in the gold lane. Not too sure if they want to continue focusing on Handa's hero pool.
Fakes loves using the Valentina, so I think the Valentina should be fine here. MV batting out the Kaja, probably thinking they don't want a Kaja carry situation where that can disrupt whatever they are doing. So I like the Kaja ban.
It's a way that Bounty would be able to make it so that someone can't fly out with the guiding winds as well. So I guess it's understandable why Monster Vicious would
another one is Chi-Chi, right?
CC, yeah.
CC, yeah. But that does mean that the Arlet is going into the roam. At this point, I feel like they might as well pick up a gold laner so that this Arlet is flexible throughout the end of the draft.
I agree. They should go for gold lane here. Alright, carry. Makes sense. You got the Barats. Go for that. Matches up in scaling quite well with the Natan. Monster Vicious now will be looking to complete their composition. We'll get to see whether or not this is a jungle or EXP Barats, as well as what their other positions are going to be.
I'm still thinking Valentina is quite solid here. The Lilia has been banned out. Wii has been banned out. Another crazy one is Farsa, so you fight with more range, so you can snipe out the carry. But I feel like Valentina here is fine. Honestly, something like Benedetta would be good for Zeno because he likes the long lane, right? So Benedetta, Lapu Lapu, Paquito.
That's Lapu Lapu. And the Valentina, all right.
I know my boys.
Yeah, you do know. Very accurate predictions coming out of LaFell right now. Of course, it's to be expected. Oh, we got a fun fact here. Bounty Esports has the least average turtle secured while having a 72% kill participation. They're not great turtle hunters, but they sure do like hunting their opponents.
Honestly, 72% kill participation is pretty good.
Yeah.
It means they move as a team a lot. They just don't get a turtle. What does that say?
They're not interested in the turtle.
You know what? Turtles are for nerds.
Turtles are overrated. They're like bounty hunters, and the bounty on the turtle isn't sufficient. Just got handed that by production. Shout out to production. Thanks.
I don't even I don't even want to entertain. We're going into this game. Honestly, looking at draft here, Chove coming up. I feel like for MV, this is a very comfortable draft for them. So in terms of comfort, I feel like MV feels like they're at home.
I think both these teams are fairly comfortable overall. Bounty Esports has a more balanced draft. With the Cho and the Arlet, they have a good amount of catch. But Monster Vicious bringing in the Matilda in the hands of none other than Nova x Kovar. Oh boy, this is going to be something of a challenge for the Bounty Hunters. Will they be able to collect their quarry today? It's going to be game one as we jump into the land of Dawn. Monster Vicious versus Bounty Esports.
I want to see the tempo coming in for MV because with Matilda, it's always having the priority here. That's the advantage of having a Matilda. You'll constantly have the advantage when it comes to the rotation coming in from the mid. So I do want to see which lane that you want to prioritize over and why is it gold lane.
Oh, Yanlord trying to disrupt Subway here. Looks like he might be able to force him to use that Retribution. Subway, are you going to greet this out? Oh, nope. He did end up using Retribution there, so it got quite close. I was quite scared.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you were holding your breath there. And,
I sure was.
Right now, looking at Monster Vicious, I feel like looking at the lanes here for both Monster Vicious as well as Bounty, it looks like Bounty is actually having a better positioning on the EXP as well as the gold lane. But I feel like that's kind of okay for Monster Vicious because they're just waiting for the mid duo to come help them out and then make something out of it.
It's a very strong mid duo, having the Matilda and the Valentina. Their mobility is very high, so it's not going to be difficult for them to roam around the map and set up ganks for their teammates. It's going to be up to Bounty Esports on whether or not they can match that tempo. Looks like Panda already got harassed a little bit, but he's under the tower, so he's fine.
Yeah, especially because looking at the emblem setup for Panda here, having the Brave Smite itself is already enough for him to sustain, but Subway catches
Daytona's
one.
welcome, they caught one, that's a Zist. First blood being the Vexana, and now Havos may have bitten off a bit more than he could chew. He's gonna flicker away to safety. Ruff forced to use Purify, no flicker sadly, which means that Panda manages to trade for the gold lane.
All right, we can see a technically 1-for-1, even though it's all across the map here. I would say it's better for Bounty just because they were able to get Ruff. Gold laners not getting some of their farm is a very big deal in the early game.
Absolutely, and we know that Panda really likes those snowball situations because the less opportunity the enemy has to punish him for overstepping, the better he's going to perform generally. Landlord not level 4 yet, so he can't find any kicks just yet.
Yep, and I feel like him just getting the vision is good enough, but he took way too much damage there, and now Subway, he's controlling. The thing is, Subway does not have his death. Oh, now he does have his Detona's welcome, so he should be able to secure this.
Brave Spider jumps in, Havos into the pit as well. Zeno gonna be zoning out the entirety of Bounty Esports with some help from Fakers. That's gonna be the turtle secured, and Subway pulled in with the guiding winds. Havos going to be the one left in the lurch. He's surviving a long time with the regen, but it's not going to be enough. That's a kill for Monster Vicious.
I think it was a very good engage coming in from Bounty, but I do feel like having Zeno there to kind of disrupt of what's going on, that was the real difference maker here. So Zeno does so well at zoning out Bounty that made it so that even though Subway was ready with his Daytona's welcome to swallow someone up, preferably Yuna, looks like it wasn't enough.
Way of Dragon onto Fakus, but he's able to purify it away, even pulled in by the Guiding Wind, so no problem for the Valentina here. The lane that probably needs the most attention from them, going to be that gold lane.
Right now, Monster Vicious, good that Fakes was able to purify out of that, but that is 90 seconds where Bounty should probably try to gank again. But either ways, I do want to see how Bounty can help Panda out a little bit more, because Carry is a pretty good hero that you can snowball on, because at one point, Subway is not going to be able to handle that much damage. If they wait for Nova Escobar to have the Flash of the Oasis, then it's going to be much more difficult for Carry to actually dish out the damage.
Bravest Fighter right into the brush. They knew they were in there. Yanlord just picked off by a final hit from Fakus. Monster Vicious finding their targets. Yuna trying to see if he can get a bit of a gank up here in the top lane, but Nova is with Rough. Entropy gonna be popped out. Panda, though, does more damage overall. So I doubt either team wants to fully commit to this.
It's good for Bounty because they are throwing resources onto Panda's lane because they're trying to give him as much gold as possible. The idea here, I feel, for Bounty is to give Panda an 800 or 1,400 gold lead just so that he can complete his item much faster compared to Rough. Rough needs 2 or 3 items to really do well. Panda, it really depends. If he does have the Thunder Belt as the first item, does damage well, but he's more utility at that stage. If he goes something for like a Corrosion Scythe, then yeah, he can do quite a bit of damage whenever he's moving with his team.
We'll see which build Panda will prefer here. It does look like a lane swap has occurred because Panda has already secured the entire gold field up top. Xeno gonna try and take over. A nice dodge on the flicker from Yanlord. But Yuna now diving the tower. This is 1v3 Way of the Dragon. Finally lands. Panda taking him down slowly. Xeno a lot tankier than you expect, but he will go down eventually.
I mean, 3 people just to get Xeno Mao, that is good. But the thing is that Xeno was able to clear out the minions, so they aren't able to push, so good on him.
Circling Eagle into the Daytona's welcome. Novak Kobar tanking as much of the tower as possible, but a wrong spit means that Ruff is going to get taken out there. Monster Vicious forced to retreat.
I mean, I don't want to say this, but he is having a rough time.
He is having a rough time.
Oh, that's painful to say. Oh.
Hold on. Yuna in the back line. The Bravest Fighter jumps in once again, but the Way of the Dragon knocks him out. Eternal Guard keeps Xeno alive for a little bit longer, but it's not going to be enough. That's going to be killing spree going over to Bound Esports as the Circling Eagle jumps in onto Havos. He flickers out of the way. Appraiser's Rev nearly takes out. No, it does take out Novak Skobar.
Right now, Bounty, they are starting to be good because they have let Panda out of the lane. Panda is 3-0-0 now. So if we're talking about the gold laner highlights, Panda is definitely doing much better. If they keep on doing this, right now Yuna, he has the Thunderbelt, and the interaction of Thunderbelt on the Fredrin is that, number one, you clear the jungle so fast, and you're amazing in team fights, because Fredrin is one of those heroes where he's strong because he spams his skills a lot, and Thunderbelt is so advantageous for heroes that do spam their skills a lot, because a lot of true damage and a lot of slow will be coming his way.
It means he's able to dish out more damage during team fights as well. It's a slightly greedier item. We definitely see jungle Fredrins typically go for just full-out tank. But this means that Bounty Esports are feeling very confident in the current state of the game. And it's a good sign for them. Monster Vicious trying to control the turtle, but Bounty are in a better position.
The thing that Bounty has to be careful of is the Daytona's welcome coming in from Subway. They gotta get that out of him first. So
and Laura gets the kick. Way of the Dragon very quick to connect, but the turtle gets stolen away by Yuna. Xeno trying to zone out the backline, but he's forced back with the Raging Slash. He no longer has a way to escape. Panda zoning out the rest of Monster Vicious by himself, while Yanlord and Havos are still diving their opponents. No casualties on either side, but we can see where the pressure is coming from.
Bounty is really good at making fights a 5v5. Like, they were waiting, and it was a good catch coming in from Yanlord, because as I was saying, you need that Daytona's welcome to secure the turtle. So the fact that he was crowd control during that moment, he couldn't use it. Well, he can use it, but the timing is a little bit off. making it so that it's a little bit easier for Yuna to secure the turtle. A lot of micro plays happened during that time, but it was all good plays coming in from Bounty.
Wow, it looks Subway actually still got his orange buff even when like there were 3 members of Bounty Esports trying to take it down. So that's quite impressive. Looks like both teams have basically split the map in half with Ruff and Nova in the top lane. Unfortunately, they're not going to be able to trade that tier 2. So Bounty still comes out on top.
And right now, Bounty has 1,300 goalie, which is pretty good. And looking at the structures of the map, Bounty has been able to get 2 on the bottom lane. Nova Escobar finds 1. Are they going to go for it?
Assist is taken out already. Yanlord looking for a kick. He finds a way of the dragon onto Subway into the tower. And that's going to be a mega kill as Panda is just going ham. Zeno trying to stop him. He'll be pulled back to safety. It's already been a 1-for-2 trade. Oh, Brazer's Wrath nearly crushing Ruff under his blade. Panda still being aggressive, but Bounty Esports will finally end their assault.
That's why you want a little bit of damage onto your Fredrin, man, like that. That hurts. But looking at the damage dealt ranking here, Fakes is number 1 with 30,000 damage dealt. Panda is close by with 24,000 damage dealt. I saw he built a Demon Hunter sword. I'm not so sure if it's his second item or his third. I'm guessing it's the second item. Demon Hunter sword makes it so that Subway will not be having a good time, especially if Nova Escobar doesn't give the Guiding Wind shield onto him. So map control right now is amazing for Bounty, especially with Panda being 4-0-0.
Nova Escobar jumping in, circling Eagle, Lord dropping low. Yuna will secure it. Zeno already in the backline. He's aiming for Panda. Can he get the kill? No, Yuna stopping him. And Zeno will not be able to get that. He is pulled out with the Guiding Winds, however. And Assist will be left in the lurch. Monster Vicious get a kill in exchange for the objective.
If Monster Vicious win, it's because of Zeno Mao, man. He is able to zone away Panda. Without Panda, the damage is much less.
Havos jumping in, gets the final slash, purified by Fakers, but Havos instantly taken out. Yanlord not able to find the angle for Way of the Dragon, and Yuna forced to tank a lot of damage to make sure that Panda isn't picked off.
Right now, Bounty, they're playing this game very honestly. They're really showing their hand here, and they gotta be careful because Yanlord has been using the Way of the Dragon onto Subway alone. So, Monster Vicious catches wind of this. They should be much better prepared after this.
We are reaching the
Panda.
Oh, Panda. Be careful. Zeno nearly gets the bravest fighter. We get the Way of the Dragon onto Subway once again, but it gets terrified as Nova Escobar is zoning out Yuna with the rest of his team. The Eternal Guard will be dropped and Monster Vicious will leave.
I can't believe that Panda survived that. He was almost about to check the bush face on, but Monster Vicious, they wanted to attack first, and unfortunately, they could not stop his movement because once the Retribution has hit Panda, it basically gave him the fight or flight response and he immediately got away. And this is going to be a full damage carry. I mean, sure, he has the Brute Force Breastplate, but besides that, it's all damage items with the Corrosion Scythe, Demon Hunter Sword, as well as the Golden Staff.
Yep, I think it's a pretty default build. We can see on the side of Ruff as well, it's already got 3 items completed, so it's just a little bit behind as compared to Panda there. Gold lead still in favor of Bounty Esports, but it's only a 600 difference. So we'll see whether or not that makes a big impact.
I like that they tried to go for a Xenomount there, even using the conceal, because you got to zone this guy away from Panda as much as you can. Panda, as long as he's able to free hit, is all good. I like that Yanlord always wants to go for Subway, because without Subway, the front line isn't going to be as good for Monster Vicious, making it so that the likeliness of them winning the fight is very, very low. So Bounty, they're doing the right things. But Monster Vicious, on the other hand, is doing the right things as well. They understand how Bounty wants to engage the fight, and they make sure that Bounty doesn't get a clean engage into the fight.
Yeah, honestly, it's a very good battle right now between these teams. We knew it was going to be somewhat even. Panda going to be jumped on with the Circling Eagle, but they will choose not to fully commit. They realize they're very deep in Bounty territory, and I think that's good respect coming out of Monster Vicious.
But that was a big resource because Panda, for 2 minutes, does not have his flicker. Monster Vicious, they didn't use anything. Nova Escobar uses his ult, but that's like, what, 30-ish seconds?
Yep.
If he has the Enchanted Talisman, it's like 26 seconds.
It's not a big cooldown at all. He already has it up again. So this is the time where Monster Vicious wants to make something happen. While that flicker is still unavailable, Subway, he's already got immortality as well. so he's less fearful of Yan Lord. Will they find him? Yes, they do. He could be in trouble. Yuna comes in. A good taunt to make the Yan Lords escape. Ruff with the entropy just barely escapes from the taunt and now shut down from Zeno. He's found Panda. Yan Lord gets the kick, but Zeno doesn't mind at all. He's still going at it. He gets the stun. He's zoning out 3 members of Bounty by himself, and they will get that Lord.
This is what an EXP laner should aspire to be. Even though the fight just now, it was pretty messy. Monster Vicious got the kill onto Panda. But look at the zoning coming in from Xeno Mountain. He's making sure that whoever is dealing the damage is not dealing the damage to my team. They're going to be safe. And if I'm Ruff, I feel happy playing a goal laner right now. I have so much space.
Yeah, honestly though, Ruff got really close to being picked off there.
Yeah.
A good taunt by Yuna, and a great Purify into Entropy. Like, those are fast fingers that allowed Monster Vicious to win that out completely by taking out Panda instead.
I like that Monster Vicious, they are well aware that no bush is safe, and they were able to catch out Yan Lord. If Yan Lord was, you know, not detected earlier, able to get his kick, it could have been a Bounty Esports fight to win.
I agree. Malefic Roar going to be the 5th item for Panda here. Nearly complete on that build. That's going to help out a lot against Subway and Xeno. We have to remember, the Labu Labu doing a lot of work, but the later the game goes, the more he falls off, and he will not be able to survive for long against Panda if they're not able to close things out soon.
I feel like Nova, he can force out the flicker again. Because we got to remember, that's one of the reasons why Panda died just now, because he did not have his flicker on time. So, maybe 1 minute before the Lord spawns, get that flicker out of him, and then just go for the Lord fight. Panda can't really do much in that fight.
I agree. This is the value of the Matilda overall. It's such a safe way to engage with the Circling Eagle, and then you can even get out if you feel like the situation is not correct, all while baiting out utility from the enemy team. Novax Kobar gonna scout out Yan Lord, force back Bounty Esports, and get a free tier 2 up top. So far, clean and surgical from Monster Vicious.
Yep, securing 4,000 gold lead for Monster Vicious. Bounty did definitely have a way to win this fight. I just feel like they gotta make it less honest. Yan Lord keeps picking up Subway, and then they win the fight. They gotta start incorporating other methods of going to the fight, like having Habos using the final slash after Yan Lord makes a botched attempt. And I say that in air quotes because if Yan Lord can bait Monster Vicious into thinking he made a mistake, he can Jit Kundo and Shimpo out of it to a point where Habos can final slash everyone in. Because Yan Lord, he has 2 ways to engage the fight. Either with his kick or by baiting Monster Vicious to make a mistake. That's high-level gameplay, but if you can bait your opponents to a position that is unfavorable for them, it's going to be good for Bounty, but I don't know if Yan Lord has the experience to do that.
Yeah, that's a really high-level gameplay. Like, it takes not a lot of finesse, not just from yourself, but from your team to be able to pull off a feint like that. Like, it would be very impressive if we get to see it, but I'm not too sure if that'll happen. For now, Circling Eagle comes out. That's going to be the Flying Dinosaur. Gets the Detona's welcome onto Yuna. Stuns him against the wall. He's taken out straight away. The final hit from Ruff actually connects. And Bounty Esports just can't respond.
Dude, Matilda does it all, man. She can heal. She can give you a free flicker. She can catch someone out. This is... She's like a Rafaela and a Cho.
Basically, yes. I think that is the closest interpretation we're going to get of...
She heals, movement speed, she finds someone, she dive kicks someone.
It's a good description, but what I meant is that it's probably the closest interpretation we're going to get of a subway train.
What?
He's just, you know, charging straight into you. Flying through the air. Not quite a subway train, but you know what I mean.
I'm between proud and disappointed.
I think that's a good mix.
That was a good joke, but somehow such a dad joke.
Oh, I don't mind. Either way, Lord gonna be pushing in, crashing in the mid inhibitor. That's gonna fall instantly, and Ruff will not quite able to take down this bottom one. No more minions. They'll get that last hit in. Bounty Esports, they'll be able to clear up this Allure with only one inhibitor standing. Looks like Monster Vicious wants to stick around to see if they could get a cheeky takedown on this final structure. Subway confident enough to just walk in, but he gets final slash. Will he get pulled out with the guiding winds? No! That's gonna be the immortality pop. And he's gonna get knocked out once again, but a nice jump from Zeno. Ruff is doing the damage. Yuna will fall. Faker still doing out the DPS. Ganlord with a nice jump, a nice kick, but the Purify comes out, and that's gonna be a double kill for Ruff. The crystal is open. Havo's trying to do his best, but that's a triple kill from Ruff to close out the game for Monster Vicious.
Monster Vicious, they understand how the movement's coming in from Bounty, and they make sure that they exploit that weakness. Nova Escobar on the Matilda, able to catch out Panda, and able to catch out Yuna. That's the game decider.
Ooh, clean execution coming in here from Monster Vicious. But honestly, a very close game. Bounty Esports clearly in control of the early game. But once Nova Escobar came online, once that Matilda became a true threat, roaming around the map with the rest of his team, you could see that Bounty were scrambling to catch up.
Something that you can say was that Bounty, they had game plan, right? Like, whatever that draft was, they completely had, like, I feel like if that Kaja was not banned, that was a different game there, because we saw how the Cho as well as carry combo was. If it was a carry Kaja combo, that would have been deadly. So I feel like this is good on MV making that ban. The Kaja ban was crucial to make sure that Bounty did not get that win, because we saw in this game, Bounty had a game plan and it almost worked.
It really did. I'm honestly surprised at how close it was in that early stage. It really seemed like Bounty Esports would be able to overcome the Matilda. That has been the fear of every team so far this season. But Nova Escobar still doing a great job. Zeno, of course, being the one to keep the team in the game. If not for his Lapu plays of splitting up the team fights, the snowball would have been way bigger for Bounty.
Bounty, what they want to do is they want to protect Panda. Zeno, as well as Nova, penetrate the defense, man. Like, nothing can stop them. When the Circling Eagle is on you, you can't run away. And when Zeno is on you, looks like you can't run away as well. We gotta look at the MVP for MV, for Monster Vicious here. It could have gone to anyone. My choice is between those two. We look at the MVP is going over to Zeno. And again, he deserves it, man.
He really does. Again, if not for those Lapu plays, splitting up the backline, zoning out 3-4 people by himself, this game would have already been snowballed out of control for the side of Bounty Esports. So he definitely deserves to be the MVP of this game. Obviously, everyone else on Monster Vicious started to pick up the slack and really come together in the end. But Zeno was strong right from the beginning.
But really, it's all about breaking that formation. Zeno broke that formation, Nova broke that formation, and I feel like Bounty is more about, as a team, they don't have that much experience to really go up against this. Like, when everything goes well, Bounty will look well, but the moment something shifts the tempo, they're unsure of what's the next step. Plan A worked, what's plan B?
Yeah, that's something they're gonna need to figure out for now. And even for Monster Vicious, that early game could have definitely gone a little bit cleaner. You typically expect them to have a bit more control, considering they do have a Matilda and a Barats. That early game should be pretty strong. So still, props to both teams. It was a very good showing.
I do have to say, Aziz's build on the Vexana is too supporty. I want to see how much damage he dealt, because in this lineup, it does look like it's just Panda dealing the damage, because otherwise, why did Zeno take such a long... Like, I don't think he died naturally in that game. Let's put that clear. Like, when he goes to the backline, he doesn't really die to the overwhelming damage of Bounty. It feels like he could sustain over that.
Especially if Panda is already taken out of the equation, the rest of Bounty Esports just don't really do anything to Zeno, because of course he even has Brave Blight and Festival of Blood, so he's also healing a little bit. So I might agree with you here, Aziz probably needed a little bit more burst damage.
Yeah, because if you guys look at the itemization from Aziz as well as Abbas is all about defense. Aziz just wants the support. Necklace of Durance, support item. Winter Truncheon, supporting yourself, basically making sure that you don't get killed. And what was the other item? There was one more. Completely missed it.
It was the glowing wand necklace.
Yeah, glowing wand is well when you put down your eternal guard, but it's not burst. It's just like slowly chipping the damage. So I really want to look at the damage that he dealt, which is okay, 40,000. When we look at fakes with 68,000, rough at 97,000, okay is not enough.
In the current meta, where we're seeing mid laners generally being the top DPS in the team, even surpassing the gold lane, 40,000 is nowhere near enough. It's actually even less than what Xeno was doing, and most of the time he was just jumping into the backline. Only one damage item on him as well. So it's not the best. Like, I understand where he's coming from. Glowing Wand is good against like the Barats. It's very solid against tankier heroes, but yeah, more burst this game was necessary. He could have left most of the consistent DPS to Panda.
Yeah, but it's unfortunate because you do need the Necklace of Durance to make sure that the Matilda is taken care of a little bit. Same as Lapu Lapu as well as Barats. All of these heroes can heal a significant amount, so I understand the Necklace of Durance. Maybe, you know, just gamble a little bit and don't use the Winter Truncheon. Maybe go for the lightning kind. Maybe a little bit better. The lightning variant or a crystal of holy.
Yeah, the thing is nowadays, right? Most mages don't really build defensive items until like the very, very end. And even then, that's conditional. Like, I get that Aziz wants to stay safer, but when there's so much dive on the side of Monster Vicious, it's unlikely that you're going to get out if you're already in a difficult situation anyway. It's better to make sure you're positioned correctly and itemized for damage. Like we saw earlier today, AJ, Zyme, Senpoi, you basically never see them in the fight. So they don't need Winter Truncheons. Aziz needs to position more like that and build for damage.
Kill them before they kill you?
Basically, yes.
Why did he laugh?
I don't know.
All right, well, looking at the total turret damage here, of course, a lot is going over to Ruff. Panda tried, but I feel like their composition, that might be worrying, by the way.
That is a little bit worrying. I don't know how that happened.
We might need a bit of help, but
All
I guess,
good.
I guess later.
Yep.
What I want to say is that their whole strategy revolves around Panda, where if Panda is safe, it's all good. I kind of feel like it's a very risky way to play, because most teams in the MPL, they know what you're going for, so they just, they just shut down your core damage dealer. So I feel like a bit of a change needs to be happened here. Either Yuna or Aziz, someone has to be the sub damage dealer. Someone has to do a little bit more to relieve the stress off of Panda, because if Panda has to do it all, I can see why he's a bit upset.
We saw a lot of this, I think, in like the first week of the season as well, where a lot of the damage was front-loaded onto only the marksman, and it just didn't work out. Like, too much bulk, not enough DPS. We literally saw the opposite happen earlier today, where it's too much DPS and not enough bulk. So again, balance in the draft is crucial. You really gotta make sure that you have utility, you have options, you have durability. Yeah, basically, that's it.
Yeah. Right now, I feel like Bounty, they have a good understanding of how they want to play as a team. I feel like this is a legit good strat. I just feel like everyone else, how do I say this? Everyone else has to be a very solid front line. But with that being said, it's hard to stop a Lapu Lapu when going into the Bravest Fighter and those 3 slashes is immune to crowd control. The Matilda can avoid every single thing and go straight, because you gotta put this into perspective. Matilda does a lot of damage. Especially with a no defense item on the carry, and just an Enchanted Talisman does like half HP on the carry. So I feel like having people that can go straight to the back line, ignoring the front line, is not good for your draft.
Yeah, that's why the Matilda is so scary, right? She does damage, she provides utility, she gives defenses with the shielding. You gotta get rid of her. But looking at the stats here, Ruff with 923 gold per minute. I can't remember what the highest was. We achieved it like yesterday, I think. It was 923 or 26. So this is very close to that. And Ruff continuing to show why he was such an MVP last season.
Yeah, right now we're going to look at the game highlights brought to us by the Republic of Gamers. And again, I feel like, you know, it might be a little bit like we don't usually want to single out players, but Aziz needs to pick up for his team because he needs to deal way more damage. He's a little bit more passive. It just seems like he's just waiting to use that Eternal Guard to knock up as many people as he can. Sometimes you do have to get to the mindset where you can use your Eternal Guard just to zone people away, just to create space for your team.
The thing is, Monster Vicious, they were very good at just like grouping up. They seem to understand their positioning within the team fights very well. Bounty Esports, you would see them try to engage, you'd see them try to chase, but then Monster Vicious responds in kind. And there does definitely seem to be better micro mechanics overall. We can see here Ruff somehow escaping, Panda then being picked off, and then Xeno doing just his god work of zoning out 3 members all by himself, and he's still fine. And then we see the subway train here delivering the Tona's welcome right to your doorstep. Yuna not even able to do anything that fight.
Yeah, so again, I kind of feel like Bounty, they have half of the equation. They have half the answers, they just got to figure out the other half. I almost want to see Yuna using a fighter in the jungle. Someone that can do a little bit more damage. And we saw that with the Fredrin. Once he builds the Thunderbelt, there was quite a lot of damage, especially when he was using his Appraisal's Wrath. But it's kind of like using a Fredrin is like conditional damage. Like we need someone that can dish out damage on demand.
Yeah, I think all things considered, the Fredrin wasn't too bad. I think Yuna still did his job well. Again, the problem comes down to the fact that there's not really enough burst damage to threaten Monster Vicious, especially when they have the sustainability of the Matilda with the Flask of the Oasis. Then their positioning wasn't the best in a lot of these team fights, especially once MV started scaling up. I think they do have the ingredients necessary to put up a real fight against their opponents. It just comes down to how they adjust in game number 2.
So adjusting in game number 2, ban Matilda?
Yes. That has to go.
That has to go.
There's a reason why we don't let that through.
Nova is one of, in my opinion, one of the best roamers in MPL Malaysia. You kind of don't give one of the best roamers one of the best roam hero in the game. Honestly, giving him, like, because even if he doesn't get the Matilda, I kind of feel like he can use other heroes to the same effect. I feel like he could probably use the Grok to get to the backline as well.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at all. It's something that I think he's even done before in the past. Like, Nova October has a lot of... Like, I think we've seen a lot of Nova October over the years, so we know what he's capable of. But let's talk about Subway. We have an insider message with him.
So, our insider is asking, so, Subway, during SMG, Sasa was the shot caller. Last week, Subway became the in-game leader. Is there any pressure? And he was like, I gotta step up because my team is focused on their mechanics. So me and Novar are the one that has to do the shot calling. The pressure is big. If we make a bad decision, if we lose the Lord, we lose the fight. But the responsibility is big if you want to be an in-game leader, but I just got to take it. And I feel like he's been doing a good job.
Honestly, it's great. Like, being able to collaborate together in Nova X Kobar, I think is great because when you are playing on the less micro-intensive roles, like support roamers or tank junglers, then it becomes easier for you to kind of look at the pace of the game as compared to someone who's playing like a marksman or an assassin, right, after all. So, it's good that we're seeing Subway step up. It's a very big responsibility, like he has explained. And now we get to see his head-to-head with Yuna.
I would say the biggest thing is the average 30%, 31% for Yuna, 52% for Subway. And again, Subway has been very solid on these neutral objectives. And as we saw in the stat, Bounty doesn't have a good standing when it comes to the turtle takes. For some reason, they are the lowest out of all the teams.
It does definitely feel like Bounty prioritizes team fighting and ganking a little bit more than objective takes. Like, even Yuna, we know that his signature hero right now is that Martis, which is more known for ganking, getting kills, snowballing, instead of focusing on turtles and lords, and that's okay. Like, it's a different style of play. I don't think it's something that breaks the game for you, but you really gotta be a lot more consistent with that snowball.
So now I feel like don't be too honest with how they play, because we've seen that Bounty, they know how to get to the back line. So if they want to keep playing that way, I kind of feel like a hero that would suit Panda well is the Claude, because Claude is one of those heroes that you can protect yourself, right? Someone tries to go after you, you can run away. Carry can to some extent, but when you don't have your flicker, your options are very limited.
Claude was Panda's signature for a very, very long time. He was good at farming with it, he was good at carrying with it, but he still retained the same habits of oftentimes getting caught out too far in the late game. And it feels even worse when you're caught out on a Claude because of how much impact you apply to the game overall. And nowadays, we're seeing Claude less because of how fast games can be and how long the hero takes to farm. It can still work, of course. We've already seen it work. But yeah, we know why teams are picking it up a little less.
So who should be the second damage dealer? That's my thinking when it comes to Bounty. It either has to be Aziz, Yuna, or Habos. That's why I was bringing up perhaps Yuna has to do something a little bit more damage oriented to release some of the stress coming in from Panda.
I think in the end though, Aziz does still need to step up. I think he does a good job of being a mage player, but this is still his first time on the MPL MY stage. So you can tell that he does lack that experience and needs a little bit of time to catch up to things. Habos can do a good job if he's given a more semi sort of hero. Like, we've seen him do a very good job with the X-Borg where he has a chance to engage and disengage. But I don't think he's the type that will be a secondary DPS.
Well, right now we have a little bit of a technical issue, so thank you everyone for being ever patient. Personally, for me, I don't mind. I don't mind staying long here in the MPL.
You don't?
I don't. And I'm being real this time.
Okay.
I love being here. The aircon is great. By the way, we got to talk about MPL MY rating. The star rating system is currently live to be tested on the official MPL Malaysia website. Oh, I know about this one. So you guys scan the QR code where you guys can give ratings on players, on casters, on things about the MPL. Tell us what you guys think is good, what is bad, so that we know what we can adjust, what we can change, and what we don't have to adjust and what we don't have to change. Yeah.
I guess so, yeah. I mean, feedback is always appreciated. We think we're doing a good job so far, but maybe you guys may not agree. Maybe you do agree. Do let us know what you think about MPL as a whole, about the players, anything you want to share at all. Feel free to go ahead and check that out.
Now I'm curious, what is on there?
Actually,
Players?
I haven't checked it out.
No, I mean like players, casters, maybe teams.
It says also the minions at the bottom here. That caught me off guard yesterday because I was so shocked that the minions were included that I even forgot what they were referring to.
How?
As I read also the minions, I thought they were calling someone or something a minion, and I forgot we had minions in game.
Yeah, but no, I'm thinking of the minions in game. How do we? Okay, let's look at the patch preview. Hellcurt is getting adjusted. Hellcurt is quite a big revamp, right? His passive is a little bit different, and the way that his kits work a little bit different. The core playstyle of Hellcurt is still the same, where you're playing around with limited vision and a lot of burst damage. Notable heroes, Hayabusa, Ling, Saber, Julian is going to get adjusted, and every single defensive item, the passive is still the same. It's just the values have gotten down, and tank heroes, their base stats have been increased. I've seen the increase. Some is much higher than others.
Oh, okay. Now I'm really curious to see. This is, of course, only some of the stuff that we already know is going to be coming. There's going to be plenty more stuff in this patch that is yet to be confirmed. That is going to come in just a few days. And just imagining how our players are going to need to adjust to all of this. Just imagining how we as casters are going to need to adjust to all of this by next week.
I made a story. I feel like this patch is going to be good for Onyx Indonesia because they're not be doing well right now. Hayabusa is getting a big buff. the fact that you can use your retribution when you're using your ulti, your Ogi Shadow Kill, is big. The fact that your Ogi Shadow Kill does not use energy, it's pretty big.
It's interesting, that's for sure. But we already shared earlier today, it's always nice when there's a lot of different options in the meta. It's been tank jungle for so long that it's about time for a change. And we also did share that we hope this doesn't take tank junglers entirely out of the meta, because that just means we're shifting from one meta to another. But we want the pool to expand. We want to make the drafting phase, the gameplay itself, so much more unpredictable.
What the next patch is doing is that it makes it so that the junglers, if you're using Assassin Jungler, not so punished when your purple buff has been stolen.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because the purple buff has been adjusted as well.
Oh.
Yeah, so based on all the cuts of the energy requirement, the mana requirement, it's not just Assassin. Some mages have been used as well. So hopefully it makes it viable. But I do want to see if the tanks can still counter, then it becomes a mute factor. But we got to look at a previous match recap here where, again, when we're looking at the damage numbers, Ruff was able to do very well. And it's not because Panda, not because of the lack of trying, but Panda has been targeted too much. The ban on Lu Yi talks about two things to me. Either they know MV uses it very well, which they probably do. Aziz cannot handle the laning phase against a Lu Yi, or they just don't want anyone to split the map, which is very difficult because MV is good at splitting the map.
I think what we can see is that Bounty Esports is a team that does prefer playing together a lot of the time, and they like team fighting. They're not so good at dealing with macro just yet. I think that's something that still needs to be practiced, so most likely getting rid of Loi and Chip is so that they don't have to think about that at all, right? Obviously, there's still threats like the Benedetta, but that's something that you're a bit more used to in comparison.
Yeah, I feel like Habos is not having a good time over in the EXP lane against most EXP laners for now. But again, I feel like it's just about readjusting to how MPL Malaysia really shapes up for him to have a better understanding of how to deal with all of these other EXP laners. Yeah, I know. I'm sticking to my guns. Someone needs to step up. It can't just be Panda.
I agree.
At this point, I don't mind if Yuna uses something like a Lancelot.
Oh, I think we all wouldn't mind if Yuna used something like a Lancelot. We haven't seen Lance a lot so far. So,
you know what, Aziz? Use a Nana. As long as you don't miss your skills, it should hurt, right?
As long as you don't miss your skills.
As no one has missed their skills so far.
Yeah, not today.
A choke kick into a miss Nana ult never happened.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Can't imagine that.
I don't remember anything like that happening.
It's not like it will happen in the mirror. In the river. So.
Yeah, no, not like.
But legit, Nana would be good.
Yeah, Nana's not bad. It's not a difficult hero to play. I think most of us have played Nana at some point in our lives.
He just hit all of you Nana users. Nana's not that difficult to play.
Yeah. You have a free second life.
You know what we need?
Well?
We need to go to a break.
Oh, okay.
Right? We're going to solve the issues. Hopefully when we're back, all of it will be settled. We're going for a 10-minute break, and we will see you guys right after this.
Sejarah baru telah tercipta. Namun, setakat itu sahajakah kemampuan kita? Setiap kali ke pentas dunia, pasti kecewa. Sampai bila kita nak kalah? Ditundukkan serendah-rendahnya. Sampai bila kita nak dihina. Tiap musim harapan peminat gugur. Sampai bila nak kalah? Sampai bila nak kecewa? Setiap rakyat pasti akan melaungkan semangat ingin mempertahankan rumah mereka. Jika patah sayap Raja Wali, bertongkat jua kita kemari. Tahun ini pastinya kemenangan semakin dicita demi menjulang nama Malaysia di pesada dunia. Di mana bumi dipijak, disitulah langit dijunjung. Stadium MBSJ Serdang Jaya secara rasminya menjadi rumah MPL MY pada tahun ini. Seterusnya, melangkah ke arena besar di Timur Tengah, di Riyadh, Arab Saudi. Juara kita bangkit menghadapi cabaran, bersedia mencipta sejarah. Utara, Timur, Barat dan Selatan, kita semua MPL MY Playoff musim ke-14 akan berhijrah ke Johor, mendekatkan lagi silaturahim MPL MY bersama. Hasrat kita semua bersatu dan bangkit dengan satu tujuan yang sama. Naikkan martabat negara, kecari juara dunia, kemuncaknya di M6. Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecap di rumah kita. Untuk melakukan serangan yang sebenar. Nampak siapa dia? Kerana terima magic kuda. 2-1 dalam keadaan yang sangat-sangat mudah.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-13, di mana yang terbaik akan berentap dalam pertempuran sengit dan penuh strategi. Seperti pada musim yang lepas, 10 pasukan profesional akan bersaing selama 6 minggu dalam arena yang penuh aksi di regular season. Namun, bermula pada musim ini, cuma 6 pasukan akan layak ke play-off dan pasukan di tempat ke-7 dan ke-8 hanya dapat stay untuk musim seterusnya. Tapi sayang sekali, tiada slot ke play-off buat mereka pada musim ini. Bagi pasukan di tempat ke-10, slot musim ke-14 mereka akan diganti oleh tempat pertama MAL Conference Group. Mereka akan di-reset dan harus merebut kembali peluang melalui MAL musim kedua. Dan apa itu MAL? Mobile Legends Bang Bang Academy League adalah liga amatur di mana terlahirnya bintang-bintang baharu. 15 pasukan akan bersaing untuk meraih kejuaraan dan 2 pasukan MPL Conference Group teratas akan berpeluang merebut slot ke MPL Malaysia musim seterusnya. Okey, kembali ke MPL. Pasukan MPL Malaysia tempat ke-9 akan berentap dengan pasukan tempat kedua dari MAL Conference Group dalam pusingan MPL Malaysia Challenger Stage bersama format Best of 5 semasa Grand Final MAL musim yang pertama, di mana pemenang akan menentukan slot terakhir MPL Malaysia musim ke-14. 6 pasukan yang layak ke play-off akan berentap untuk meneruskan jalan ke Grand Final MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 dan merebut peluang untuk ke MSC 2024. Jadi, bersiap sedia, persiapkan strategi anda, bersedia untuk aksi profesional di pentas MPL Malaysia musim ke-13.
Berminat untuk mengetahui info lanjut mengenai prestasi pemain dan jadi sebahagian daripada MPL Malaysia, layari laman rasmi Liga Isukan nombor 1 Malaysia untuk dapatkan maklumat terkini dan lengkap. Layari laman rasmi MPL Malaysia sekarang. Ayo kita bersama menaikkan mutu MLBB di Malaysia. Jangan terlepas kemas kini Liga Academy rasmi MLBB Malaysia, MAL Malaysia. Ikuti semua platform rasmi kami. Ayo sokong MAL Malaysia musim pertama. Ikuti semua platform rasmi. Semua peminat dan penyokong dijemput ke arena MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di Serdang. Anda berpeluang berjumpa dengan pemain kegemaran anda, kumpul tanda tangan eksklusif dan sertai kempen Fan of the Season.
Interested in knowing more about player performance and be a part of MPL Malaysia? Visit the website of MPL Malaysia's #1 esports league for the latest news and league updates. Don't miss out on updates from the official MLBB Malaysia Academy League, MAL Malaysia. Follow all our official platforms. All fans are invited to the MPL Malaysia Season 13 Arena in Serdang. You will get a chance to meet your favorite players, get exclusive autographs, and join the Fan of the Season campaign.
Versus satu sekali can you do it? Dan Albert di sana ternyata harus hilang.
Fight as long gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet as well as the Electro final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya yung ninakaw na sipa. Buhay pa rin ang buhay. The backline already, and they're running for the lives. Cutting it, Jerry trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way, and he cleans it all the way up. Just no way for him to run.
Kita kata ada satu warrior weapon di Malaysia membuat pergerakan dari Minion tuh lalu benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumbang.
Pressure, harapan, skill, stay ready.
Bit or not, that is the reason why cats are better than monkeys.
Man, and that's
welcome back.
Time.
Welcome back to the match between Bounty going up against Envy. Sorry, like we can't let them know what we're talking about.
Yeah, of course.
Right.
We gotta keep it on the down low.
Right. Hopefully everything has been settled. We got a 10-minute discussion going on, but now we gotta jump straight into the draft. Bounty Esports going up against Monster Vicious. Matilda Ben. Let's get into it.
It better be banned. Going into the draft for game number 2. Thank you everyone for being patient with us. We've already resolved the issues. Many Esports going to be on the blue side of the draft. Monster Vicious on the red. The Loi and Chip still going to be banned out by Bounty even though they have first pick.
Okay, so at least we know that they don't want either of these heroes. You know what would be crazy? If MV doesn't ban Matilda, just to be like, I want to see if you can use Matilda.
Man, I don't think they need to.
Yeah, maybe too much.
They don't need to do something like that.
Export getting banned though, so they just really want to make sure that nothing disrupts whatever that Subway wants to do.
Yeah, even the Lilia as well. Maybe this is going to be something constant from Monster Vicious going forward. It does definitely feel like it could be a waste getting rid of these two heroes every single time, but hey, If it works, no one can argue with the results. Bounty banning out the Masha too.
Always on the
Again,
way.
they're on first pick. You'd
Your
think they'd let
team
these
is
things
picking.
through.
Which means they want a Fredrin first pick? Like, just go straight comfort?
I guess either that or something like the Novaria. Nope, it is the Fredrin. And that's gonna be the safe choice coming in from Bounty. Matilda has been banned out by Monster Vicious. A good respect.
So now, MV, they can delay just a little bit to get the Barats, or if they're worried that Halboss will get the Barats for themselves, they could pick it up. So a lot of options here for MV, though I would say getting the mid laner, roamer, or goal laner would be good here. Like, if Ruff can use the Roger, pick up the Roger early. If not, pick up something comfortable in the mid. Pick up a Valentina, and then whatever primary roamer you want now. Minotaur.
Finish off what is left
Minotaur and
undone.
Arlet. Okay. So not going to be prioritizing jungle like the Barat as of right now. And like you mentioned, going to be grabbing that EXP lane and roam. Now typically you don't see these two being picked together so quickly onwards, because by keeping the Minotaur a bit more of a secret, Arlet can maintain that flexible role a little bit longer, showing that Monster Vicious do really want to commit to this team fight lineup.
Actually, yeah, showing the Arlet quite early here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, no flexibility unless you want to use
Arlet Gold.
Sure. Right? Envy is being very honest with their drive right now.
I'm swimming
All right.
against
Nathan picked up,
Make some noise for your
as well as the Chi-Chi. Which is good because Xborg is good going up against the Chi-Chi. What was that one other hero? Well, I mean, like, Arlet can do well against the Chi-Chi.
Yeah, Arlet's not too bad.
It's CC. Behind the scenes, I keep calling her Chi-Chi. I just don't care. Even though
it's fine.
CC is the correct way to pronounce her name.
Yeah, CC is the correct way to pronounce her name. That's one thing we can confirm. It's at least something we can confirm, because until now, I still don't actually know what the proper pronunciation of.
You know what reminds me of? The whole Kaja conundrum.
Oh, yes.
Right? It spells out Kaja, but it's pronounced as Kaya. And then everyone just refused to call it Kaya, so we just call it Kaja.
Yeah. I still have a similar conundrum for Nathan. Is it Nathan?
Or Nathan. Yeah.
Who knows? We can probably check it by watching like the hero spotlight.
No. Here's the thing. Even if the guy, whoever the guy is, let's call him Simon. Even if Simon pronounces it that way, let's just decide against it.
You know what? That's fine.
There was one player, his name was Sakai's.
Yes.
He said, oh, my name is pronounced Sakis.
How did he?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
And I told him, that's not cool. I'm going to call you Sakai's.
Sakai's is way better.
And then he's like, okay, you can call me Sakai's. Because I asked him, like, is it Sakai's? It's like, no, it's Sakis. Nope, it's Sakai's now. Would you rather call him Sakai's or Sakis?
Sakai's, obviously.
Fakes.
It's a way better name.
You know that Fakes, that's not how he pronounces it, right?
It's like...
Fakes.
Fakes, yes.
But on the English desk, not the safest word to say very, very fast.
Yes. That's why I compromise a bit. I call it like fakers.
Right?
Yes.
See, so let's just, we're having this conversation here, but like, whatever it's called, let's just call it something cooler.
Yeah, that sounds good to me. Sounds like a pretty good, it's the rule of cool, right? So we can see here.
Oh, I forgot about the Angela.
Yeah.
Yeah, I completely forgot about
Angela. I think teams are just starting to veer away from her a little bit, because so far her success rate has not been the best overall. From what I can see, Monster Vicious is actually going for a very classic lineup this time around. Now that they also have the Vexana. Very good at team fighting, that's for sure. I think so far things are pretty balanced for both these.
Bounty not banning the Barats here. Right?
Oh yeah, you're right.
Right, not banning the Barats. If MV somehow doesn't want the Barats, they can still pick up something like the Boxia. But either way, a lot of good tank junglers here for Subway still.
A weird choice. Honestly, if they wanted to, they can actually still even go like the double fighter marksman jungles kind of situation.
Yeah.
The setup is there. I feel like they probably won't. Yeah, we see the Roger. It's still possible, but
right.
Probably not.
The moment we say probably not.
If it happens, then we have real proof.
I mean, like, the chances just go a little bit higher. Not that much higher, but high enough.
I see.
Right now, Bounty, now that Vexana has been picked up, are they going to pick up the Nana? Pretty good counter against the Vexana, or Aziz has his own personal comfort. Something like a Eve, something like a Farsa. We haven't seen Eve a lot. Letting you guys know, Eve is going to get buffed in the next
Oh, that's nice. I feel like Eve has been out of the meta a little bit too long.
Oh, yeah. I agree. I like it.
Horology is
Oh,
my
I
name.
know that
Diggy
sound.
is
Oh
my name.
my. Diggy
Faramis! Woo!
Oh boy!
We haven't seen that combo for a while.
Man, if I saw this combo in my pub, I would want to leave.
Dude.
Like, just straight away.
Roger's job is to win the lane. Seeing that Diggy and Nathan be like, how? Right?
Man.
I mean,
this is not going to be fun for
remember when I said, don't let Panda be the only one to dish out the damage? I forgot to mention the roamer. I guess the roamer can dish out the damage.
I guess so. It's not something we see often. I think Yanlord hasn't played this hero yet. We see the Joy. Ooh, Joy jungle here.
Not
from Subway.
Not a usual Subway hero.
Definitely not. Like, even in the past, I don't think we've seen him play this hero before.
I mean, he's played Lancelot before, but
I know there was a season where he played a lot of Amon.
This makes sense though, because a lot of squishy heroes coming in from Bounty.
Yes.
So, you know, this could work.
I'm just imagining Subway dashing into a brush and getting blown up by bombs.
No. We gotta look at this confidently, right? Subway goes in, makes everyone low, like and pounce, destroys everyone.
Good idea on paper, but will it translate to real life? We're jumping into the land of Dawn for game number 2 of our last match of the week. Is this going to be a clean sweep for Monster Vicious, or will Bounty Esports show us that they're still here to hunt their prey? Let's jump into it.
If Subway does well on this Joy, I'm guessing he's gonna do well next week as well.
Yeah.
Right, no matter what changes, he should be good.
Yep. So far, whenever he's played a non-tank jungler, results have been pretty inconsistent. So we'll see if Subway can overcome those odds. As of right now, Yanlord gonna be focusing towards that mid lane, so not looking to bully Ruff too much just yet.
For now, Habos has been winning in this lane, going up against Zeno. For now, Nova Escobar is just hovering around gold lane to make sure that Ruff has priority here. Interesting. Against the Diggy.
Yeah, the fact that Yanlord didn't start in lane with Panda allowed Ruff to freeze the lane somewhat, so at least he's able to farm this first couple of waves safely, and then Nova Escobar came up to make sure that he'd be able to get a little bit more as well. So good attention from Monster Vicious right now. They recognize what would be the biggest threat this first minute.
I mean, looking at the map here, it looks like Nova is just gonna top up Ruff no matter what, so Ruff just you know, shoots them away and then just heals. So they, in the first minute of the game, neutralize any kind of objective that Bounty could have.
And that's great, because
that's so good.
That first minute is the most dangerous timing when you're laning against a Diggy. So I like this. This is great. Zeno, unfortunately, not having a very fun time in the EXP lane, though.
I mean, at least now we can see that Yuna does want to show dominance inside the jungle, not letting Subway farm that freely. So Bounty should have the advantage here going up for this first turtle, especially looking at the rotation here. It looks like Subway is going to come down much later. He wants to get his level 5 first, I'm guessing, before starting the turtle. But no, it looks like he's going to let go of the turtle completely, and he's going to get the purple buff for himself.
Interesting decision. I suppose it's because they recognize that now that there's a Diggy on the Bounty Esports side, it's unlikely that they'll get anything even with Minu and Fury. Oh, Vegas. No way he's getting out of that one. Caught in between 4 members of Bounty. That's first blood.
I would say that's very good coming in from Bounty because they understand the advantage that they have. They have a Fredrin. Fredrin wins the turtle fight more often than not, so might as well get some kills alongside him. And now Fredrin, if he can secure this purple buff, it's gonna basically deny the advantage coming in from Subway.
Yuna still applying pressure here. I can see that Monster Vicious doesn't have the best early game with the composition they have, and as long as Subway is not part of these fights, it's unlikely that they're gonna be able to get any true pickoff. So they're choosing to approach this early game slow and steady.
here's the thing. Subway wants to scale, but the thing is, Bounty, they are fine with scaling because Aziz, at one point, when he has his ult, it's going to be very difficult for Monster Vicious to actually kill anyone off unless they can force out the Nether Realm first, and then Subway goes in. Then it's going to be good. So I'm really looking at Fix as well as Nova to force it out first, and then Subway as well as Ruff clean up the party.
Makes sense on paper. So far, Nova still giving a lot of attention over to Ruff's lane. Makes sense, you're against a Diggy, make sure that your gold laner is able to win out. But it does mean that Xeno is getting heavily punished. Already a level down against Havos.
This is the difference between playing in a tournament setting as well as rank setting. In a rank setting, it's fine for you to use a Petrify on the Arlet, and if you do have a Petrify, you can win a straight up 1v1 going up against a CC. But because it's a tournament, Flicker is the more optimal battle spells, making it so that your laning phase isn't as good.
As long as Xeno doesn't end up falling too far behind, he will still be okay. His job is mostly going to be utility in this game as compared to previous. It's all going to be on Ruff and Fakers in order to get that scaling in. Subway as well, to a certain extent. So far, the Joy hasn't really participated in anything.
Yep, and for now, perhaps that might change. Subway is around the turtle area. I find it difficult for him to secure this, so if he gets it, it's going to be very impressive.
Pop the electrifying beat, the turtle guard comes out, Subway does secure the turtle, pretty impressive. They get the taunt once again, Time Journey comes out, so Minwen Fury just does absolutely nothing. Novak Skobar gonna be chased down by Havos as Bounty Esports claims another kill, and Ruff gonna be forced to run under his tower, but the reverse time pulls him back right into the taunt, like to keep himself alive. Oh, he's actually able to flicker out even with the Nether Realm committed.
No, it's because Bounty, they recalled in front of him, seeing that it's a confirmed kill, and he was able to get out of that. I kind of feel like whoever recalled there is like, I probably should have attacked more.
Whoopsie, my bad.
I should have at least used a basic attack.
It's kind of weird, like they popped the Nether Realm as well so that they could dive the tower with it. But then Ruff just decided, I'm just going to leave now, guys. Okay, yeah, bye-bye.
That was one of the most unimpressive escapes as well. It looked very casual for him. Either ways, right now, looking at the match here, Bounty, they have a lead. 2.8k gold lead now. And so far, I do feel like Subway, even though he did secure the turtle, might not be good, actually. He might have just better off letting go of the turtle just to farm up. So it's a win-lose situation for Subway.
Yep, it's nearly a 3k lead, only 6 minutes in. So this is not a good start for Monster Vicious at all. It's understandable that this would happen since they are against a Diggy Faramis, but it's not as if they're particularly stronger in the late game. So if they want to come out on top here, they really got to eke out whatever advantage they can find.
In case any of our viewers aren't too sure this triangle, but before that, Nova Escobar taking a lot of damage here.
Reverse time pulling him back into the auto alarm bomb as well. This Diggy is a nuisance. Novak Tobar forced back. Ruff nearly taunted, but he's able to jump away just in time. This does mean that this bottom tier 1 will just be surrendered over to Panda too.
Oh, Xeno finds Havos. Right now, Yuna, I'm not sure if he manages to catch him. It looks like he did.
Uh-oh, reverse time onto Xeno. He's gonna get pulled back, but actually the CC ult keeps him under the tower. An interesting interaction, potentially saving Xeno's life.
Yep, the current call, I guess, helped him out, but what I was saying is that the interaction having the Diggy as well as Faramis in your team, it gives you 2 layers of defense, both in crowd control, a shield, as well as a unique kind of shield coming in from the Nether Realm. So it gives you a lot of confidence. So this is a very good draft coming in from Bounty, but it does has its weaknesses if the Diggy gets killed very early on. But now, the Diggy is 0-0 and 3. He has stacks on the alarm bomb, and if this, as long as he doesn't die, the stacks don't reduce. So it's gonna keep scaling. The damage coming in from Young Lord is just gonna keep scaling.
Yeah, and it's just gonna feel even worse and worse for the side of Monster Vicious the longer things go on. I feel bad, especially for Nova Escobar. I would never wish upon anyone to have to play Minotaur against a Diggy. That's going to be the purple buff. Subway looks like he was able to secure it, but Bounty Esports really piling on the pressure now. Panda should be able to take this tier 2 for free with the rest of the backup from Bounty. And now Ruff going to be pulled back with the reverse time. Lycan Pounce gets him out. Monster Vicious still keeping their players alive, but at what cost?
Yeah, again, like you said, it's going to be tough for the Minotaur here because you really got to time your engages. Zeno goes in onto Yuna.
Yeah, Final Slash going to be cancelled. Reverse time puts him in again. Final Slash onto 2 members. Novak Kobar waiting for that time journey. He still has the Minuan Fury up. He's going to use it now. It's a good timing, but NetherRealm comes out. The second layer of defense, and it's going to be a double kill for Panda. And Lord just barely escapes, burning to death too.
What's enabling the draft coming in from Bounty is Yuna. Yuna is such a strong front line with the Fredrin, creating a lot of space and buying time for the Faramis as well as the Diggy, where they don't feel pressured to panic push their ults to save anyone. Yuna buys so much time that they can layer it properly. Use the time journey first to have the shield. Even if there's no crowd control going on, the shield itself is pretty good. And then once it's about to expire, then Aziz can use his NetherRealm. So Yuna is playing a very big role as to the reason why they've been able to layer both defenses very well.
Well, he does feel very comfortable in that position here. Ruff and Nova gonna try and double team this bottom tier 1. They're willing to trade the objective for it because at this point, anything that they can get will have value. But the longer the game goes, the worse it's gonna get. Already a 7,000 net worth lead, only 9.5 minutes in. Monster Vicious, their window of opportunity really closing quickly.
Yeah, and Bounty now is looking very solid. I'm not seeing them make a lot of mistakes here. Few things can be optimized, I guess, but otherwise they're taking good fights that they definitely can win, and they're pushing their advantage whenever they can, especially around Panda, to make sure that Panda can push all those turrets, because now the kill score is 5-0. We've been talking about how Subway don't usually go for these assassins. What a reason why.
Final Slash under the tower. Oh, but Yuna saved by the NetherRealm at the last second. They did end up stacking the time journey on top of it. So it's an opportunity for Monster Vicious to engage, but an 8k net worth lead means that they're not going to be doing a lot of damage. Subway still looking for the gank position. He is in the back line to see if they can cut off Bounty Esports, but looks like Yuna is going to spot him out. The Lord gonna get cleared up, and Bounty not punished for this.
Yep, not punished so far. Subway already used the electrifying beats, so the amount of free damage that he can dish out is not gonna be that good. Oh,
Nova with the main one free. Oh my goodness, he's gone. Turned into beef fillet in an instant, and that top inhibitor not gonna last much longer.
What can I say, man? He's like, this is what I was saying. Panda can't be the only one dishing out the damage. To be fair, Panda did a lot of damage there. But if someone else, even if it's the roamer, it's enough, it's good.
Entropy comes out. Eternal Guard actually lands pretty well here, but now Monster Vicious are just getting run down inside their own base. Vegas and Zeno are gone. Subway trying to clear up the wave as best he can, but Yuna still a frontline that no one can break through. And with the demise of Subway, Ruff and Novak Kobar, there's nothing they can do. All Bounty needs to do is wait until the next minion wave comes up. And we are going into game number 3 between Bounty and Monster Vicious.
Like I said, 2 damage dealers, man. I just did not expect it to come from Young Lord. Well, I mean, we do have to look at the stats to see how much damage that he did, but this time, with this kind of draft, Bounty, they're playing to their strength. They just want to bulldoze over anyone that's in their way, no matter who they are.
Yeah, this one is very obvious. Just straight up a draft issue. There's nothing you can do against a Diggy Faramis if your engage is Minotaur Arlet. Nothing, literally. You can see how lost the Monster Vicious are, being forced to wait for the engagement every single time. And by then, it's already too late.
This is why I was against picking up the EXP early. Because you know what would counter that draft well? A Lapu Lapu. The Lapu Lapu can destroy the NetherRealm easily, as well as Diggy's ult. So if they delayed, it could have done well for them, because, I don't know. Personally for me, in my view of the meta, picking the EXP early, it's not always a good shot, because the EXP can counter the draft.
Yeah, I agree with you. It always feels weird when we see teams pick their EXP laner so early on. Along with the roam as well, like that's another very important position.
Yeah.
These are basically your main sources of engagement.
Oh yeah.
So you're just telling them, hey, this is how we're gonna start every single fight.
One of the reasons why we don't see too many X-Borgs early, counterable by something like a Paquito. Paquito early, counterable by something like a Benedetta or a Barats. I don't know. Again, it's all for the coaches. We're just casters. But now we got to look at the MVP going into this match. The MVP coming in from Bounties going over to Panda 4-0-5. Much different game compared to game number 1.
Panda's an aggressive player, and if he's able to position aggressively without being punished for it, that is where he is in his natural element. And it honestly doesn't get much better in terms of space provided than having both NetherRealm and Time Journey.
Imagine we just have one more hero that gives some kind of extra defense. What would it be? Oh, Estes ult.
All right.
But at that point, it's a bit too much. Right?
Yeah.
Right? Wait, how can you make that work? Okay, Natan jungle, Roam Estes, Diggy mid. Now I'm starting to see that this can work.
It could. But then where does Faravis go?
EXP? Okay, maybe not the best idea. Not the best idea. We got to rework this. But either ways, Bounty 10-1.
There's nothing they could do that game.
How did Ruff get a kill there?
It was that final kill of the Yan Lord in their base.
Got it. Either ways, looking at the itemization here, we really do have to emphasize that Yan Lord is all about the cooldown so that he can slam a lot of alarm bombs. And the choice of Roam Boots is the Encourage. So Panda deals more damage, Aziz deals more damage, Yuna deals more damage. Speaking of more damage onto Yuna, having that Thunderbelt, I believe is his first item, makes it so that he can be much more aggressive in the early game. Having the Oracle as well as the Guardian Helmet, makes it so that if there's anti-heal, it doesn't really affect. Xeno has a Dominance Ice, but it really doesn't matter going up against this Frederick that also has a Time Journey as well as the NetherRealm.
Yeah, honestly, Yuna's Brethren build is a very greedy version of it.
Very
because
aggressive.
like already going Thunderbelt first item tends to be a little greedy in the current meta. You follow that up with the Oracle, with the Molten Essence as well, which you don't really see very much these days. Shows that he was fully in control, he was confident, he wanted to participate in the DPS. And he's not punished because again, Time Journey, NetherRealm, who needs defenses?
Personally for me, I'm a fan of Thunderbelt first item. That's why I build personally. I mean, like in ranked games, you can legit carry because your farm is just so fast. And then once you retreat someone, they're not getting away with you. They're not getting away from you because all the constant slows, it adds up. Now we gotta look at the total damage dealt here. Looks like the most damage dealt is from Panda, 49,000, almost 50,000 damage. Fake's doing quite a lot, 37,000 as well. But look at Yan Lord, 31,000, more than Ruff, almost as Subway only did 8,000. Subway did barely more than Nova.
Subway was not part of these fights. He couldn't be part of these fights. And by the time when he was forced to be part of the fight, he was a non-factor.
Again, you know what? Just have 2 damage dealers. That's all I'm asking so that Bounty can do well. If it's the Roam, it's the Roam. 31,000 damage, that's quite a lot for Roam. He's doing 5, 10, 15. 6 times more damage than Nova.
I do hate playing against Diggy. It's such a pain. It is so annoying to have to deal with. I am a hypocrite because I do play Diggy when the time calls for it. I avoid doing it if I can, but I will pick him if I know that he's just gonna destroy the enemy team. And yeah, that's what Bounty Esports saw. The Time Journey will destroy MV's lineup.
It's one of those heroes where you're like, this is optimal, but I feel bad for my opponent.
I feel disgusting for playing this hero.
It's like, thank you and I'm sorry. I don't know how else to explain this Diggy, man.
No, I think people understand.
You're a special type of person if you main a Diggy.
You are right.
You're special. Let's put it that way. You're special.
Am I allowed to just say I don't like you if you play Diggy main?
Yeah.
If you main Diggy, am I allowed to say I don't like you?
I mean, if Gideon hates Uranus mains.
You know, you're right, yeah. If
right?
Okay. The people who main Diggy and the people who main Estes, I don't like you.
I hate Cho and Franco.
Hmm.
See, everyone just has things that they are not okay with. And that's okay.
Okay.
That's why Mobile Legends Bang Bang have over 100 heroes for you to enjoy. And speaking of which, Bounty, they're really enjoying the draft. MV, they should see it coming after this. So, again, the bars was open. Why did Subway pick up the Joy? Is it because the draft calls for it? Or he just wants to show, oh, I can use the assassin. And
I
then
think it's because they wanted a hero that could force out either Time Journey or Nether Realm. And yes, Joy makes sense for being able to just run in and do that quite safely, get out as well. But Subway is clearly not that comfortable on it. So I think it was unfortunately a band-aid on top of a much bigger wound for Monster Vicious.
If they didn't pick up the Arlet, they wouldn't have to pick up the Joy.
I agree.
Right? Because it's not just Lapu Lapu. You could use a Benedetta. To a certain extent, if you're good at it, you can use a Yuzong.
But the thing is, right, you specifically ban Xborg and Lilia in your first phase.
Oh, yeah!
And then you don't pick Barats in your first phase when the enemy has already revealed Fredrin.
Oh, no.
Instead, you lock in Minotaur Arlet, which immediately reveals what your comp is going to do. And then you don't ban Minotaur's ultimate enemy in the second phase.
Now that you mention it, yeah.
It's just bad decisions, the whole phase.
Well, right now, the rich guy as well as the carry is Panda, 861 gold per minute and almost 50,000 damage dealt. Sandbag, Nova, Escobar, 91,000 damage taken and 10 total assists for Young Lord. Young Lord looks much more comfortable here. And I do feel like Aziz is more of a support player more than a damage dealer. So yeah, I feel like that's kind of where the comfort is. Aziz needs to step up eventually to deal out the damage. But for now, I feel like if you don't pick up the Diggy, it's going to get banned, 100%. Second phase.
Diggy is still a very niche hero. You typically will only pick him up if the enemy is playing something like the Minotaur or the Tigreal, right? If they're not picking that, then there's no real need for it to come out. Because again, it's not a hero that provides a lot of bulkiness. And sometimes you do need that bulkiness. But we can see in the game highlights, I don't really think we need to mention what happened because we already know.
The thing is that we do have to specify is that Bounty had map control throughout the game. There was not really any moment where it felt like, oh, we have to back off, we have to disengage. They do disengage, but they never lose the map control just because they're able to retain it over and over again. And even though Panda is the MVP, huge shout-outs to how Yuna is able to create so much space. Yanlor and Aziz, the timing to make sure that no one dies is impeccable as well.
Yeah, I think it was a very clean matchup here. Bounty Esports were in their element, and they had a draft that allowed them to play the game exactly how they would love to play the game.
Exactly.
So everything just lined up, like the stars all aligned for Bounty Esports, and we got to see one of their most dominating victories so far. I don't think it's truly the fault to Monster Vicious. They tried their best, but the draft is terrible. Like this is like the bad draft I have in my nightmares, you know?
This is why, for me, Arlet is so polarizing. You're either amazing or every other bad word that is not amazing. I'm struggling to find a word that is PG.
Understandable. I also am not a big fan. Like, obviously, we had that whole trend about Arlet being 0% win rate the first 2 weeks, and then it was finally broken, and we've had a couple wins since then. But it's still a very polarizing pick. Like, yeah, exactly what you say. If you're good, it's really good. If you are not good, you don't do anything.
it's kind of like an all-in hero. Either you're the main carry, or you're just there to have fun.
I'm not sure if I would consider this having fun.
Because here's the thing. It's like, don't get me wrong, Arlet, amazing hero. We both agree, Vengeance is good, Final Slash is amazing. It's just that most of the teams aren't using the kit to solve a problem. You get me? Because I feel like Arlet, in a team fight setting, he's not going to be the main engager unless he has good positioning and a flicker. He can be the main engager. But it's more about punishing the enemy's positioning to get them to a point where they're in a bad position. It's not a backline hero. And I feel like if you have a jungler that can comfortably go to the backline, it's not that big of a problem. Subway, you know, he has time to adjust, but for now, he doesn't look like the player that can go to the backline comfortably. Subway looks like he looks like a hammer. He doesn't feel like a scalpel.
Okay.
You get it?
Yeah, I see where you're coming from. It's tough. It's tough. Monster Vicious definitely needs to play a lineup that they're more comfortable with overall. We can see their faces. They're not feeling too bad about what happened previously. I also wouldn't let it get to my head too much. Straight up, that draft was a problem. Go next. And they seem to have reset. And I'm hoping that we get to see them play to more their typical style while also remembering that there are niche picks in the pool that you must always remember.
Honestly, if they want to go crazy, I would have preferred they picked up something like a Granger. Because at least Subway has shown that he's quite good on the Granger. With that being said, I believe that Bounty, if they want the Diggy, they can pick it up early. Because I'm one of those people that believe the enemy doesn't need that much CC for you to use a Diggy. Just the damage itself is already pretty solid. And I fought against Diggies that has Flash of the Oasis, where the ult actually provides so much shield.
Yeah, I'm aware of this as well. Right? It's something that I use in my item build sometimes if I'm playing the Diggy and feeling gross about myself.
Matilda is open.
Oh. Huh? Really? They're doing this again. Okay. Sure.
Why is MV taking their time?
Please.
Are they not going to pick up the Matilda?
Please. Please don't do this to us right now.
I mean, like, I'm a Roam main. I love Matilda. I just find this disrespectful.
Disrespectful is putting it lightly. You're digging your own grave.
Your team is
okay, there we go. All right, no graves being dug for anyone today. Matilda being given away again. The Monster Vicious. As Bounty, they'll lock in the Fredrin and the Natan. Okay, not a bad start.
For them, the problem was the carry. The carry lost when it comes to the range. They just needed more range. Natan has a lot of range. MV, where do they go from here?
Grab the Barats again. Like, why not? Yeah. The Barats.
Yeah.
Valentina as well. So if Bounty does pull out something like the Faramis again, then Monster Vicious can respond. All right, looking good so far.
So let's recap on their picks. The first, the first game, it's Matilda, Natan, Barat, Valentina, as well as Lapu-Lapu. Natan is off the table. They can pick something else, something like Roger or something, or Harif, unless I feel like the Harif will get banned out. But the Lapu-Lapu, another choice. Bounty, this time making quite a few changes where they used the Arlet. So this time they are, wait, is it the Arlet?
No, I don't think so. What did they pick initially? I can't.
It is the Arlet.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fredrin, Arlet, and Vexana.
Ah, right. Okay.
So this time they're using the CC, Fredrin, as well as Nathan. So taking some actually, this is more about the second game draft. So MV is going to the first game draft. Bounty is going to the second game draft.
They're both going for what worked for them. Makes sense.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
But will it still match up? I'm still going to say that Matilda as a hero feels way too strong in certain situations. paired up with the Barats becomes even more effective. So while Bounty was able to win initially with this matchup, it's a very different opponent this time.
Magic is my life.
Let's see. Yep, Harif has been banned out. A very good counter towards the Nathan. Well, not counter, but it's like a very good hero for you to just. It's all about the skills, you know. It's a skill matchup. MV betting out Angela.
Also, the fair miss from earlier. So now, Bounty Esports going to be looking for their roamer and their mid lane.
Let's see. Novaria is still up if Bounty wants that. The Novaria should be pretty good with the Fredrin, and slowing down the Barats would help the Nathan quite a lot. I feel like the Novaria here is going to be solid, unless they want to go back to the Vexan.
That doesn't sound... Oh! 3 picks so far, 100% win rate. And that includes one game where he was picked by accident. So, a hero that has done surprisingly well thus far, is traditionally good against Barats, but not quite as good when the Barats has a way to fly into the back.
Yeah, just Matilda herself can go to the back line, so whatever their roamer pick has to support this Fredrin well. The Diggy is still up, if they want a Diggy, but if they pick up the Diggy, if Xenomount picks up something very aggressive, then the Diggy should be a bad pick here, honestly. Because you already have quite squishy backline heroes having the board as well at the time. Oh, Damus. Damus is aggressive. Oh, the Claude.
Well, a rough staple from all the way back. We explained earlier, Claude not quite as popular nowadays because he takes a little bit too long to come online. But if you need a hero that can match Nathan in that late game scaling, then you've come to the right place.
And you can go to the back line.
Yeah.
So whatever tankiness that Bounty is showing, they could not care, right? Because in the first game, Lapu Lapu was that factor. He can go to the back line. Now you have 2 people here, the Thomas as well as the Claude.
So typically when you have something like the Claude, you'd want to go into like the Cho sort of angle just so you can lock him down forever. Would be pretty good as well if you're able to kick him away from the Matilda. But we'll see whether or not Yanford goes for that.
Ruby.
Sticking with the more reliable option.
So Ruby will support the Fredrin quite well, right? More crowd control. You got a taunt coming in from the Fredrin. You got a lot of CCs coming in from the Ruby. So their front line looks very solid. If it gives enough space for the back line, it should be good for Bounty. I hope that they can use the momentum coming in from game number 2 to push forward in game number 3.
It's definitely a much more balanced draft from both teams compared to game number 2, where it was just a one-sided slaughter. Monster Vicious is going to be pretty strong in that early to mid with that Matilda, Barat, as well as Tamus, and Ruff will be that late game insurance. I think Bounty Esports will have slightly more tools and damage come that mid game. But will they be able to secure it? It's going to be the final game of the week, ladies and gentlemen. Monster Vicious versus Bounty Esports, best of 1 for this victory. Who is it going to come down to in the Land of Dawn?
Well, again, I'm a little bit biased towards Matilda. Very strong hero, one of my favorites so far. He can go to the backline pretty safely. We got to look at the EXP matchup because so far it has been a mix-up. Because in game number 1, if I'm not mistaken, Xeno did pretty well in the laning stage. But then game number 2, Habos did. Wait. Oh, he still got it. He still got it.
That was very close. We just suddenly saw Nova fly in from off screen.
It's like, yo, what happened?
Like a mosquito or something.
Well, it's good to see that Yunus still secures it, and he did not use his retribution. Look at the EXP laner. They're just staring at each other. And they don't even see each other.
They don't see each other, but they can feel each other. They can smell each other. Mid lane going to have a small brawl, but I don't expect anything is going to happen before that very first turtle fight. Getting those ultimates is going to be important for both these sides.
Looking at the emblems here, looks like the Claude will be having the tenacity. Probably because understanding that Panda can be a very good lane bully, so the tenacity will help out a lot. Other than that, everything looks quite similar here. A lot of inspires for the side of Bounty. Board, the Fredrin, as well as the CC. So they want to make sure that they can spam their skills a lot.
Yeah, Yeah, makes sense.
Inspire being the cooldown, not the battle spell.
Yeah, it's always confusing when it comes down to that. But yes, cooldown reduction on 3 members. Up here in the top lane, a little bit of attention from the respective roamers. Ruff definitely having some nice movement on Pape. Hold on. Vegas chasing down Havos. Okay, things are okay here.
Yep. So far, nothing too crazy just yet. I kind of feel like Nova just waiting for that level 4, and then we'll see how crazy he can be. The turtle looks like both teams aren't setting up just yet. They really want something to happen down in the EXP lane.
3v3 here. Good taunt from Yuna to try and pull Subway back. But he's definitely too tanky right now. Oh, Vegas. He stole the wrong ultimate there. That means he's not going to have it available since he was forced to throw it away. Turtle going to be reset to start with.
Personally, I think it's not that bad because you can taunt a lot of people. So you double dash in, taunt, and then let your team just pile in. So, I don't know. I kind of feel like you could have used it as well.
You know, jumping straight in, guiding. Ooh, Circling Eagle can be following up. And Monster Vicious will choose not to fully commit. They're just zoning out Bounty to make sure Subway can get that turtle, and he will successfully do so. Looks like they're seeing if they can invade the purple buff, but nah, it's already being taken.
So far, Monster Vicious, this is much of a standard rotation coming in from them because it rarely do we see Monster Vicious not contesting for the turtle.
Ooh, the pull into the Mystic Gush. But with the guiding wind, Novak Skobar able to dash out. The mobility of the Matilda escaping from a good catch.
Honestly, right now, it looks like Ruff is being the lane bully here going up against Panda because he always has the priority when it comes to the positioning.
Yeah.
Ruff always has to, Ruff is pushing Panda down his own turret.
It's quite curious because on paper, Natan does win against Claude in those first few levels. So, Ruff doing a good job. Nova may have dashed to the wrong position here. He's gonna get hunted, he's gonna get pulled in. Circling Eagle, he dashes out, flickers out. If that was any other roamer, he would already be dead. Blazing Duet gonna be dodged by Panda with the entropy, and Fakus gonna be able to dash away from the Mystic Gush too.
Very good momentum coming in from the mid laners of Bounty Esports because they made it so that Fakes and Nova Escobar has to recall back to their base. So they should use this opportunity to hold certain bushes so that they can have a surprise engage or just more vision.
I do agree. Doesn't really look like they're doing that just yet. Not too sure if they're gonna be able to get any pressure down in the bot lane since Xeno on the Tamus is gonna be pretty hard to pick off. I would assume that they'd want to go to the gold lane, but so far they're gonna focus on hovering around the turtle pit.
Right now, Panda looks like they are going for the angle that Panda is going to farm 2 lanes here, going for the mid lane as well as the gold lane. This should escalate the amount of farm that Panda has because so far I don't see Ruff going to the mid lane unless he did and I just didn't catch it.
I don't think Ruff has gone to the mid lane yet. Which is interesting since he's already winning his lane and Claude has higher mobility. I'm offended onto Subway. Will Aziz commit? Yes, he does. Mystic Gush gets pulled forward, but Fakus takes him out. First blood. Subway pulled out with the guiding winds, and here comes Xeno. He's 1v3 currently. Hasn't popped the vengeance just yet. Still able to survive it all and zone Bounty off of his team.
I legit thought Aziz would get the kill there. Legit.
Yeah.
But apparently it was Fakes' Mystic Gush that got the kill, so it's unfortunate that Subway was able to pull him in, because if not, I feel like he would have been in the same position.
Ooh, Nova almost dropping low, but again, the Circling Eagle giving so much shield. This hero is a pain. Another turtle going to Monster Vicious.
And right now, Ruff is following the trend. Now he's farming both the gold lane as well as the mid. The Panda is clearing so fast. You gotta be careful. Both gold laners is very fast at getting all these minions, but you gotta pay attention. The Natan has a lot of burst damage. Compared to Claude, both of them scale very well in the late game, but Panda on his Nathan is more bursty, compared to Claude is more DPS-y, so against Nathan, less mistakes can be done.
Yep. And Panda definitely prefers that dynamic here. He wants to be the one bursting people down and applying the pressure. So right now, he's being forced very safely. Blazing Duet comes out once again, threatens the entropy from Panda. Ooh, Mystic Gush stolen away by Fake as they're aiming for the Natan. He's able to dash away. No! Nova Gobar gonna find it at the very end as the Daytona's welcome will locate Yanlord in the back, takes him out. Assist pulled back by the so-called teamwork and finished off. Yuna, a little bit too late to the party. He'd better leave here or be added to the list of victims.
Yeah, I mean, like, that was good on so many levels for Monster Vicious. They were able to pressure Panda so much, but while they were damaging Panda, they were able to get Aziz in the very rough positioning. I did not mean it that way, you know, like...
I get it.
Either ways, Aziz... I'm looking at the Necklace of Durance. It makes sense.
It makes sense.
It makes sense, but... I don't know. It makes sense. Let me just specify. It makes sense, but he's not doing so well for now.
Well, they did find Vegas in the mid lane, so that's going to be a good trade for Bounty. They're looking for Zeno now, not realizing Subway is in the area, so he's able to deter them somewhat. But Havos is actually getting to the point where he's dishing out a lot of DPS. You can see in the top lane, Ruff able to scout up Panda and Yuna. That means that the turtle available for Monster Vicious, they're going to start working on it. Nova zoning out the back line.
Right now, Subway is still on the turtles. You know, taking a lot of damage from my boss. Looking at battle here, Younglord gets picked off.
You know, jumping in. I'm offended already used. The turtle dropping low. Daytona's welcome. Gonna find the Fredrin, and Subway secures the turtle. Yuna now has to escape. Havos actually doing a lot of damage to Subway, but the shield coming in from Gliding Winds. The Mystic Gushes intersecting lasers across the riverside for multiple casualties. But it's Bounty Esports who's going to have to support all of them. 4 kills for Monster Vicious.
Faith was like, yo, Mystic Gush is such a cool skill. Let me have that. He even used the flicker just to make sure that the damage stays consistent.
Just straight up crossing the beams there and coming out on top despite being the one stealing it away. This Matilda again. Disrespect, man. The shields coming out from Guiding Winds just keeping Monster Vicious alive at the tiniest slivers of HP.
You know what we need? We need to look at items because I saw that Fakes, granted he might have picked this up after the fight just now, but he has a Lightning Truncheon. But just based on the build, Fakes' Mystic Gush is better than Aziz's Mystic Gush. So whatever you can do, I can legit do it better.
Yeah, I mean, again, Aziz going for more of a support style. Necklace of Durance makes sense, but you know, if you bat the Matilda, you could build Burst.
True. Now we're gonna look back at this fight and look at Halbos being so in front here and Ruff going in with the Blazing Duet, able to slowly wither down everyone's HP, making Fakes damage all that better.
And the fact that Monster Vicious was able to rotate their players around, making sure that the people who are dropping low could get pulled out. Novak Gobar's positioning has been stellar so far.
Oh yeah, definitely stellar. 107, 100% kill participation. His Matilda is doing a lot for this game. Ruff is 2-0-4. Fakes is 3-1-4. He died once, sure. Actually, he's the only one that died. Oh yeah, the only one that died so far. Bounty, they gotta catch Monster Vicious making a mistake.
Oh yeah, and Lord finds the I'm offended onto Ruff. Ruff, he gets pulled out again! Ban the hero, Bounty! Ban the hero!
Oh, dude. How much convincing do you need?
Oh, they ate someone down here. Who is it? It's Havos. We didn't even get to see him until his name showed up on the mortuary. Monster Vicious in complete control. The Lord is there.
But why was he there? Why was he trying to delay it when your jungler is so far away? I mean, like, I like the spirit, you know, like A for effort and all, but I feel like you should not have sacrificed yourself when your jungler is so far away. Like you want to contest that if someone can back you up. That's all I'm trying to say.
I think he thought he was safe enough, like with the mobility and the vengeance.
That's true.
Unfortunately, not the case. Buffs starting to be stolen. Only one outer turret standing for Bounty Esports. I doubt that's going to survive very long with Ruff already pushing that top lane. 8.5k net worth lead, mimicking what Bounty had in the previous game, except in this case, it is not nearly as one-sided in terms of draft.
Yep, 2.3k gold lead difference just from the gold laners alone. Looking at the items here, Enchanted Talisman, Lightning Truncheon, as well as the Divine Glaive on the Valentina. If Fakes is able to get the Mystic Gush again, it will hurt. Because looking at least he has a Glowing One. The Glowing One does synergize well with the Mystic Gush.
It does. But Lightning Chunky and now Divine Glaive as well. Definitely going to hurt a lot more overall. Lord gonna crash in. Ruff gonna look for an opportunity. Has to be careful of where Leon Lord is. It's only the first Lord, so it drops down very quickly. You can see they get an eat. Mystic Gush not doing a lot to Subway. Yanlord immediately taken out. Killing spree for Fakers. Monster Vicious uncontested in front of Bounty's base.
To be fair, the level is so different here, as this is level 10, and Subway during that time was level 14, now is level 15, so yeah, this is rough. This is difficult for Bounty.
You literally cannot avoid making a pun because of how that name works. But now Yuna dropping low, forced to dash backwards. Havos getting terrified, forced to back off as well. Bounty Esports are not safe in their own home, their own base. Inhibitors starting to drop. Monster Vicious not letting go of the gas pedal.
If I'm not mistaken, just now, Bounty Esports only allowed one death. Right now, Monster Vicious is doing the same thing. If they can keep this up. If they can keep this up. Right now, I feel like Monster Vicious, they're just waiting for the Lord, which is 40 seconds away all the time. Like, I wish that Monster Vicious establishes a slow push around the mid part of the map.
I'm offended. They're gonna find Xeno into the Mystic Gush, actually doing a lot of damage, but Vengeance keeping him topped up. Subway gets into Tona's welcome onto Yuna. Panda dishing out the DPS, but forced to back off, and Yuna will be finished off by Nova X Kovar just to add insult to injury. Bounty Esports, that's the only casualty they take. But it's the jungler, and the Lord is up in 10 seconds.
Oh yeah, that's a good take. If only Bounty Esports was not too far behind, they could have gotten 2 kills there. They could have gotten Xeno as well as they could have gotten Subway, but the difference being 10,000 means it's a difference of 3 items, I believe.
Something like that.
2 or 3 items make it so that that extra defense is enough to deal with any kind of offense coming in from Bounty.
Is there any possibility currently for Bounty Esports to come back from this?
Oh yeah, definitely. Monster Vicious just dived too heavily.
I see.
Right, like everyone goes in, take turret shots, and then die.
So Monster Vicious needs to feed, basically. That's the only way.
I mean, that's the simplest way.
All right, makes sense. Looking at the AY winning prediction, I feel like it should be a lot higher.
Oh yeah, 64, nah.
Well, we'll see. The Lord going up top lane now. Mid and bottom inhibitors still standing, and the minion waves unfortunately not very synced for Monster Vicious. A nice I'm offended, but Subway eats him once again. Immortality popped by the Mystic Gush. Yanlord gonna lose his life. Subway as well, smashed by the Appraiser's Wrath. Here comes the Blazing Duet. Ruff dealing with the backline, actually taking a lot of damage from the Vengeance, but he will finish off the double kill regardless. Currently, 4v3 situation. Monster Vicious waiting for their next minion wave, and they will get it. The mid inhibitor will fall. Entropy comes out. Ruff dashes all the way back, and meanwhile it's Panda who's eating all the DPS. Xeno jumping right on top of Yuna, not letting him go, eating him for dinner. Mystic Gush literally hitting nothing but air as we pull them in. Monster Vicious knows this is their game. The crystal is exposed, and that's gonna be victory for Monster Vicious.
Monster Vicious, after losing game number 2, comes back in game number 3 with Matilda again, and proving why that hero should legit be banned. Good game coming in from both teams. It looks like Bounty Esports have a lot more to talk about before dropping another game from another team.
I feel like there are definitely some decisions that had to be questioned in terms of drafting, especially during this series. Monster Vicious still looking like a pretty strong team. They just made a mistake of forgetting Diggy in game 2. Bounty Esports, they're getting better, but I still think there's more work to do. So let's just go ahead and throw it over to our interview with Rose up on stage.
Kemenangan yang Monster Vicious tengah cari sudah pun selesai dorang. Sudah dapat match ini 2-1 ending lose streak mereka dari minggu lepas. Hi guys, how are you all?
We're going good.
Everybody's good. Okay, so I think we can start with Nova dulu. Okay, Nova, tadi game pertama dengan game ketiga, Nova dapat Matilda dan Matilda gameplay Nova adalah satu gameplay yang sangat-sangat bagus. Did you actually expect untuk dapatkan Matilda sekarang ni? Sebab Matilda masih lagi satu hero yang actually top ban kan?
Bagi saya Matilda still the tier S punya hero lah. So better ban lah daripada bagi.
So tadi masa you dapat Matilda ni, you rasa ini adalah satu kunci kemenangan untuk mereka ke?
Kalau dapat Matilda auto win lah. Lagi-lagi saya pakai.
Wow, ni yang apa ni innocent dari SRG selalu cakap kan? Pilot, ikut pilot. Betul, alright. Okay, so can we please pass it to Raf pula? Okay, Raf.
Hello.
So, I nak tanya Raf, minggu lepas you guys actually jatuh kalah 2 series korang dan dengan kemenangan ini adalah macam you can put you guys at a comfortable spot sekarang dekat leaderboard regular season kita. So with this win, you rasa Monster Vicious tengah solve internal issue ataupun konflik yang ada untuk match yang akan datang ke ataupun masih lagi rocky? Okay, Haru tengah ajar.
Belum 100% lagi.
Belum 100%. So agak-agak
masih
sekarang
ada sisa-sisanya lagi.
Okay, so sekarang kalau belum 100% berapa persen?
Apa?
Kalau belum 100%?
Sekarang 80.
80, alright. 20 tu boleh cari lah sebab kita ada 3 minggu of regular season lagi. Okay, so sebelum I continue kita punya goring session, mari kita tengok MVP perlawanan ini. Alright, MVP kita in 3, 2, 1. MVP of the match is jeng Raf. Alright, so Raf tadi main MMD dengan sangat-sangat hebat. If I'm not mistaken, game pertama pun ada maniac kan? Game pertama ada maniac kan? Alright, so itu adalah maniac kedua hari ini. So Raf, apa yang you nak cakap dekat your upcoming opponent, because you guys akan jumpa SRG dengan Niners minggu depan and sekarang SRG tengah pegang rekod tanpa kalah.
JP Niners ke SRG?
Dua-dua?
Dua-dua.
Mana satu yang you lebih suka pun boleh.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Itu je.
Okay, Subway. What do you want to say to Stormy? Apa yang nak cakap kepada Stormy?
Stormy je?
Stormy.
Good luck je lah.
Good luck je?
Memang kena bantai dia.
Wow! Okay, I actually want to ask a question. Okay, we can ask it to Coach actually. So, I've been asking this question the entire day today, which is pasal patch yang akan datang. It's more in favor towards Assassin. Okay, so adakah patch yang akan datang, Assassin patch, akan change playstyle ataupun meta yang Monster Vicious sekarang ada?
Nish tak tunjuk Fanny dia lagi. Kalau dia tunjuk habis lah semua.
Wow, I'm liking the confidence daripada Monster Vicious hari ni. Dorang hype. Kita boleh nampak impact menang ni, I think gave them a morale boost. Okay, let's pass it to Fakers untuk last words kepada semua fans yang datang dan sokong Monster Vicious hari ni.
Terima kasih yang mana datang tu. Fans Bounty dengan MV. Korang
Dorang apa?
Korang memang terbaik. Terima kasih datang. Itu je. Terima kasih.
Alright. Terima kasih dan congratulations on your win, Monster Vicious. Jangan lupa ada sampul raya dekat sana. Bagi duit raya kepada fans-fans korang yang hadir ke Stadium MBSJ. Game ketiga. Game penutup minggu ketiga kita yang sangat-sangat sengit. Alright. Dan ini adalah hari terakhir riang raya kita. So sebelum kita wrap up our day, apa kata kita throw it back to the casters untuk dapat tahu macam mana Monster Vicious secure win ketiga dorang ini. So with that, casters nampaknya dorang dah ready untuk dissect ni. Casters, silakan.
Thank you very much, Rose and Ruff got the MVP 9-2 and 14 in this match. And again, Ruff has been I would say a rising star as a gold leader, which I do gotta say we don't talk about so many local gold leaders. Like last season we talked about Super Red, this season Innocent is really showing himself. The last one was really Chiku, right? We don't talk about too many local gold laners here.
Yeah, when it comes to gold laners, typically like the players from the Philippines are always going to dominate in that position just because the way that they farm is on a different level entirely. And yet, Ruff seems to be able to match up to that somewhat. Having a 900 GPM here, average across these games, is incredible. Especially in game number 3 on the Claude. He typically is supposed to lose early game against the Natan, especially against a player as aggressive as Panda. So he's got some fangs hidden there.
Yeah, he got that fancy feet as well. He's been dodging quite a lot of shots, either with the Natan or the Claude. So honestly, very good showing here. And I like that he's been consistent ever since last season when he was with Toda. So this is one of those players where you can really build a draft around him because you know that he can do his job well.
It always does feel very reliable when you know that your gold laner can carry that game as long as you're able to provide that space. And Ruff definitely seems to be living up to that position. This was a pretty quick game, just under 15 minutes. And we saw just how one-sided it was, 15 kills to 2.
Nova was even able to build the Blood Wings.
Oh my goodness, I didn't even notice.
So the Roamer has a more aggressive build than the mid laner of the opposing team because honestly, first item Enchanted Talisman is already pretty strong because you're able to spam your skills, more skill spam, more damage dished out. I mean, you know, simple logic, right? So I don't know. Even Nova is like, yeah, like this is an auto win hero. Kind of surprising it was let through.
It's strange, like why, right?
I mean, sorry if we keep bringing this up. I mean, I understand other regions have lost with a Matilda, but why?
It is an auto-win hero. Just look at how many times someone should have been picked off, and then Nova just pulls them out to safety. So many times.
Okay, I feel like our problem is, if you want to let go of a certain hero, you got to have an answer for it. If you don't, then it's going to look bad. I do believe that you can lose with the Matilda. I know because I've had that. I've played a Matilda and I've lost before. Not saying I'm great, but meaning to say, like, it's not one of those, like, it's a very strong hero. S tier for a reason, but you can still lose. You just need to figure out how to make the person lose, but Bounty did not have that.
Yeah, there's still options. Like, if you have a hero that can really chase down people that are being pulled to safety, then yeah, that could be an option. Havos somewhat fulfills that niche, but it's still not quite as good as something like the Lapu or the Benedetta, for example, that could potentially punish low health heroes in the backline. Looking at the damage overall done, you can see that Ruff and Fakus did a lot of damage overall. Even Nova actually dishing out quite a bit here. Like, Assist again, I feel like that build was not quite enough. It's built to try and counter Subway and Xeno in this case, but the burst isn't quite there.
I mean, like you said, if the Matilda is not there, you don't have to build it anyways, right?
Yeah.
Right? So you could have had a more impactful first item, because I do feel like one item is a big power spike for a lot of mages. So it's, I don't know. I feel like Bounty, they need to brush up on certain things before they can go to the next step.
It creates a concern because the whole reason why they're not banning the Matilda is because they're spending 2 slots every single game to get rid of Chip and Loyi. And like, yes, you don't want to have to deal with that macro play, but is it more dangerous than having this Matilda?
That's the problem going up against Nova as well, because he can use the Masha. So you kind of have to ban that out.
Yeah, but like, I think, yes, okay, get rid of the Chip. I feel like the Loyi doesn't have to be that prioritized maybe overall. But, well, I think we've already said what needs to be said. In terms of total damage taken, Monster Vicious still the team that took more damage overall. Subway obviously being the majority of that. The fact that Nova was able to give so much shield and was able to pull people out right when they were about to die meant that it didn't really matter how much damage they took.
Yep, and honestly, looking at the total turret damage here, it shows that Bounty did not win any lane. I'm thinking, in this game, did Bounty not move too much to the gold lane? I feel like they didn't know. I
Yeah,
feel
no.
like, right? No.
Like, they knew Panda was having a tough time, and yet it didn't really feel like they were making any effort to actually exist.
I feel like my experience with teams, I don't think they knew. Because sometimes you can't watch everything on the map, so sometimes you have to ask for your teammate to tell you that something's going wrong. And if Panda remains silent and being like, oh no, I got this, no, I got this, then that's kind of a problem.
Well,
Trust me, I've faced that before.
I get what you mean.
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
I understand where you're coming from, but we don't actually know what Panda did say there.
Yeah.
So obviously we can't really assign any blame, but it is a possibility. Then we look at the total healing. Nova, 55,000 in terms of shielding and healing done. Obviously Subway and Xeno can heal themselves a lot, but yeah, that's why Monster Vicious is able to take so much damage.
Either way, this is looking good for Monster Vicious. It doesn't look too bad for Bounty because at least I feel like they should take this as a learning experience and try to fight back so that they can stay in the league. Because at this point, I feel like it is a little bit difficult for them to go to the playoffs, but not impossible to stay in the league.
Absolutely not. They're a team that's growing a lot. I think they still gotta iron out some creases in their draft, in their execution, but the coordination is there. Like earlier in the season, we could see that Bounty Esports were in dire straits. Like the coordination seemed missing. It didn't really look like they were talking to each other properly. And we are seeing that improvement here. They just gotta brush up.
Yep, Rich Guy going over to rough 877 gold per minute. Fakes this time with the most damage dealt, 55,000. Subway taking the most damage, 145,000 damage. He actually took more damage than I thought. I brushed over the damage taken stats just now. I didn't notice. Best wingman, Nova Escobar with 12 total assists. So far, a very good team. Just now, the coach was like, you guys have not seen Subway's fanny yet. I don't know if he was being serious or he was being sarcastic. Because the way that Subway's face looked like, it's like, oh no, I'm not going to use the fanny.
The coach is like, you haven't seen Subway's fanny. And Subway is like, you don't want to
You don't want to see it. I don't want to
I don't want to see it.
Yeah, so if people think every professional player can use the fanny, even Chiku can't use the fanny.
It's something they'll have to figure out because it's still clear that Subway is not that comfortable on assassin junglers. I have no doubt that he can do it. It was just up against like insurmountable odds in game 2. But if this patch comes out and it really does skew more heavily towards assassin junglers now, then well, it's a whole meta shift.
I believe in his Lancelot. He's used it before, and I believe there was one time he used damage Lancelot. Not even tank Lancelot, so
okay.
I believe he has potential. Either ways, we're looking at the highlights here brought to us by the official gaming phone ROG. The positioning needs a lot of work by Aziz here, and I believe this is the instance where he was caught by the Barat skill. Nah, this is just straight up.
This is crossing the beams.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't blame Aziz too much. Again, it's his debut season here in MPL. He still has a lot to learn. It's a brand new world in a brand new city. So, still trying to figure things out. But I want to see more confidence for him to not just play the support role, the anti-heal, the DOT. Go for that burst. Believe in yourself. Believe that you can take down your opponents. And maybe they'll bring you far.
Mental health matters. This is
Yeah.
what we promote here.
We sure do.
Believe in yourself. And now I believe we're looking at the standings here. Bounty is not looking good. They only have 4 points in total. RGMY 6. I actually didn't thought to see RGMY down here at 8th spot, but either ways, Bounty, they are -5 aggregate points. They need to get more wins, but I don't know. I kind of feel like their upcoming matches is not getting easier.
Yeah, it's gonna get even tougher with teams that they will have to face later on. Monster Vicious getting themselves into a more comfortable spot now that they are in 6th place. It's unfortunate that they weren't able to get that win in game 2. They forgot about the Diggy, because if so, then they would actually be in 5th place, overtaking the Homeboys.
Yep, either ways, slow and steady. Monster Vicious, I kind of feel like this is the season where they're trying to figure everything out, because we have to remember a lot of veteran players, but they're still from a Tier 2 competition trying to readjust to Tier 1, where the Tier 1 teams from MPL MY, is starting to adjust to international standards. So we have layers of where each team is standing, where I feel like international standard for MPL NY is Selangor Red Giants. And I feel like Monster Vicious still has a long way to go to reach that level.
I think a lot of teams here have a long way to go to reach that level, but who knows? It's only been 1 week of break and teams are already looking a lot better, so who knows what will happen next week. Let's have a look at the schedule for week 4, day 1 on Friday.
Yeah, it's going to be Barracuda Esports going up against Bounty, so almost immediately after 1 week, the first match, they're going up against Barracuda that is looking very strong now. And then Toda will be going up against King Empire, where Toda looks super strong after the break, but this is going to be their real test. King Empire is no joke.
It also means that these 4 are the teams that will be the first to face off on the MPL stage after the patch.
Oh yes, that's true.
The least amount of time to prepare, and with no information to work with, we can't even look at other MPLs to see what kind of metas like the PH and ID players are using. So it's a brand new world.
Even if I'm not mistaken, MAL, they have to delay a little bit because of the patch. So you can't even look at you can't even look at the second tier leagues, right? They have 1 day off. So MPL can't even look at MAL for reference.
That's gonna be fun though.
Right?
That's gonna be so interesting. Who knows what's going to happen?
If I'm not mistaken, they're playing on Tuesday and Thursday. So for all of you MAL
so
fans,
they have something.
Yeah, no. Tuesday, patch not up.
Okay. But Thursday, yes.
Thursday, yes, but come on. I mean, like, there's only so much that you can do, right?
That's
but for
true.
all of you MAL fans, you heard it here first. Tuesday and Thursday. Actually, maybe not first. Maybe they brought it out. But you heard it here first on the MPL. Maybe not the first, because this is Sunday. This is the last day, and this is the last match. People might not even be watching anymore.
Yeah, probably not.
After the game, after like the items, they probably left.
So if you guys are still here, thank you very much for joining us. Hope you guys enjoyed the matches today. Yeah, I mean, it's the end of week 3. We're halfway through the regular season. There's still so much more to come, and yet so much has already passed.
If you have a special someone with you, bring that person out to dinner. You might not have the chance anymore. Buy them flowers, buy them a PS5 or Xbox, whichever is preferred. Treat the people close to you very nicely.
Where is this coming from?
Unless that person is not nice, then don't. Treat someone else nicely.
Is this related to mental health?
It is.
I see, all right.
That's it from me, LaFell, as well as Tafa. Hope you guys enjoyed the day. We'll be seeing you guys again for the next week. Until then, bye-bye.
Hello, I'll go back first. I'll go back. Kenton? Nih. Tengok, dia dah. Perang.
No flick kari.
Depan.
Tengok aku.
Jaga play dia entah.
Aku ni nak bersana.
Kelly no flicker. Kelly no flicker guys. Aman. Tengok aku guys.
Nampak.
Mati Kelly.
Aku balik.
Daki.
Depan.
Kasih tahu lip. Nice. Rapat sikit tak? Tengok aku guys. Boleh. Rapat.
Baik, Dota tupak tu.
Nice.
Gila tu.
Kita bait dulu.
Tengok aku. Kari jauh guys. Careful ni.
Nice.
Kait.
Alright. Tadi tak, Karima.
Nice one guys.
Tuh.
Boleh end.
NG.
Boleh end. Nice one guys.
Wait, many aku tu.
Joy here. We can poke this Joy. They will force the third, guys. Ready.
Joy.
Nice. Mino still can.
Boleh ya.
Flicker Mino.
Objective guys.
Mid.
Go mid.
Tengok Mino.
Go.
Arlot.
Arlot can move.
Don't worry about mid, guys. Joy coming to you, guys.
Go.
Ready ultis, Ziz. Nice. No ulti, Joy.
Mino.
Coming.
Nice guys. Mid guys.
No minions ya.
Yeah. Nice one.
Why do you guys give him kill?
Nice one.
Careful guys, they might go.
Cover this. Oh, no ulti. Sabar. Go.
What's no ulti?
Bar. Ziz.
Coming guys.
Go Ziz. Put dia. Dia tak ada skill 2. Kill.
Kasih.
Barat slow guys. No flicker.
Ya, Tamus first.
Be careful. Santai. Dia barat.
Bantai. Aku kena ikat.
Dia
Aku tarik.
Nata.
Nice one, guys.
Nice.
Aku reset guys. Try bawah. Try bawah mid.
This is my clouder, bro.
What the hell? Nice, bro. Santai ya guys.
Boleh guys.
Atau